There is something about meeting a guy, and from that very first time, and realizing to yourself that he is the one, after all those nasty breakups and cheaters, you have finally found the one. It sounds crazy and unreal, but that's how I felt when I met Edward. I was at this famous club in the city with my friends. It wasn't really my scene, but I had just found my boyfriend having sex with our neighbor next door, and I wanted to forget that image from my head. When I ran crying to my best friend Zaria, she held me and cooled me down, but then when our friends joined our pity party, they kind of forced me to come. So here I am right now. From the moment we took our seats at the booth, I could feel someone watching me, and I let my eyes wander around the club, looking. I met a pair of crystal blue eyes staring right at me by the bar. I couldn't tell much from far away, but I could tell he was good-looking. I had never seen such striking eye color before that made me feel awakened inside. The way he looked at me, and the way he held himself, oozing such power and confidence, I wanted to get close and get a front row seat. I wondered what being up close with him felt like, and I wanted it. As the night progressed, my eyes kept finding his by the bar, and he always had his eyes on me. It made me hot and tingly inside. I wanted to grab his attention in any way I could. So I announced to the girls that we should dance, and we all went to the dance floor, letting the rhythm of the music run through our bodies. I try getting the guy's attention while I am on the dance floor, and when our eyes meet again, and I am sure he is watching, I put on a show just for him, looking right at him as I move my body seductively. I think I see a hint of a smile before I'm interrupted by a pair of hands that have just landed on my waist. I turn around to find a man I don't know smiling down at me and moving with the music. I don't think so, buddy. I remove his hands from my waist and make it clear. I am not interested as I move away again and start dancing. I look for the blue eyes that first caught my attention at the bar, but I am not so lucky this time. If he is not there anymore, and he is not watching, I just better get out. It's not fun anymore. I am just about to leave when warm, hard and strong hands get a hold of my wrist and flawlessly pull me to an even warmer and stronger chest that makes me warm all over. The most vibrating, sexy voice I have heard whispers in my ear. "Are you leaving just when I have finally found you?" The voice sends butterflies in my stomach and awakens parts inside me that were surely dead after what I found out today. I know it's him. I can feel the energy, the touch, the rhythm. He makes me feel things I can't explain in words, not even if I wanted to. "What took you so long?" I ask back. "I was enjoying the view until I remembered you weren't mine yet. Others can see you too, and I had to make you mine." Getting ahead of ourselves, aren't we? What if I am already taken? My boyfriend could be watching us right now. I would have smelled him on you. I just need to claim you and show everyone who you belong to. The beat turns to loud music, and as the people jump and bump around us, we finally come down to reality. I turn around and finally take a look at the man behind me. He is strikingly beautiful, just as I had thought before. The man who looks like every woman's wet dream, just as I had been fantasizing about all night. I like what I see now: hard, strong cheekbones with a bit of moustache, an elegant nose that I would enjoy inhaling me in bed, and those blue eyes that have got my heart, the way he holds himself seeming to promise me everything. He is powerfully built and sexy as hell. I am sure even if I never see him again, I will always be on the lookout for the way he made me feel. That feeling. I smile up at him and blush when he focuses all his attention on me. He smiles back at me, and I am mesmerized by how his smile changes his whole face from being so dangerously sexy to lightening up my whole life. I knew being close to him and having him wholeheartedly focused on me would good, but I didn't know it would make me feel like I am the only girl in the world. It's like being the only thing that matters the most, important, cherish one of all. I can see my life flashing before his eyes. I can see myself falling in love with him, getting married somewhere on the beach and having our family. A little him and a little me. I want to be what he is offering. I want to be his. He must have read what was on my mind because he smiles and shouts at me over the music. "Do you want to get out of here and go somewhere quiet?" I nod eagerly at him and raise one finger to give me a minute as I go say goodbye to the girls and leave with this stranger whose name I don't even know yet. Highly risky and not very smart, but I believed I had just met my first love, and I was ruled by passion. We ended up going a few blocks from the nightclub at a 24-hour dinner and had pancakes and smoothies. It felt like a first date, and it was perfect. I loved listening to him talk, and I loved having his attention on me. It was the best first date I have ever had, which is crazy because we didn't talk about anything that was remotely important that we should have talked about, like our names, what we do, where we live, or stories about our family. Things that would have let us know more about each other, but we talked about everything and anything and never touched the surface of who we were. It wasn't until the waiter came to collect her bill as she was clocking out. We checked the time and it was 4 in the morning. The sun was going to come down on us in a few hours. Time does flow past us when you're having fun. I wished I could make it stop for a little while, but I couldn't. "So," he started. "So, I guess it's time I let you find a bed and get your beauty sleep." "You could?" I don't normally do this, but I was really hoping he could take me back to his place or ask to come to my place. I would give you my card, but that felt cliché, so I am going to ask for your number instead. "Oh, okay, of course, why not?" I give him my phone number, then he holds my hand as we get out of the diner and goes to my Uber. He helps me inside and kisses my forehead like a gentleman, as if he wasn't practically fucking me on the dance floor in front of all those people just a few hours ago. Then the driver starts our journey and he stands there by the sidewalk watching the car as it leaves, putting more distance between us until I can't see his image anymore. Did I just lose the very best thing to ever happen to me? Was the feeling mutual, or was I fantasizing about something that only I felt? Should I have done more? Flirted more, told him I wanted him, and refused to go home alone? No, that would have made me look desperate, and that's not a good look, but what if he doesn't call? That would crush me, because I know I will be on high alert for his phone to call for days to come, and it's going to drive me crazy. One thing I know I should have done that I didn't was ask him for his number back. I hope he calls. I was so anxious and nervous waiting for Sparkling Eyes to call me that I was rushing to pick it up, especially when it was a new number, that I did what shouldn't have been done. I was in the bathtub, taking a long, relaxing bath, when the phone rang. It was right there on the counter, and I grabbed it and brought it to look who was calling, while forgetting my hands were soapy. The phone slipped into the tub, giving me a heart attack in the process as I struggled to turn it off and raced to put it in a container of rice. Naked. My heart is beating fast and I am going crazy. What if Sparkling Eyes had just called and I missed it? He might never call me again. And that phone was brand new, the latest released version. I am not poor, but I'm not rich either. I can't afford to buy a brand new phone in a month. It's not even in my budget for the next few years. I blame my clumsy little fingers and my excitement. Now I am going to pay the ultimate price. My search on the internet through my computer says that the phone has to stay in the rice for 3 days, and that's a century of missed opportunities and a chance at love. Thank the heavens for work that does a lot of distracting when I get to work on Monday. We have just signed new clients at Starlight Ink Company. They deal with construction, real estate, and development. It's the hottest company right now to be getting a lot of deals and earning trillions of dollars. Having said that, it's a big project for our small firm that deals with events. Starlight is holding its annual 10th year ball, and we have been chosen to contend for the project. The company building is a massive masterpiece that has been built with enough glass to feel like it's made of diamonds. Very impressive. I am with my boss waiting for our turn to present our presentation when I decide to pick up a magazine to give myself something to do since everyone else seems to be on their phone. Times magazine has the top 5 bachelors this year. It promises hot, sexy, and filthy. I am intrigued, so I decide to take a look and decide for myself. I almost feel like my eyes are playing tricks on me. But they are not. There he is on the glossy cover, the guy I had been waiting on all week to call me, looking sharp and handsome in his tailored suit, with the best sexy, charming smile I have ever seen. He must be fighting women's attention left and right. Just look at the women in this office. Why would he even think of the girl he grinded on the dance floor that had nothing to her name, a 22-year-old assistant to a small event planning firm? Our turn comes, and we get led to a boardroom where 4 people are sitting on a panel, and a third stands just a bit further with a notepad, scribbling. My eyes instantly meet with the one sitting at the head and center of the panel with his confident allure and striking blue eyes. When our eyes meet, his hardens, making me stumble and lose the few canvases and things I had on me. I go to pick them up and write myself as my boss apologizes for my clumsiness and the delay. After that, I avoid looking at the panel altogether and display and connect things to keep everything in order before I signal my boss to start the presentation. She gives me a look before she starts presenting our ideas. I black out through the whole thing as I do my very best to not look at Edward again. I won't make that mistake twice. When she is done, the panel start asking questions which my boss invites me to answer. I came up with the idea and created the profile, so I get into it hoping Edward doesn't ask a question, and I am lucky enough that he says nothing until we are done in packing. Just one more thing. I would like Miss Reginald to stay. I still have some issues. I would like to settle with her. I could recognize that voice anywhere since it promised to make me his that night. I stiffen my gaze going to his again, and he doesn't look very pleased. My boss will kill me if she thinks I am causing problems for this once-in-a-lifetime project. I avert my gaze to meet my boss, who doesn't look happy about the request either. Shoot me now. The man who was standing by the counter comes over and immediately helps my boss with her things as I watch in awe the door closing behind them, but not before my boss gives me a warning look. I turn back to the room and we are all alone. He looks angry to see me, so I don't know why he wanted to talk to me alone. Does he even remember me? Is this work or personal? The guessing is killing me. I look around nervously because looking at him makes me feel like a bad kid under a microscopic length. There is a lot of distance between us sitting opposite each other in this spacious room, and that helps keep me calm. The room is quiet with neither of us saying anything, and I can feel him from the corner of my eye looking straight at me the whole time. The room gets cold with all the suspense in the air, and I hug myself nervously. Ruby Reginalds, he calls my name, and I can't help but look at him. He gives me a condescending look, stands from his chair and fixes his suit. I wish I could run my hands underneath it. He looked yummy enough to eat. I knew it. Neither my memory nor the magazine in my bag did him any justice. I stiffen when he starts heading towards me with determination and sit straight on the chair looking over as he comes over. He sits with one thigh on the table in front of him, supporting one of his hands. I moisten my lips. What I want to know is why you ghosted me, he says, lifting my chin with his finger. I am so turned on right now. Answer me, he bites out. Yeah, right, he asked me a question, I think. Did he just say I ghosted him? Does he know what I have been through? I didn't ghost you. I have to suck in the saliva in my mouth that's about to drip outside first to get a coherent sentence out. Why did you hang up on me, then turn off your phone? He asks with his finger trailing toward my neck, where he put his hands encircling my neck. He looks almost like he wants to choke me. Should I still be turned on right now? I didn't. I don't have my phone. I dropped it in the bathtub. I never got your call, and I don't even have your number. I answer back hurriedly as he keeps examining my neck. He starts inhaling me from my hair to my neck, then back. Using his hand on my throat, he gets me to stand up in front of him between his legs as his nose and mouth go to my collarbones, then between my breasts back to my ears as he whispers, I have missed your smell. It has haunted me. I don't know what that means. Whatever turns him on, I guess, since some people, especially rich men, have some freaky kinks. He then finally ascends to my lips and kisses me. After the second knock, the door is opened slightly, and the guy at the corner pokes his head in, not sparing me a glance as I hug Edward towards me, almost forcefully to cover my naked self from his eyes. I wish the ground would swallow me now. I have never been so embarrassed before in my life. What is it, Kelvin? Can't you see I am occupied right now? Edward growls at his assistant. I am sorry about that, boss, but you have that 11 o'clock meeting in D.C. and you need to get to the airport if you're going to make it at all. Shit, I forgot about that. If I am late this time, Connor will probably take the project from us just to spite me. He has a hard-on for being ignored. Fine, prepare the necessary instruments. Yes, sir. Kelvin answers and closes the door behind him, like finding his boss in such a compromising situation is a daily occurrence in the office. Is it? Edward is watching my embarrassed red face the whole time with a smile. There is a bathroom right over there. You can freshen up before you leave. Edward says to me, pointing to where the bathroom is inside. I nod and quietly say thank you, not meeting his eyes. I'll call you. Pick up this time. I would hate to take such drastic measures just to see you again. Edward says as he kisses my head and walks out the door. I quickly run into the bathroom to freshen up and calm my nerves. When I get out of the bathroom, there is a woman there who looks like she has been waiting for me. When I get close to her, she holds a shopping plastic bag to me. I take it hesitantly and look inside. What is this? I ask her politely. It's compliments from the CEO. We are going to go ahead with you on the party as discussed. Our office will be in touch tomorrow morning to finalize the contract. Oh, that's great news. Thank you so much, I tell her with a smile. No need to thank me. You can thank our boss. He was the one who was interested in your company, even though party planning is not on his to-do list. You must be something special, she says as she looks me over, and it's almost like she is digging for answers. I guess our company is. Thank you for this, I say, and start collecting my stuff to tell her I am ready to live and stop this interrogation. She shows me the door and leads me to the reception where my boss, Amber, is waiting anxiously. As soon as we are alone, she starts bombing me with questions about what the CEO of Starlight Enterprises wanted from me and if we lost the project. In her words, because of my clumsiness. We got it. They will be in touch with our office tomorrow morning for more details and the contract, I inform her, and she visibly relaxes and smiles at me. Great job. I knew I did not make a mistake in taking you under my wings. You continue this way, and maybe I will make you my partner when we go big. You just have to work for it, she says, surprising me. Thank you very much, Amber. That means a lot. Are you serious? Of course I am serious. Why do you think I have been letting you take the lead in some of my important projects? Because I believe in you. I just need to shape you up, is all. I don't know what to say. Thank you for seeing my potential. Okay, let's get out of here already, she says, and we start collecting our stuff when she notices the plastic bag I have in my hands. What's that? She asks curiously. It's nothing, just a complimentary thing they usually give at the office, I lie. Well, no one gave me one. I am sure they know you're the boss and have a much bigger complimentary for you when you come to sign the contracts. I lie straight through my teeth. She looks at me for a bit and sighs, then continues walking to the elevators. I quickly follow behind her. When we get to the office, I go to my desk and quickly open the plastic shopping bag to find out what's inside. I am met face to face with the latest brand new iPhone that has yet to hit the markets. I gasp both in surprise and excitement. I can't believe he got me a brand new phone. I feel like dancing right now. What has got you so happy right now? Just this morning, you looked like you hadn't had your morning coffee, our secretary says to me and startles me. I have to hold my breath. Nothing. I quickly answer, trying to hide the phone from her. Did you get the project Amber couldn't stop talking about? Yes, that we did. Congratulations, girl. Should we celebrate? Not tonight. Rain check? You're no fun. Hey, what's that? Is that a brand new iPhone? Maybe, I say cheekily, and she slaps my arm playfully. You lucky bastard. See you at lunch. Okay, I answer back as I turn on my phone, one, already distracted. There are 2 numbers saved on the phone. Edwards and his assistant. I don't know why he put on his assistant's number, but I finally have his number. Should I text him? Should I call? He was going on a business meeting, though. After a while, I decide to send him a massage. Thanks for the gift. I love it. Heart emoji, kisses. And then hit send. Today is turning out to be the best day ever. Just this morning, I was upset because I knew I had lost the love of my life, and now there are butterflies in my eyes. This morning, I also thought my boss was a bitch, since she was always on my case and disapproving when I made a little mess, but now I know better. She is just trying to get me ready for more, bigger things than just being an assistant. I am the luckiest woman in the world. When I get home, I keep waiting for Edward to call, and I fall asleep on the couch waiting for his reply, but neither comes. At 5 in the morning, he finally calls me. "Hello and good morning, beautiful," he says cheerfully. "I am a bit mad at you, so I'm at a loss of how to answer that," I say with my sleepy voice. "I am sorry I didn't call yesterday. I got stuck at work with the project I told you about earlier in the office. You could have called." Still, I point out, pouting even though he can't see me through the phone. "Why didn't you call me? I texted you. Didn't you get my message?" "That was a thank you. It doesn't count as a massage. Are you free tonight? I really want to see you again." "Yes, and I can't wait to see you too. Maybe this time we won't be interrupted and I will finally get to give you what you crave," he says, slowly getting the message across and getting me to the feeling he instilled in his boardroom yesterday, that I wish he were here to finish off what he had started. I wish he would just finish me off now. "How long do you have to get to work? Because I am a quick worker and I make miracles." "Oh my God, you're a bad influence, aren't you?" I say with a little chuckle. So bad. You have no idea," he says, and I believe him. "I think for the pride of all the women out there, I will wait until you have bought me dinner first. I already bought you breakfast when we met. Doesn't that count?" "Good morning, Edward," I say, and cut the phone on him, smiling the whole time like an idiot. I am in a good mood all the way to work. Amber takes me with her to discuss the terms of our agreement and sign the contract at Starlight Company during lunch. We don't meet Edwards anymore, and I find out that the CEO has better things to worry about than the annual party ball at the company. After our meeting, my boss takes me to lunch, and when we get back, she lets us leave early. I drag Kathy with me to buy me a brand new dress, since I know that Edwards will probably take me somewhere fancy for our dinner date tonight. Kathy loves dressing up, and I tell her I have a date at a fancy place tonight, so I need to look classy. I get a black, backless, knee-length dress that hugs my body like a second skin, showing my figure and making me feel both classy and sexy. Kathy volunteers to help me dress up for my date tonight, so we go to my place to hang out and later have dinner before I shower, and she helps me with my makeup and hair. We wait until 9 o'clock, and still there isn't anything from Edward. Kathy later leaves, and I am just removing my earrings to call it a night when the phone rings. It's Kelvin, his assistant, as he introduces himself. He tells me Edward is stuck in a conference call with Japan and hence couldn't come to the phone, but he wants me to meet him at the company so we can leave together from there. He sends a limo to pick me up at my place and takes me to the office. There are still some people working at the office with their business attire, and it makes me feel awkward walking in there the way I look. It also earns me all the attention I did not need. It helps that Kelvin meets me at the elevators, since there needs special access to go to the last floor that houses the CEO's office. We move up in silence. More than a polite greeting, Kelvin hasn't looked at me, his eyes busy on that iPod he keeps clicking. When we get to the top floor, I am amazed at the beauty and architectural thought put into it. It feels like walking into a museum of some kind. I guess it's to be expected from an architectural firm. I am led to the corner office and the gold double door as Kelvin opens the door for me. He is still on the call, but I have prepared refreshments for you in the kitchen, and there are drinks at the bar. The washroom is on your right, he says, and closes the door without waiting for my response. I walk in, and the place is set up like a magazine living room. I take location of the kitchen, the bathroom, and the double doors that I guess lead into Edward's office before I decide to sit down and scroll through my phone. I hadn't realized I had dozed off until someone kisses my lips and wakes me from the sleep that had taken me. "Hey," he says with a bright smile. "Hi." "I didn't realize you looked so sexy tonight." I would have cut that call short. "Ever since I met you, all you have done is stand me up?" I pout. "And ever since I met you, all you do is drive me crazy. Look, I really wanted to take you out tonight, but I am in the middle of a big project right now, and I am going to need you to be patient with me. It won't always be like this. When this project is done, things will cool down, and you can have me all to yourself. I promise." "What time is it?" I ask Edward. He smiles, looks at his watch, shakes the hand that has the watch, and smiles at me. Some people would consider it morning. Others would consider it being the next day after the day we were supposed to have our date. He looks at me as I'm stretching there on the sofa like a cute bunny he's enjoying looking at. I smile up at him. He comes down. As Edward approaches, his smile warms the room, easing any tension. I can't help but feel a flutter in my chest as his gaze meets mine. It's as if time slows down, trapping us in this moment. I take in his presence, grateful for the events that brought us together. He comes down and kisses me. I kiss him back. But before things get heated, he pulls back and says, "I don't want to sleep here today. Come on, let's go home." Okay, I agree. He takes my hand and we leave the building, him holding my hand the whole time. By the time we leave the building, there's already a car in the driveway, and the driver gets out of the car and opens the back door for us. Edward helps me inside, and then he gets in after me. When he gets in, he puts my head on his shoulder, and I lie there, not believing my luck. How could I have been so lucky? As the car glides through the city streets, I steal glances at Edward, marveling at the way his features are illuminated by the passing streetlights. The warmth of his embrace fills me with a sense of security I've never known before. It's as if we're cocooned in our own little world, shielded from the chaos of the outside. With each passing moment, the distance between us seems to shrink, until it feels like there's no space left to separate our bodies. I lose myself in the sensation of his touch as he gently caresses my side, craving more with each fleeting second. As the car slows to a stop, I reluctantly lift my head from Edward's shoulder, blinking away the haze of contentment that covered me. We've arrived at our destination, the Starlight Estate, a bunch of huge apartments in the middle of the city that cost a fortune. Of course, he lives here. I think to myself as Edward helps me out of the car. I keep staring at the huge apartments, the apartment building. The Starlight Estate is magnificent, to put it in a nutshell. It was covered in the fashion magazine last year for being the hottest place to live last year. I can't believe I'm going to step into one of these apartments. I can't contain my excitement. Edward looks at my face and smiles, asking, "What are you so excited about?" He asks me like I'm going to tell a funny joke. Oh my God, I never thought I would ever get into this building. I would pass it when I'm going to walk, and I would just look at it and be mesmerized. I would tell myself, maybe one day I will get to live here. Edward smiles at me as he brushes his pointy finger at my nose. "You already live here now," I smile. "It's a joke." He smiles back and says, "You're cute." And then he takes my hand and leads me inside the apartment. It is more beautiful than I could have thought. It's more like a hotel, the way the whole lobby is set up. We get to the elevators and there is a courier there to help us inside. As we get in, he greets us. "Mr. Darkwood, miss," he says politely, nodding his head. I smile back and say hi, but Edward just grunts. The elevator ascends smoothly, carrying us to the upper floors of the lavish building. I steal glances at Edward, marveling at the way his features are illuminated by the soft glow of the elevator's interior. I'm stepping into a world of luxury and privilege that I never knew existed. As the doors slide open, revealing the opulent hallway of Edward's apartment, I can't help but gasp in awe. I'm surprised that we are in a hallway that has only 2 doors to the left and the right. It can't be right. I look up at him and I tell him, "Okay, so you live in the penthouse and there are just 2 doors." "Yes, you will need to have the password to get in," he says, not acknowledging my surprise. "Just how rich are you?" I ask, half joking. He smiles and takes my hand, leading me to the door. He puts in the password, saying it's allowed to me. Then the doors open automatically, and we step inside. I'm like a little child in Candyland. The interior of the penthouse is unlike anything I've ever seen before. It's like stepping into a world of luxury, with sleek modern furnishings and floor-to-ceiling windows that offer breathtaking views of the city below. Edward leads me through the spacious living area, his hand warm in mine, as he guides me further into his home. Every detail is designed with purpose, from the elegant artwork that covers the walls to the plush furniture that invites me to sink into its comfort. It's a far cry from the modest apartment I call home, and yet, in Edward's presence, it feels like the most natural place in the world. As we explore the penthouse together, I can't shake the feeling that I've stumbled into a fairy tale, where dreams come true and magic is real. And as Edward pulls me into his arms, enveloping me in an embrace, I know that this is where I belong, by his side. Despite the extravagant surroundings. As we get back to the living room, Edward offers me a drink, saying, "So I ordered some food earlier, and it just needs me to preheat. I hope you don't mind." I smile. "What kind?" I ask. "It's a surprise. I could be allergic," I tease. "Then we'll know. Then I'll get to know what you're allergic to, what you like and what you don't like. I don't want you to tell me. I want to get to know you. I don't want you to tell me who you are. I want to see it. I want to experience it." "Okay, then. Surprise me." He goes to the kitchen, and after a few minutes, he comes back. "So, our late-night dinner is served," he says, taking my hand and leading me to the dining room. It's not like he owns half of the huge building, so it's like I'm in this big house. We sit down, we have dinner, and after, we cuddle on the couch and talk for a few minutes. So I ask him, "So how long have you been living here? Do you live here by yourself? Are you married?" "Oh my God, I hope you're not married. Are you married?" He chuckles. "Of course I'm not married. What do you think I am?" "I don't know. There's just a lot these days. I'm just making sure. I don't think I have had time to talk to you. I've just been so focused on you and me. I haven't had time to think about other things. That's why I think it's good that you know these things. So, like, are you single? You're not married, but are you single? You're single, right?" Edward laughs. "I'm not married. Yes, I am single. And I think I just found my mate." "Oh," I say, "you're my life mate too," and I peck him on the lips. He brushes my nose again and says, "You're cute." He brushes my nose again and says, "You're cute." "So do you live here by yourself?" I ask. "I used to." "Oh, so who do you live here with now?" "I live here with you." He answers with a serious face. "Oh my God, you're so funny. So who stays in the other door? Who's your neighbor?" "I don't have a neighbor. The other door is like a family house. I don't actually live here. This is my city house. I just come here when I'm in the city and I'm working, especially like right now when I'm working on this big project. Yeah, my house is a bit far away, so when I stay in the city, this is my city house, and next door is the family's city house. I don't want people in my space, so I thought it was better to give my family their own house when they are in the city and they have their own rooms." "Okay, Mr. Fancy, you're cute. Stop calling me I'm cute." "Okay, I'll stop. Anyway, yeah, this is my city house. This is not actually me. I live a little outside the city, and that's the place where you will find the real me. So as soon as I finish this project, I'm going to take you there. I'm sure you're going to love it. It has privacy, it has a large space ground there. There are trees and flowers, and there's good air and nature. You're going to love it there. Okay, I can't wait to go to your real house and get to know you better." He smiles and says, "You told me not to call you cute anymore. So can I kiss you?" "Please do, Mr. Darkwood." He smirks and gets down to kiss me. From there on, it gets heated, and before I know it, we're in the bedroom. I'm out of my clothes. And Edward finally drives home. The night unfolds in a blur of passion and heat, each moment filled with a sense of connection and longing. As we lose ourselves in each other's bodies, I can't help but feel a sense of completeness wash over me, as if I've finally found the missing piece of myself in Edward's arms. And as we surrender to the moment, I know that this is just the beginning of our life together, a journey filled with love, desire, and the promise of the future. When I wake up in the morning, sore, tired, spent, and satisfied, I rise from sleep and blink my eyes to the light. I look beside me, and Edward is not there, but there is a note on top of his pillow. I take the paper as I try to shake the sleep from my eyes and read it. The paper reads, "There's breakfast in the kitchen. Sorry I had to run early, but I already arranged for a car to take you to work, and there are spare clothes in the closet." I raise an eyebrow in surprise. Okay, that was a lot. I get up, have a shower, and when I walk into the closet, I have to put my hand in my mouth to stop the sound. Oh God, what is this? I ask myself. The closet is divided into two sides. There is the dark side, which I assume is Edward's side because it's adorned with his suits and shoes and whatever, but on the other side, there are just brand new designer clothes, dresses, skirts, shirts, shoes. They still have tags on them, and they look expensive. Is this for me? I ask myself. I think I'm being insane. Edward has thought of everything. And when did this even happen? I mean, there are panties and bras. I mean, he thought of everything. I even have night dresses here and they're all in my size. I feel like crying. Tears are getting to my eyes. After I have calmed down, realizing I have to be early to work, I choose a modest white dress that expresses how I feel. I put it on, pair it with my white shoes, and grab a yellow bag to lighten my mood. I get myself ready and start heading towards the door. I get out of the house and head to the elevators. Pressing the button, I wait, and soon enough, the doors slide open. Stepping inside, there's a new face, the elevator attendant. "Good morning, miss," he greets me. "Good morning," I answer with a smile. He presses the button to the underground parking, and though I'm about to protest, I remember Edward's message about the arranged car. When the elevator doors open, I step out and see Edward's driver waiting. "Good morning, miss," he says, opening the back door for me. I thank him and get inside as he starts the car. It's then I realize I don't have my work bag and some essentials. "Hello, sorry, what's your name?" I inquire. "You can call me Peter, Miss Reginald," he answers, already aware of my name. "Peter, do you mind taking me home? I have some things I need for work." "It's not a problem, miss. I am at your service," he says with a smile. I return the gesture, and Peter takes me to my apartment where I gather my belongings before heading straight to work. I might have overslept at Edward's place, so I'm a bit late, but thankfully, Amber, my boss, hasn't arrived yet. I get a lot of attention for my wardrobe choice today, and I carry that smile with me the whole day. I dive into the Starlight project, pouring my passion and dedication into it. This project could be the turning point for our small event firm, and if everything goes as planned, I'll become a partner, just as Amber promised. With renewed focus and determination, I work diligently, eager to make the most of this opportunity. When I get off work later in the evening, I'm surprised to find Peter waiting for me. I frown and look at him in surprise. "Miss Reginald, good evening," he says respectfully. "What are you doing here?" I ask him. "Mr. Darkwood instructed me to pick you up from work," Peter explains calmly. "Isn't he busy? I thought he was busy right now. We didn't have any plans," I say, taking out my phone and starting to call Edward. Peter puts his hand in front of his suit and waits patiently. I've never had someone wait for me before. This is kind of weird. I look around to see if anybody can see this exchange. Edward doesn't pick up, but Kelvin answers the phone. "Miss Reginald, I'm sorry, but Mr. Darkwood is a little bit occupied right now," Kelvin explains. "Okay, I'm sorry. It's just that Peter's here and I was wondering if we had any plans." "Oh yeah, Mr. Darkwood instructed me to have Peter pick you up from work and take you back to the townhouse. But I don't live there." That's not up for me to say, but those were the instructions. I don't even have the password to the house. "Well, he told me that he already gave them to you, but it's not a problem. I will forward you the password to get inside. Have a great evening." Kelvin concludes abruptly, hanging up the phone. What the hell is going on? He just expects me to go to his penthouse and wait for him until he comes back. What should I do? I get inside the car and tell Peter to take me back to my apartment. As I step out, I instruct him to go back to work and that I'll call him later. He wants to argue, but I've already left the car and entered my apartment. I continue with my evening routine, as if Edward's arrangement never happened. After dinner, I decide to go to bed early, feeling exhausted and worn out from last night and today's work. Just as I'm shutting off the lights, there's a knock on the door. I go towards the door and open it. I don't know what I was expecting, but I certainly wasn't expecting to see Edward standing there on the other side, in his sharp, elegant suit, emanating his powerful vibe. I smile brightly at him, but his expression is serious, and he might be brooding. "What's wrong?" I ask as my hand instinctively reaches for his face. He holds my hand before it makes contact and gently backs me up inside. Once we're both inside, he closes the door behind him and then pushes me against the wall, his face inches from mine. "I'm so angry at you right now," he says, and then he kisses me. It's hard, rough, and needy. My body responds immediately, and I kiss him back just as fiercely, wrapping my legs around his waist. Instead, he nips my ear so hard it nearly hurts, and then whispers into my ear, "Why did you disobey me?" "Disobey you? What do you mean? What are you talking about?" I ask, still in the post-orgasm euphoria and confused about what he means. I specifically instructed you to have breakfast. I told you there was breakfast in the kitchen this morning. Oh, that. Sorry, I forgot. I was late for work. So you didn't eat my breakfast. Did you have any breakfast at all? He bites out. You know, right now we are working on this Starlight project, and it's the biggest project our company could have ever thought of having. We have to hire these new people, and they are just brand new things. It's just been very hectic. At least tell me you had lunch. Yeah, Kathy got some burgers for the whole office, so yeah, I did eat lunch, I reply. He pulls out and asks, where's the bathroom? I indicate to him where it is, and he heads there. I pick up my discarded panties and go to the bedroom. When I come back later, I find Edward still standing in the living room waiting for me. Hey, I say with a smile. He turns to me and tells me, go pack a bag. You're spending the week with me. Okay, hold on there for a minute. I especially did not like that you sent your staff to get me from work and instructed me to go back to your home this evening. It's our home, Edward says, calmly. Since when? Look, Edward, we just met like 3-4 days ago. I don't know, we just met. I can't just move into your house. It's too soon. It's not too soon for me. From the moment I saw you in that nightclub, I knew you were mine. And when I got closer to you and you let me inside you, I have never felt anything like this before. I was home. You are my mate. We belong together. I do not need a month or a year to know that I want you by my side. He breathes silently. I want to wake up with you by my side. I want to go to bed either inside you or with you by my side. But I want to be close to you. I want to be with you. If that's not what you want, tell me now, Edward states earnestly. Look, Edward, I like you too, but I don't know. Is it that you want me to beg? I can beg if that's what you want, he responds, unsure of how to navigate this sudden intensity. No, it's just I didn't like the way you ordered me around. I'm not one of your staff. I'm not your employee. We need to talk things first before you start instructing me to do things. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to get used to that, he explains as he approaches me and envelops me in his arms. He's so tall I have to crane my neck to look up at him. You're bad at taking instructions, he teases, flicking my nose. You're worse at giving directions. If you disobey me again as you did today, I'm going to spank your little ass, Red. No, you wouldn't, I retort, kissing his chin. Come on, would you pack a bag and at least stay with me for a few days, please? He pleads, his tone softer now. I look up at him and realize I do want to be close to him. Okay, let me throw some things together and get my work stuff. Okay, he says, kissing my nose and letting me go. I quickly prepare and then we leave for his house. For the whole week, Peter takes me to and from work. Edward arrives late most of the time, slipping into the penthouse when I'm already asleep and leaving before I wake. But when he is there, he makes his presence known, both in the house and in my bed. After a month, we've settled into a routine, and I find myself practically living in his penthouse. And then he takes me to his house. It's far outside the city, smack in the middle of a vast estate surrounded by towering trees. As we drive down the winding road, I can't help but feel a sense of isolation settle over me. The trees seem to close in around us, creating a cocoon of nature that shields the house from prying eyes. Finally, we arrive at the house, a grand mansion that looms over the landscape like a fortress. It's surrounded by a sprawling garden, which in turn is bordered by dense forest. There are no neighbors in sight and no signs of civilization for miles around. I'm surprised at how remote the location is and how isolated it feels. Watching the imposing house come into view, I can't help but wonder if this is Edward's family home, if he lives here alone. Doubt begins to creep in, and I find myself questioning whether I've bitten off more than I can chew. Welcome to the Darkwoods estate, Edward announces as he opens the door for me, taking my hand. Today, Peter didn't drive us. Edward preferred to drive alone when leaving the city. I smile tensely, and Edward notices, frowning slightly. Hey, are you okay? He asks with concern. I try to gather some happiness and excitement in my answer. Yes, oh my God, I'm so happy. I'm fine, I reply, though my voice lacks conviction. Okay, Edward says, looking at me awkwardly. Come on, let's get inside. I'll get your bag. He heads back to the car and retrieves my bag, along with his own briefcase. Taking my hand, he leads me up to the mansion. As we approach the door, it suddenly swings open, nearly giving me a heart attack. An old man and woman stand in the doorway, and I can't help but laugh awkwardly. Edward looks at me strangely, but then joins in the awkward laughter. The old man comes toward us and helps Edward with the bags, while the old woman remains at the door. When we reach them and step inside, Edward greets the woman affectionately, kissing her forehead, and hugs the old man before introducing us to each other. Edward introduces the old woman as Margaret and the man as Manuel. "This is my girlfriend, Ruby Reginald," he says, and I feel a flutter in my heart. I suppose I should have expected it, but he's never called me his girlfriend before. So I smile brightly at that. "And this is Margaret and Manuel. They help me around the house, and they don't live far from here. They've been with me forever. I think Margaret may have changed my diapers at one time in my life," he teases, and everyone laughs. Margaret looks distant, but Manuel is bright and charming as he welcomes me to their Darkwoods estate. Suddenly, Edward smells the air and says, "What's that, Margaret? Don't tell me you prepared my favorite berry cupcakes." Margaret beams at him. "Of course I did. Come on, join me in the kitchen." We follow her to the kitchen, where she hands us a bunch of cupcakes. Edward snaps them up in quick succession, and I widen my eyes at him. Even though we've lived in his apartment for nearly 3 weeks, we haven't actually had much time to spend together. We've only eaten together a few times. And I guess with a body like his and such stamina, he must be a big eater. Margaret starts delivering food right there in the kitchen, and Edward attacks his meal like he hasn't eaten in days. "I've really missed your cooking, Margaret," he tells her, and she's filled with pride. I have to admit, the food Margaret makes is really good, and I'm afraid if I stay here too long, I'll gain 100 pounds. After we've eaten, we finally go upstairs to our room. "What was that out there?" Edward asks me as we settle in our room. "What?" I reply, confused. "When we reached here, you started acting strangely. Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Why do you keep asking me that?" I respond, feeling a bit defensive. "I keep asking because you're just acting different," he explains. "No, I'm okay, I promise." "Is it too much?" "The house? You don't like it here?" he inquires, getting concerned. "No, I mean the house is beautiful, it's nice, it's just so secluded." "Do you even get internet here?" I question. Edward laughs. "Of course, there's electricity, there's internet, there's everything you could ask for. The whole world could burn to the ground and we would survive." "Stop that. It's not funny," I tell him firmly, but then curiosity gets the better of me. As we came upstairs, I saw there were a lot of rooms on the first floor. "Do you stay here, by yourself in this whole house?" "Yes. Is that a problem?" "Why would you want to stay here with this whole house by yourself?" I probe gently. "Okay, come here," he says, taking my hand and leading me to sit on the bed. "Margaret and Manuel live not far from here." "Where is their car? I didn't see a house for a lot of miles." "They park in the garage. That's where I also put the car, so they come in the morning and they leave in the evening." This house and property has been in the Darkwoods estate for hundreds of years. My parents wanted to have a huge family, but then they weren't so lucky. But we have relatives who come to visit from time to time. The house hosts a lot of parties, so the house gets filled sometimes. I'm still thinking, I admit. "Okay, so you are an only child." "Yes, I am, and I don't like sharing my toys," he teases, and I can't help but laugh as he kisses me. "So, don't you get lonely here?" I ask, pushing him back when he tries to deepen the kiss. "Well, I don't. I love the wilderness. I love running and the privacy. It's quiet. It gets me grounded and focused. I love being here." "Do you hate it? I mean, it would crush me if you hated it, because it's the one happy place. I am not really a city person." "I don't know. Maybe I can get used to it when I get used to it. I will have to answer that after I have spent a few days." "Okay, just promise me you will give it a chance," he pleads. "I promise," I assure him. That night passed uneventfully. I guess I was too tired, so I slept through it. When I wake up, it's already 10, and Edward has just gotten out of the shower. He comes to the bed and kisses me. "Good morning," he whispers, and we get acquainted with the bed again that morning. I wake up, go to the bathroom, and when I come back, Edward delivers me breakfast in bed. "Here you go, darling," he says with a smile, placing the tray in front of me. After, he gives me a tour of the mansion. It's divided into 3 wings. And of course, he uses the center wing. He says his parents used to have the right wing and the left one was used for guests. We've got a whole setup here, he jokes. Once we have our mini you and mini me, they can take the right wing. What do you think about that? I laugh at it, and we continue through our tour. By lunchtime, Margaret serves us a hearty meal, and I find out that Edward is a meat lover. He loves eating meat, barbecued, red, and juicy. You've got quite the appetite, I tease him. He grins. I like my meat. And then winks. That night, when we got to bed, we made love again, twice, before I succumbed to sleep. I don't know what wakes me in the middle of the night, but I guess I'm kind of thirsty too. Edward is not by my side, and I wonder where he could be. I check the bathroom, and I go to the mini sitting room of the bedroom. He is not there. I decide to go down to the kitchen and get some water, as I try calling out for him. Edward? Edward, are you here? Are you here, Edward? I call out as I navigate through the dark mansion. But the whole house is dark. It's eerily calm, and I start getting scared on my way down the stairs. Look, it's the whole house in the middle of this forest. What if somebody gets in? What if something is already in? What if something attacks me? I'm a scaredy cat. I think to myself nervously, "Hello, is someone there?" I call out, my voice trembling. Silence. I reach the kitchen, and just as I go to get a bottle of water from the fridge, suddenly the back kitchen door is opened, and someone gets in. I'm so scared that my eyes get fuzzy. I scream, so damn high, so damn hard, my heart racing with fear. I make a run for it, and he quickly grabs me. I'm shouting and screaming and fighting out of his hold when he speaks directly into my ear. I accidentally hit him in the nose with my head, but he keeps talking until I finally hear what he's saying. Come down, Ruby. It's me. Come on, come down, it's me. After a while, my body suddenly relaxes, hearing his assuring voice. I relax in his arms, and he holds me close, pulling me into his chest. I lay my head against him and release a sigh of relief. Oh my God. I was so scared. I've never been so scared in my life, I tell him. I know, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Are you okay? He asks. I turn back around and look at him, giving him a playful shove in the face. Why did you do that? Why did you scare me like that? I am sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. You're okay. And why are you naked? I ask him, suddenly realizing that he is as naked as the day a baby was born. He's not even wearing boxers, just plain naked as he came in the door. He looks at his naked self, then back at me, and then he says, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. What? I ask, surprised. What could he forget to tell me? I wonder to myself, puzzled. Well, you see, I love running, late at night and early in the morning. It helps me get grounded. Yes, but do you have to do it naked? I inquire. But that's why I told you that I love the privacy of this place. It gives me the opportunity to just run out there with no weight on me. Not a weight of clothes, the weight of noise, a weight of my responsibilities in the company and the work. I just get to run freely out there. That is the weirdest thing I've ever heard, I tell him, narrowing my eyes. Ruby, look, I am so stressed. It's not so easy running a multi-trillion-dollar company. And this is the place where I get to connect with nature. I get to be myself, and I get to release all the pent-up tension and distress. It's the only thing that brings me peace and centers me whole, he explains. But do you really have to do it naked? Can't you at least wear some shorts? What if you meet someone out there, or you meet an animal out there? Isn't it dangerous to be so naked out there? I express my concerns. Don't worry, this whole property is under starlights, and you don't have to be worried. It's secure and it is safe. You don't have to be worried. I wouldn't leave you here if it was not safe. Okay? Trust me, just relax. It's just you and me here, he reassures me. When did you wake up? He asks. I know he is trying to change the subject. Well, just a few minutes ago. I was thirsty and I started coming down the stairs. I think I heard something and I was calling out for you, but you were not responding. And then you just walked in like that. Okay, I'm really scared. My adrenaline is still high, I admit. Okay, I'm sorry. Listen, why don't I make you some tea? I have some herbal here that will make you relax. How does that sound? I sigh, agreeing reluctantly. Okay, fine. Edward helps me to the chair, still naked, and prepares the herbal tea, bringing it over to me. You're shivering, he notes, concern evident in his voice. I'm going to go upstairs and put in something. Are you going to be okay for a few minutes until I get back? I promise to be quick. Fine, but close the door first, I reply, and he chuckles before closing the door and darting out of the kitchen. Soon after, he returns, now dressed in shorts. He wraps me in a comforting hug, peppering me with kisses. How do you feel now? He asks softly. I don't know, I admit, feeling a mix of emotions. He continues to shower me with affection, and then he kisses my forehead, both my eyes, my nose, my mouth, my chin, the underside of my chin, my neck. And before I know it, he's descended to my breasts and under, and then my whole body is on fire, and he's carrying me upstairs. And soon, passion ignites between us once more. Afterward, he helps me drift off to sleep. The next morning, I awaken to calls from my boss, Amber, regarding the Starlight party. We discuss plans via video calls, and once finished, I head downstairs in search of Edward. In the kitchen, I find Manuel and Margaret. Hello, I greet them. I'm looking for Edward. Have you seen him? Manuel responds, I think he went to the bayou. Bayou? I'm taken aback. What's a bayou? Margaret interjects, clarifying, he means he went to buy you something. He said he was going to get you something. Oh, I thought you said bayou. Bayou, I chuckle nervously. Okay, I think maybe it's a surprise. Margaret smiles tightly before busying herself in the kitchen. Sensing tension, I decide to leave them to their tasks and head outside for some fresh air. I guess that's my cue. I have an inkling that Margaret doesn't like me, and she especially doesn't like me coming into the kitchen when she is around, but she absolutely beams whenever Edward does. I leave and busy myself in the house. I decide to go outside for a breath of fresh air. Sitting in the outdoor chairs, I take in the serene surroundings. Moments later, I spot Edward emerging from the woods, his presence both surprising and intriguing. At first, it's just a distant figure, barely discernible amidst the vast grass garden between the house and the trees. I strain my eyes until I recognize his walk and his hair, confirming it's Edward. But as he approaches, I sense his agitation, his anger evident even from a distance. Hi, I've been looking all over for you, I greet him eagerly. Oh, hi, sorry? You've been looking for me? He responds, seeming a bit distracted. Yes, where did you go? I thought you went to buy me a gift. Buy you a gift? Why do you think I'd get you a gift? He muses, his brow furrowing in confusion. I don't know, I just asked for you, and Manuel said you went to buy me something, I explain. Edward pauses, contemplating this. I would have to go with a car if I was going to buy you something, and I was just going for a walk. Yeah, but you look upset. You don't look happy. Did something happen? I observe, concerned. Yeah, someone just got on my nerves, but it's fine. It's okay. It has nothing to do with you. I'm here now with you, and that makes me happy, he reassures me, though his tension is still evident. Curiosity gets at me as I press further. Who would you have a misunderstanding with in the woods? I thought you liked the woods. They made you happy and helped you relax. It's a phone call, it's fine, don't worry about it. Come on, let's go inside, he deflects, leading me towards the house. But as we walk, I catch a glimpse of someone passing by the trees, retreating back into the woods. My heart skips a beat, and I tense up, pointing in the direction the figure vanished. Hey, are you okay? Edward asks, noticing my unease. I think I saw someone standing there, and then they went back to the woods, I admit, my voice trembling slightly. He looks back and then shakes his head. No, it's nothing. Despite his reassurance, I can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. I'm sure I saw someone standing there. On Monday, we both resume our work routines. Later in the day, Edward invites me to his office, where I sit and wait as he finishes up his tasks. Afterwards, we head back to his apartment. I really have to go back to my apartment one of these days, I mention. You should move in, he suggests, taking my hand and leading me to his bed. I don't know, I'm just still. If we were to get tired of each other, we would have already gotten tired of each other. But we haven't, he expresses hesitantly. If you live there and I live here, how much time would we have together? You're so busy with work, I'm busy with work, we'll never get time to be together. But this way we get to spend every moment we're not at work together. Come on, move in, he persuades. Okay, fine, I will half move in, I compromise. What do you mean, half move in? What's that? He asks, playfully. I think I really, really like you, I confess. I really like you too. He replies, and we share a kiss. As the days pass, it becomes increasingly challenging to commute between the house outside the city and work, especially since Edward's work allows him more flexibility. He suggests getting a helicopter to streamline our commute. But where would the helicopter drop me off? Our offices don't have helipads, I point out. I'll work on a solution for that. Don't worry, he assures me, planting a kiss on my lips. Don't get crazy. I know how you get when you want something. I warn playfully. I know what I want, and I go for what I want, just like I got you, he says, kissing me again. I don't think I have ever been so loved like this before. I'm overwhelmed by the love and care Edward shows me. He truly feels like my soulmate, even though he may not know how much he means to me. It's a few days until the Starlight Ball annual party, so it's hectic at the office. That is why it's such a surprise when there's suddenly a hush down at the office, and I look from my cubicle and raise my head to see why everyone has gone quiet and look at the direction of the door. To find Edward Darkwood standing there and looking at me with a huge smile. It looks funny on his face, and I have to contain myself not to chuckle. He walks towards me and, still in my surprise, kisses me full-on the mouth. I hear gasps and whispers around me. I guess I never got to tell anyone that I was dating Edward Darkwood through all the work, and so now everybody knows. What are you doing here? I can't help but wink at him. Don't worry, I'm not here to see you. Although I did come to see you, I am here to talk to your boss, Amber. Ah, okay, it has nothing to do with me, right? I ask him. You're so cute, he says as he flicks my nose again and heads towards Amber's office, who is already standing outside the door, beaming at him and looking at me with a questioning look. I guess maybe I was supposed to tell my boss that I was dating the owner of the company who just gave us a huge project. I don't know. The two of them get inside, and my desk is suddenly attacked, mostly by women. You're dating Edward Darkwood? Oh my God, he's so handsome, one says. And what's the sex like? Another one adds. How could you hide this from us? Oh my God, another chimes in. So are you two dating? Someone else asks. Everybody's asking me everything, but I'm more focused on why Edward is here. I remember what his secretary said the day we went for the project, and he said, Edward does not deal with parties. So why is he here? Does this have anything to do with what we were talking about? So I keep watching the door. A few minutes later, Edward gets out, heads towards my desk, and then he tells me, see you later. And I'm looking at him, and he's kissing me. Then he's leaving with Kelvin trailing behind him, still in his pad as always. I don't know if he ever has his eyes off that pad. Before I can compose myself, Amber gets out of her office and asks me inside. I enter her office nervously, remembering the look she gave me earlier. But as I close the door and meet her gaze, I see a smile on her face. This can't be bad news, I reassure myself as I take a seat across from her desk. Ruby, I knew I made the right choice when I hired you and took you under my wing, Amber begins. Okay, thank you, I reply, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety. You know how important this job is to me, and you know I've been working really hard for that partnership. It's okay, she says, cutting me off. You, my dear, have just become the owner of Amber & Co. What do you mean? I ask, confusion evident in my voice. Are you making me partner now? It's more than that. I just retired, she explains. You just retired? Like, what do you mean you just retired? I'm still grappling with the concept. Yes, you know what retired means. It means being done with working. I just became a millionaire all thanks to you, Amber reveals. You're not making any sense, Amber, so you're going to let me lead the company while you take some time off? But we're in the middle of the Starlight project, I protest. Yes, and I trust you, and I believe in you, and I'm sure you're going to do a fantastic job. That's why it makes me happy to leave the company in your hands, she reassures me. I know you're going to take good care of my baby. You know, this company is the only baby I have. You're too young to retire, I interject. I know, right? I guess I found something else to do. Maybe I will go on that trip I've always wanted to take, she muses, lost in thought. As she reminisces about missed opportunities, I sit there feeling confused. Okay, are you hiring me as the CEO of the company? No, you just bought the company, Amber clarifies, looking at me puzzled. Didn't you know about this? Mr. Darkwood is your boyfriend. You're involved, right? I freeze in my seat, processing her words. Maybe, I answer meekly. So are you dating or are you not? I guess we are. That's great because he just bought the company. He offered me a deal I couldn't refuse. It's a lot of money. He bought the company, and he bought it under your name. He bought it for you, Amber explains. What? What? I exclaimed, taken aback. What do you mean he bought the company for me? I already told you that you are the owner of Amber & Co. Of course, you're free to change the name, and he said there were changes he wanted to make. I don't care what you do with it because I know you're going to take good care of it, Amber explains, getting up from her chair to hug me. As she embraces me, she adds, Aren't you happy? You should be excited. We're going to make a whole thing of it. I mean, I know you're in a big project right now, so we just get maybe a few champagne, maybe get some pizzas to celebrate with the office, and of course, I will be there for your big first project. Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. After Amber coaxes me into having drinks and pizza, I excuse myself and take a taxi to Edward's office, only to be met by Kelvin again. Mr. Edward is busy at the moment, but let me see if he can spare a few minutes, Kelvin informs me before disappearing into Edward's office. A few minutes later, I'm summoned into Edward's office, and without hesitation, I confront him, my anger rising. What did you just do? What are you talking about? Did you just buy Amber's company? I demand, frustration evident in my tone. Yes. Wait, are you mad? You don't look happy. I thought you would be happy about this. I thought you were going to give me thank you sex in the office. Edward responds, seemingly confused by my reaction and trying to make light of the whole thing. Are you kidding me? Why would you do that? I retort, my anger escalating. I wanted to do something nice for you, okay? I mean, I've already cleared a floor for your company in the building, and I'm going to invest in it. You're going to have the resources and the personnel, and you're going to be your own boss, so you no longer have to be pushed around. But you get to make your own decisions and have your own time, so we can get to spend more time together. I found a solution to our problem, and I'm helping your career. I thought you would be happy about this, Edward explains, trying to justify his actions. What made you think I wanted you to buy my career for me? I counter, frustration evident in my voice. I didn't buy your career for you, okay? I believe in you. My company is the first big project for your new company, and I know you're going to do a good job. Your boss trusts you. When she came for the presentation, you did half of it and you impressed me. You're going to impress everyone. And working for our company and having me as an investor is going to get you even more clients. What seems to be the problem here? I mean, I have thought about this professionally and business-wise. I wouldn't invest in something that isn't profitable for me and my company, okay? I'm a businessman first, and I thought this would help both our lives and our work, Edward explains earnestly. I keep quiet, still watching him. Finally, he sighs and says, Okay, fine. I'm sorry. I was doing this for you. I thought it would make you happy. If you don't want it, we can erase it all. I don't know. I guess I'll have to think of something else. As I look at his tired face, I feel bad. I should properly apologize for my reaction. He really was just trying to help me. I'm sorry, I say softly. He looks at me, not saying anything, and I follow him to his desk, rounding it to his chair as I sit on his lap. I'm sorry for how I reacted. It just caught me by surprise, and I don't even know why I acted that way. It seems so stupid and foolish right now. No, I'm sorry. I should have passed it by you first, he replies. No, you did a good thing for me. Thank you. I'm happy that you thought about me and that you believe in me. That is so sweet. Thank you, I say, genuinely grateful for his gesture. As I kiss him, it slowly starts to sink in. My brain, body, and senses begin to align, and I realize that I have a fully functioning operating company with clients, staff, and a big project ahead in a few days. Oh my God, I exclaim, feeling overwhelmed. I stop, unable to contain my emotions, and stand in front of his lap. I find myself spinning around, chuckling, laughing, and crying. What is it? What's wrong? You're scaring me, he says, concern evident in his voice. I own my own company. I'm running a whole company. It's mine, I blurt out, still in disbelief. Yes, it's yours, and you deserve it. You know you do. You were going to make partner anyway, he reassures me. Yes, I was going to. I deserve this. After all, I put up with Amber. It finally paid off, I say as I run to him and hug him tightly, tears of happiness streaming down my face. And then, just as I'm still cuddling him, he leans in and whispers in my ear, "Can we have office sex now?" I lean away from him and give him a questioning look. "Seriously?" To celebrate, he points out with a cheeky grin, "Put your tongue back into your mouth, Mr. Darkwood. I am not having sex with you in this office." "Why not?" he protests, leaning back into his chair, arms raised in disbelief. "I've been such a good boy. I deserve it." "Later, baby. I have to run back to work. You know I'm a busy bee," I reply, kissing his nose before heading for the door. But he stops me. "Ruby," he calls out, and I turn back to face him. "Yes," I respond. "Heck, we're going to have the movers move your office to the building tonight. So maybe when you get there, start packing anything important that you don't want to be tangled with other things," he says, surprising me. "What?" "Didn't your boss tell you?" he asks, confusion evident in his voice. "I told you that we're moving the location of your office here. That way it's easy for us to commute to the house and here together." I want to protest, but I suddenly relent and say, "Okay, then I guess I gotta head on to it then." As I'm opening the door, he calls me back again. "Ruby," he says, and I turn to look at him once more. "Yes?" I inquire. "Please tell me you're happy about this. I need to know that I did something good," he pleads. I pause, weighing my thoughts. I have to admit there are a few things I have problems with, but I also have to admit that this is the best thing that has ever happened to me. So I look back at him and give him a genuine smile. I'm more than happy about this. It's the Starlight annual party, and I have to admit, I'm freaking out. I've assisted Amber in small events, but this is the big one, and it's the first time everyone will look to me for answers. I'm the boss, the leader, so I'm kind of freaking out. But ever since the party started, everything's been going well, top-notch, just as I'd hoped. But I have no time to enjoy it. I'm busy putting out one fire after another. The party has invited major people in the city, including those from politics, business, the arts, and the media. It's going to get great media coverage for my company, and so far I think I've done a good job. My eyes keep drifting to Edward every once in a while, watching him interact with a huge vibe that draws people in. Women openly flirt with him, throwing him sexy looks from left to right. Why did he even pick me? There's nothing distinguishing about me, I wonder. As I stand there, watching him talk to two women, a mother and daughter, the daughter batting her eyelashes at him, someone suddenly speaks behind me. "Ruby Reginald in the flesh," the voice says. I turn around to find a man in a dark shirt with shaggy hair, a rugged look like a rock star, staring at me intensely as if trying to figure me out like a puzzle. "I'm sorry, I don't think we've met," I answer back, trying to recall if I've ever seen him before. He takes my hand, gentle and manly, and kisses the back of it. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you personally," he says with a charming smile. "I wish I could say likewise, but I do not know your name. I seem to be at a disadvantage," I reply, feeling a bit taken aback. "Smart, too," he acknowledges. "I knew Edward wouldn't choose a bimbo." "Are you friends with Edward?" I ask. "Yeah, knew him, since before when he had a runny nose, and didn't have his front teeth," he jokes, sharing a laugh with him. He chuckles. He prompts, curious. "So you're Edward's secret girlfriend?" "Well, I don't think I would call myself a secret." "You wouldn't call yourself a secret or a girlfriend? I don't know what it is you want me to say." I answer honestly, and suddenly, Edward is there. "Leo," he says, acknowledging the man, and then looks at me. "Wonderful job, sweetheart. The place looks amazing." "Thank you," I answer, my mood elevating. Leo says, "I was just saying hi to Miss Reginald," and then claps Edward's back before continuing, "Okay then, enjoy your evening." "Thank you," Edward says a bit tightly. "That was weird," I remark. "Yeah, forget about him. Let me let you get back to work," he responds. "Okay," I say. I think he's going to kiss my forehead, but he doesn't. He continues on, getting stopped by two men on his way back. I want to ponder about it, but I decide to get back to work. When the party's over, I have to stay back and make sure everyone has left. Got a ride for people, and everyone has gone. Everything in the place is in order before I leave. I call Edward, but I can't find him. And of course, Kelvin is here. I find him when I go to look for Edward in his office. I have the password to go to his office upstairs now. Miss Reginald, how may I help you? Kelvin asks, looking up from his pad. I'm looking for Edward. I thought we were going to leave together, I say. No, I'm sorry about that. He had to head on out. Okay, I answer a bit tersely. I guess I'll just go now. Good night. Peter will take you back to the apartment, Kelvin adds. I grit my teeth. I hate it when it looks like Kelvin is planning my life for me. I get to the empty apartment and Edward is not there. I know that he went back to the house. Why did he leave me? And why didn't he say anything? It's late, but I have the keys to my car. So I decide to drive for an hour and a half to Edward's house at night. I don't know why, but I just do. When I get there, it's almost 3. What if Edward is not here? What if he thinks I'm crazy for turning up here this late? I get rid of my self-doubt and go to the door. I don't even have the keys to the door. I will probably be driving back to the city this night, and I will be a mess tomorrow. I'm already getting sleepy. When I come to the door, it opens. It seems it was not closed. I get inside and start saying, "Hello? Edward? Anybody home? If you have a weapon, then shoot." And then I start laughing at my own joke. I'm kind of scared. This house scares me, and I don't even know why I came here. I'm still getting used to it. And now I'm not even sure if Edward is here. I get inside, call Edward, and then get to our room on the 2nd floor. Edward seems to have been here because I can see his discarded clothes by the bed placed perfectly there. So he did come here. Did he go running in the woods at night again? I ask myself. I haven't had a nice meal since I was on my feet the whole night, making sure everything went perfectly. So I decide to go to the kitchen and make myself a snack. I am making a sandwich when there is a knock on the back door. I'm startled. Who could be knocking this late? Edward would usually just invite himself in, and there are no neighbors for miles. Did someone get lost in the woods and then come by the house? Maybe. Another knock again, and this time someone says, "Edward?" It's a female voice. It surprises me. She knows the owner of the house. I walk towards the door and open it. I am met with this beautiful, enigmatic woman standing at the door. She is a beautiful, naked woman. She has this luscious, dark, black hair that is very tall, that covers her naked breasts in the front. And she has this enigmatic, fox-like, sharp eyes. She just looks magical. And she is standing there in front of me, naked, not a piece of clothing in sight. I look at her in surprise, and she stares back. "Hi," I say to the woman. She looks at me with pure hatred and disdain, like she's not the one standing in front of me naked right now. Is she okay in the head? Are you lost? Are you okay? Can I help you? I continue, unsure of what else to say. Maybe she got lost in the woods and she needs help, although she doesn't look it. She pushes me aside and invites herself into the room. "Is Edward here?" she pointedly asks me. "He is." Before I finish my sentence, I stop myself. "Who are you?" I ask her. She sniffs the air and then looks back at me and says, "Well, he didn't come back here. When he comes back, tell him Elena was here." And then, with a dismissive flick of her hair, she turns and walks out the door, heading towards the forest. I stand there, watching her walk without a care in the world, her figure gradually disappearing into the trees. The night is eerily quiet, the only sound being the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. Doesn't she feel cold? How can she walk into the forest in her naked state? The whole thing took less than 5 minutes, but it left me with questions and wonder. What the hell is going on? I can't help remembering when Edward went for a run the other day naked, and now this woman showing up on the doorstep naked. Is Edward cheating on me? No, it's just Edward himself. He can't be, but he can. Do I really know him that long to be sure? I haven't met his family or any of his friends. I am tired, hungry, and just exhausted. I decide to take the food with me and go eat it upstairs. I'm going to bathe, have a snack, and go to bed. I hope by morning Edward will be here, and the two of us can talk about whatever is going on. I have just drifted off to sleep when I feel someone getting into bed and hugging me. I turn around, grudgingly, thinking it's Edward, and I am relieved it is indeed him, as he kisses my ear and whispers softly, "I'm glad you're here. I want to start questioning him, but I am too tired, so I let myself sleep in his arms, feeling loved and protected. When I wake up the next day, of course, Edward is not lying next to me. He's probably already left for the office. It was a long day yesterday, and I think I'm going to go late to work today. So it's a surprise when Edward comes in with breakfast in bed. "Good morning, sweetie." He greets me with a smile. I can't help myself smiling back brightly at him. "Good morning, baby. What's this?" I ask him. "Well, for the hard work you did yesterday, I thought you deserved to be pampered." "You know I do. Did you like it, though? Honestly, not just because I'm boning you," I joke. "Of course, it was a very good party, and everybody enjoyed it. You did a good job. I wouldn't lie to you. And I wouldn't have given you the job either if I didn't believe in you." "Thank you, baby. That means a lot," I say, deciding to let us have this moment before I ask about the woman from last night. We're in the middle of breakfast when Edward keeps glancing at me, shooting me awkward glances like he thinks I don't see him, although he is not being very subtle about it. "What?" I finally ask. "I don't know. You just seem to have a lot on your mind. You don't seem to be okay. Is everything all right?" "Well, I did want to ask you about something, but I think we should finish breakfast first." "Well, you have already started, so we might just get on with it and have it. You get done with it before we continue having this delicious meal that I prepared by myself." "No, you didn't." "Of course I did." I'm sure somebody cooked it. You just took it and brought it upstairs." "No, I cooked it, I promise." "Okay, I'll believe it when I see it. When I see you actually cooking, then I'll believe it." "Okay, but what's this thing you wanted to talk about?" I take a deep breath, searching for the right way to ask. I really don't know how to ask you this." "It's fine. Just ask me any way you think. Just start anywhere." "All right, then. First, I'm really mad that you left me at the event yesterday without even saying goodbye or saying anything to me. I don't like the way you keep giving Kelvin instructions about me, like I'm a chore he's supposed to tick off his pad." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you felt that way." "Yes, I really don't like it. If you want to say something, you tell me. You don't tell your assistant to come and tell me. It's really annoying. It's like he's ordering me around. I don't like it." "Okay, I understand. It won't happen again, baby. I promise. So was that it?" "No, Edward, that's not all of it. I decided to come here by myself in the middle of the night, and when I got here, a woman, a naked woman, might I add, knocked on your door." I paused, watching Edward's reaction. He looked taken aback, then confused, as if calculating things in his head. "Okay, and then what happened?" he asked, nodding for me to continue. "I opened the door, and she was standing there, naked. This is weird because she seemed familiar with the place in the house. She invited herself into the house, and then asked for you. I told her you were not around. She left with a message." "What kind of a message?" Edward asked, now looking more alert. "She just told me to tell you that Elena was here." "Elena," Edward said through clenched teeth. "I should have known. Why, what's wrong? Who is she? Is she your girlfriend?" No, 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 no. Why would you think she's my girlfriend? I told you I don't have a girlfriend. I mean, I do have a girlfriend. You're my girlfriend," he said, trying to soften me up. "You're not seeing her? If you're not seeing anyone else, why would she come to your house naked? Is she your ex-girlfriend or something?" Edward took a deep breath, clearly frustrated but trying to stay calm. "Elena is not my girlfriend or my ex-girlfriend. We are not together, never have been. It's complicated." "If you're not seeing her and you have never been with her, what's complicated about that?" I ask, feeling a mix of frustration and confusion. "It's just... Look, It's hard for me to explain, but in simpler terms, it's like my parents and her parents had this ridiculous agreement years ago. They were expecting me to marry her." My heart nearly explodes for various reasons. The first is that it looks like Edward's life is already set with a woman his parents want him to be with. On the other side, Elena is gorgeous. She is beautiful. She has this body, this look, the way she carries herself. I don't think I can compete with that. "So you're saying there's an expectation for you to marry her?" I ask, my voice trembling. "Yes, but it's not what I want. It's not what I've ever wanted. I love you, Ruby. I chose you. Elena is. I can't believe this," I say in exasperation. "So, is this some old rich men signing a marriage contract for you to get married kind of thing?" "Yeah, kind of," Edward admits. "But I'm my own man, and I'm not going to marry her. So just cool down and let's forget about it. We can just forget about it. It's not going to happen." "That's why I didn't want to bring this up now," I respond, pushing my plate away. I can't continue having this breakfast now. I've lost my appetite. Edward reaches out, trying to take my hand, but I pull away. Ruby, please. I know it's complicated and unfair, but I need you to trust me. Elena doesn't mean anything to me, and you're my future. I love you. I stand up, feeling a mix of anger and sadness. I need some time to think, Edward. This is a lot to process. I'm going for a walk. Before he can respond, I walk out of the room, needing space to clear my head and figure out the massive rock he just dropped on me. Edward finds me outside the house, looking at the faraway trees. Are you still upset? He asks. No, I reply. I guess I was just not expecting it. That's why I reacted that way. It was in shock. I mean, she was here, she was naked, and then you guys. Don't think about it, okay? Edward says, his voice firm. That's the last thing I want you to think about. There is nothing between us, never has been. You're right. I shouldn't think about it. Don't worry, I'll talk to Elena. She won't come here ever again. Okay, I answer, then remember her disappearing into the trees. Does she live around here? I ask Edward. Who? He asks, feigning ignorance. Elena. She came here in her naked state and left through the woods, just like you do whenever you go running through the woods. Is her house nearby? I can't imagine her walking around naked with the weather and everything. I trail off. Edward looks like he wants to say something, but then shrugs. I don't know. It was probably a ploy to try and break us up. She probably left her clothes in the woods. Maybe, I answer back, still feeling uneasy. The image of Elena walking away naked into the woods lingers in my mind. Something about Edward's explanation doesn't quite add up, but I decide to let it go for now. As we stand there in silence, I feel Edward's arms wrap around me. I promise, Ruby, you're the one I want. Not her, not anyone else. Just you. I lean into him, hoping that our love can weather these unexpected storms. Okay, I whisper, I believe you. Things are back to normal, or as normal as they could be. We are officially living together, and my very own company is in the Starlight Building. We go to work together and come back home together. Amid all this bliss and love, there is still one thing that I haven't been clear or happy about: his late-night running routine. At least once a month, he just doesn't come back home, or he says he has to go somewhere, a business meeting, a trip I can't come along. This screams Elena in my ears. So when he tells me he's going for his evening run, I decide to broach the subject. Do you mind if I come with you? I ask him. He is still preparing himself, choosing clothes for running, when he comes back towards me. Come with me where? He asks, holding my gaze. To your late-night running, I answer, trying to sound unbothered. I can see him tensing as he looks at me, trying to gauge my reaction. I never knew you were interested in running. I'm not, but you like it. I thought you would love my company. Edward looks conflicted, his eyes darting away for a moment before he responds. Ruby, it's not that I wouldn't love your company. It's just that my runs are more about clearing my head. It's my alone time. And you have never been running before. I will have to think about you instead of doing my own thing. I take a deep breath, trying to keep my voice steady. I understand that, Edward, but I just feel like you're hiding something from me. If it's just running, why can't I come along? We can talk or not talk, whatever you prefer. I just want to be part of this aspect of your life. Maybe I will enjoy it so much that it will become our routine. He sighs and sits down, pulling me close. Ruby, it's complicated. There are things about me and my life that I haven't fully explained yet. It's not that I don't want you with me, it's that I'm trying to protect you. Protect me from what? I ask, my heart pounding. Is this about Elena? His jaw tightens. No, it's not about Elena. I told you she's not a part of my life. This is about me, and something that I've been trying to manage on my own. I promise I will tell you one day when you're ready, okay? Just not now. I don't know, Edward. I just feel like you're keeping a lot from me. We have been dating for months now. I haven't met your family and I haven't met any of your friends except for Leo, and it's not like we really met. You have met my friends, at least. I know you haven't. I haven't met your parents either, Edward says. Yes, and I was waiting for us to be more serious before I introduced you. How much more serious are you hoping we could get? Just more serious until I introduce you to them. Yeah, but at least you have met my friends, which is more than I can say for you, you know? It's like you're putting walls up, assigning me to a specific area of your life. Maybe I'm just being... No. I don't want you to doubt yourself. Do you want to meet my friends? Fine. Maybe next week we can prepare dinner and I can have my friends over. Is that okay with you? Fine. Okay, can I go on my run now, please? All right, go. Edward gives me a quick kiss and heads out the door south, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I watch him disappear into the night, a knot of uncertainty tightening in my stomach. Despite his reassurances, I feel like he agreed to ask his friends over as a tactic to placate me. I can't shake the feeling that there's something he's hiding. It's the night we're hosting the dinner party for Edward's friends. He already told me earlier that Leo and another one of his friends, Fabian, would be coming with his girlfriend to join us. I'm excited and a little nervous to meet Edward's friends for the first time. Of course, when I said I was going to prepare dinner, Edward refused and said that Margaret was going to take care of it. I knew that Margaret did not want me anywhere near her kitchen, so I didn't fight him on that. I'm still new here and I just moved in. It's not my house. Edward and I are just dating after all. I put on the beautiful black dress that Edward gifted me for tonight, styled my hair, and put on a little makeup. Edward is wearing his navy long-sleeved shirt and black jeans. When I stand in front of the mirror to look at myself, he comes behind me, puts his hands on my shoulders, and kisses my neck as we both look at our reflection. We look good. We look good together standing like this, and I can't help but turn my head towards him and kiss him. He kisses me back, and before things get further, there is a knock on the door. Edward goes to get it. There's a low murmur, and then he comes back and says, "They're here. Let's go greet our guests." I smile back as he takes my hand and we go down the stairs. We find Leo with his signature rock band look and Fabian, who I have never seen before, standing next to a stunning red-haired woman. Edward takes my hand and goes to introduce me to our guests. "Leo, I think you two have already met." "Yes, we did at the Starlight Party," he says with a wink. "Yeah, I remember you too, Leo," I say as we shake hands. Then Edward turns to the grumpy-looking man beside Leo. "And this is Fabian." "Hello, Fabian. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you before," I say. "Yes," he replies with his throaty voice, "but I've heard a lot about you." I smile and look at Edward. "I hope all good." "Of course, all good," Fabian assures me. Fabian then gestures to the stunning red-haired woman beside him. "And this is my girlfriend, Charlotte." "Oh, hi, Charlotte," I greet her. Charlotte is a hugger. She comes straight toward me and wraps me in a warm embrace. "Hello, Ruby. I'm so happy to meet you. I'm super excited to see the woman who has finally captured Edward's heart." I smile back at her. "I guess I'm the lucky one." "Of course you are. Oh my God, you're so beautiful," she gushes, and I smile back. She looks charming and talkative. It won't be hard to talk to her. The five of us start heading toward the house, with the men in front and us ladies behind. Charlotte keeps talking excitedly about how she's thrilled to meet me and everything about her day. Her chatter is pleasant, making me feel more at ease. The evening feels like it's off to a promising start. After dinner, we all head out to the backyard. It's calm, with a gentle breeze, making it the perfect place to relax and chat. Edward and I sit together on a love seat, Fabian and Charlotte occupy another, and Leo, being the only single person tonight, lounges by himself on a recliner. "So how do you guys know each other?" I ask. Leo is the first to respond. "Well, we kind of grew up together. We were, I guess, neighbors, and these two couldn't help but be close to me," he says with a joking tone. Fabian grunts in amusement, and Edward adds, "Yeah, this little shit used to follow us everywhere, and in the end, he was just included in our little tight-knit group, I guess." Charlotte laughs. "So you were the tag-along, Leo?" "Pretty much," Leo replies, grinning. "But they couldn't get rid of me, and now they're stuck with me for life." "So you're childhood friends?" I ask. "Yes, we are, and we're still friends," Fabian replies. "Oh, that's so great. I wish I was still in touch with my childhood friends," I say wistfully. Leo interjects, "Yeah, maybe you could introduce me to some of your friends. You never know, I might fall in love with one." Edward shakes his head. "Don't even dare. Leo is a playboy." "I get that with the whole bad boy look going on," I say with a smile. Leo grins. "Oh, do you find me attractive?" Edward growls softly. "Stop it, Leo. Don't flirt with my girlfriend." "My bad," Leo says, raising his hands in mock surrender. But it's really nice to see you whipped, man, Leo jokes, and I blush. Overall, it's a great evening. Leo and Edward share interesting stories about their childhood, and Edward gets back at Fabian by recounting some of his childhood escapades to Charlotte. By the time they leave, the air is filled with laughter and camaraderie. When everyone has left, I let Edward continue with his late-night runs, choosing not to question him further. Everything has been going so well between us, and I don't want to disrupt our newfound harmony. We are happy, and I intend to keep it that way. However, my peace is shattered 2 nights later when Edward comes home covered in blood, with slash marks on his neck and arm. I know he wasn't expecting me to be awake. I don't even know why I was awake myself, but I had woken up with an unsettling feeling and decided to have some tea while waiting for him. As I sit there, sipping my tea, Edward comes in through the back door. The sight of blood and the deep scratches on his neck and arm fills me with fear and worry. I run towards him, my heart pounding in my chest. "What happened? Are you okay? Oh my gosh, we need to go to the hospital," I exclaim, panicking. Edward holds up a hand, trying to calm me. No, it's fine. I'm okay, really. It looks worse than it is. "You're bleeding, Edward. This is serious," I say, my voice shaking. "What happened?" He takes a deep breath, his eyes avoiding mine. It was an accident. I ran into some trouble while I was out." "Trouble? What kind of trouble? Who did this to you?" I press, unable to hide my concern. "It's complicated, Ruby, but I promise it's not as bad as it looks," he says, his voice soothing but firm. "Just let me clean up and we'll talk, okay?" "No, what are you talking about? Just clean up? Are you serious right now?" "You need medical attention," I insist, trying to touch his arm to examine the scratches. They look deep and angry. "Were you attacked by a bear or some animal in the woods?" "I told you it's not safe out there, but you don't listen to me. Look what happened." Edward gently takes my hands and tries to calm me down. "Ruby, calm down. I told you it's fine and everything is going to be okay. Just let me clean up. I'll put some medicine on it and it will be okay." "Medicine? You need to get checked up. What if this is—" I start to argue, but he stops me. "Look, Ruby, this is not my first time. Sometimes it happens," he says, trying to reassure me. "What?" I ask, bewildered. "Just let me clean up. Why don't you—" "Sit down first. You look like you're about to faint. Why are you still up at this hour?" "I woke up. I wasn't feeling well. When I saw that you weren't back yet, I decided to wait for you to come back," I explain, my voice still shaky. "Okay, just sit here. I'll be right back. Let me take a shower, put some medicine on, and it will be better before you know it." "Do you need some help?" I offer, about to follow him, but he turns back towards me. "No, it's going to be fine. As I told you, this isn't my first time. Everything is going to be okay," he insists. I watch him disappear down the hallway, my heart pounding with worry and confusion. How can he be so calm about this? What kind of life does he lead that he can brush off such serious injuries so easily? I sit down, my mind racing with questions and fears. Despite his reassurances, I can't help but feel that something is terribly wrong. A few minutes later, although it feels like hours, Edward comes back. He's wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt and a jacket, clearly put on to hide the scratches on his neck. I'm a bit mad at him and don't engage, letting him break the silence. He prepares his own tea and then sits next to me, but my tea has already gone cold as I wait for him to return. He takes my hand and I reluctantly let him. "Stop worrying," he says softly. I turn towards him. "How can you expect me not to worry when you come home, bleeding with scratch marks? Would you stop worrying if I came home in the same condition? The woods seem dangerous. You shouldn't go on runs there anymore. It's a good thing you're dressed this time. What if you went running while naked like you used to? It's not safe there. I heard howling. Are there wolves in the forest?" He looks at me with an alarming look in his eyes. "Yeah, there are a few wolves, but they're so far away. They don't like being around people. They stay in their corner and we stay in ours." "Edward, this isn't normal," I insist. "You could have been seriously hurt or worse. Please, for my sake, stop these late-night runs." He sighs, looking away for a moment before meeting my eyes again. "I know it seems dangerous, but it's something I need to do. It's a part of who I am." "A part of who you are," I echo, confused and frustrated. "What does that even mean? You're keeping something from me, Edward. I can feel it." Edward looks down, his grip on my hand tightening slightly. I can't explain everything right now, Ruby, but you have to trust me. I promise I'm not doing anything to put myself in unnecessary danger. Trust you? I say, my voice shaking. How can I trust you when you won't tell me what's really going on? He closes his eyes briefly as if gathering his thoughts. Ruby, there's a lot you don't know about me, but I'm asking you to trust me because I love you. I promise I'll tell you everything soon. Just give me a little more time. I don't know if I can give you more time, Edward, I say, my voice wavering. I'm in love with you, and I feel like I'm falling for a person I don't really know. Someone who's keeping secrets from me. My parents are coming into the city, and I wanted to introduce you to them, but now I don't think it's the right move. Edward's face pales slightly, and he grasps my hands tightly. No, Ruby, why are you second-guessing this? You know that I love you, okay? I don't want you to ever doubt that. I promise I'll tell you everything when the time is right. Just trust me, please. I take a deep breath, about to respond, but he pulls me into his arms, gently stroking my back. I'm surprised he doesn't seem to feel any pain from the marks he had when he came home, but I feel safe in his embrace. Deciding to let it go for now, I nod. Should we go upstairs and sleep now? I'll protect you, he tells me softly. I stare at him, searching his face for any sign of deception. Okay, I finally say, my voice barely above a whisper. But please, be careful. I don't want to lose you. Edward leans in and kisses my forehead. You won't lose me, I promise. I nod, feeling a mix of relief and lingering worry. Okay. He smiles slightly, though there's a hint of sadness in his eyes. Thank you. We sit there in silence for a while, his hand in mine, both of us lost in our thoughts. As we climb the stairs, I glance back at him, wondering what secrets he's hiding. But for now, I'll let myself find comfort in his presence, hoping that he'll trust me enough to finally tell me the truth. The next morning, I woke up feeling a change in the atmosphere of the house. Edward isn't beside me, so I go through my morning routine. As I'm getting ready, I hear raised voices coming from downstairs. They grow louder and more intense, suggesting an argument. Frowning, I leave the room and head towards the stairs. The voices get even louder, and it sounds like a heated confrontation. When I reach the top of the stairs, I look down to see a group of men, 8 by my quick count, standing in the foyer. They look imposing, almost feral, and I notice 2 women among them. One of them is Elena, unmistakably, and the other is an older woman holding Elena's hand. Edward stands facing them, head-on and unafraid, though there's a glint of intimidation in his eyes. It looks like a standoff. Fear grips me as I recall the state Edward came home in last night, and now waking up to find these strange men in the house. I stay frozen at the top of the stairs, unsure whether to call out or remain hidden. Edward glances up and spots me. Ruby? Stay up there, he says firmly but gently. The men turn to look at me, their gazes predatory, and I instinctively take a step back. What's going on? I manage to ask, my voice shaky. Just stay there, I'll handle this, Edward responds, his voice reassuring but strained. Elena's knowing, victorious smile makes me feel like I'm on the outside of a secret loop. The woman beside her regards me with disdain, as though I'm nothing but an insignificant fly, unworthy of her attention. Her focus returns to Edward. It's time. You have to fulfill your duties. You know why we're here. And you know. Not here, Edward grunts angrily. Edward glances at me again, determination and fear in his eyes. Go back upstairs, Ruby. Please, his voice commanding. I hesitate, not wanting to leave him alone in this dangerous situation, but the urgency in his voice convinces me. Reluctantly, I turn and retreat back to our room, my heart pounding. As I close the door behind me, I hear the voices continue, muffled but still intense. I lean against the door, trying to understand what's happening, and fearing what might come next. As I return to our room, fear and anxiety grip me, causing me to tremble uncontrollably. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to soothe the quivering. Am I in danger? Is Edward in danger? What's happening? This situation is a complete mess. What have I gotten myself into? Should I intervene? I'm torn, unable to decide. I sit down, but the restlessness is unbearable. I stand up again, feeling tortured by the unknown, waiting for Edward to return to the bedroom. What feels like hours later, Edward enters the bedroom. He avoids meeting my eyes, his movements slow and cautious, as if he's trying to anticipate my reaction. I can't handle this uncertainty, whatever it is he's hiding. What's going on, Edward? Who were those people? Are we in danger? Does this have something to do with what happened to you yesterday? Do we need to leave? I fire off questions, but Edward remains silent, just watching me intently. Edward, I'm talking to you. Please say something. I plead with him, but he continues to stare at me, a predatory glint in his eyes, leaving me feeling vulnerable and scared. Am I in danger? Does this involve me? I ask directly, my voice trembling with fear. No. No, he stammers, but I refuse to accept his response. Why are you stuttering? I press, my voice growing more desperate. Look, Ruby, it has nothing to do with you. It's me and my dealings, my business. It has nothing to do with you. He finally responds, but his explanation only fuels my anxiety. Your dealings? Your business? What are you involved with? Are you mixed up in something illegal? I demand, fear rising inside me and turning to anger. No. Why would you think that? Of course not. I'm not involved in anything illegal, Edward responds, attempting to reassure me. Then what do you mean when you say it's your business? I press. Okay, Ruby, I need you to calm down, Edward insists. I am calm. I shoot back. No, you're not calm, he counters. Look, I know it's strange for you to just see people here, but those are family friends. They are neighbors and friends. They are good people, okay? You just read the situation wrong because of what happened yesterday night, but there is no danger here. Then why did you tell me to go back to the room? Why did you tell me to go back upstairs? I question. Because these are country folks. They don't like people to just show up, okay? They don't like outsiders knowing about their business. Look, oh God, Ruby, can you just sit down so we can talk and stop creating whatever it is you're creating in your head? Let us sit down and talk like adults, like for 1 second, Edward shouts, his frustration evident, and that seems to be the slap I needed to get me back to reality. So everything is okay? Everything is fine? I ask, seeking confirmation. Just sit down, will you? Edward requests. Okay, I answer as I take a seat on the bed. So who are they? What do they want? I inquire, still feeling uneasy. Look, those are people who live in this town, okay? This is like a village town, and they're just neighbors. They are just concerned about something in the council because I'm in the council. As you can see, they're country folks, and there are just things we need to discuss. It has nothing to do with you, Edward explains. Are you sure? I press. Yes, he answers firmly. But it looked like you two were at odds with each other, I observe. We just clashed on something we didn't agree on, Edward dismisses. But what about Elena? She was down there. I saw her. Does she live around here? What was she doing here? I press Edward further. Edward grinds his teeth together and he takes a moment before responding. Yeah, she lives around here. We are from the same town. I told you our parents know each other, so it's like the girl next door, although it's farther away. His vague response only adds to my confusion. Something isn't right, and I can't shake off the feeling. Edward, please, I need to know what's going on, I plead, desperation creeping into my voice. He sighs heavily, clearly struggling with his words. Look, Ruby, I know this is all very confusing, but please trust me when I say it's not something you need to worry about. His attempt to reassure me falls short, and I can't help but feel like there's more. But for now, I nod, reluctantly. Okay, I reply, trying to mask the uncertainty in my voice. I'll trust you. Edward's expression softens, and he reaches out to take my hand. Thank you, Ruby. There is nothing to worry about, he says, but I can tell something is obviously wrong. Although Edward insists that everything is fine, his demeanor tells a different story. Throughout the day, he appears distracted and preoccupied, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Sensing his mood change, I decide not to push the issue, knowing that our conversations often end in arguments. As dusk begins to settle, Edward abruptly heads outside, his expression determined and intense. Unsure of what to make of his sudden change, I watch him from the bedroom window, hidden from view. He disappears into the woods. After a few minutes, Edward returns, his demeanor even more persistent. He calls my name, his voice urgent. Hey, Ruby, Ruby. I emerge from the bathroom, where I went into when I spied him coming back from the woods, a sense of nervousness creeping over me. Yes, I respond, trying to mask my feelings. I need you to pack your things. We should go back to the city, Edward says, his tone leaving no room for argument. Now? But why? I ask, confused. Yes, now, come on, hurry up. I want to leave before it gets dark, he insists, a sense of urgency in his voice. My mind races with questions, but I can see that Edward is not in the mood for explanations. Reluctantly, I begin to pack my belongings, my heart heavy with worry and uncertainty. What could possibly be happening that requires us to leave so abruptly? Does it have to do with his visit to the woods? As I hurriedly pack my belongings, a wave of uncertainty washes over me. Is there more to Edward than he's letting on? Could my suspicions about illegal activities be justified? Are we in danger? The questions swirl in my mind, but I refrain from voicing my concerns. Instead, I pack everything I own and need, a nagging feeling telling me that returning to this house might not be an option. I'm sorry that this happened so suddenly, Edward tells me, as he helps me with my bags down the stairs with Manuel, helping him take them into the car. Martha stands at the door, shooting daggers at me, glaring at me like I have done something wrong, and I almost feel like this is all my fault and she's blaming me for it. What could I have done? I haven't done anything. This is very confusing, and since Edward doesn't want to tell me anything, I am at a crossroads. But I choose to do what he wants. He wants us to leave, and I will leave, but I'm not going back into his apartment to continue living with him. Unless he decides to come clean with me, I'm going back to my place. I don't want to get mixed up in whatever it is that's going on here. Yes, I do. I am in love with him, but I don't want to get myself mixed up in something. I'm not prepared for something I never expected. When we step out of the car, Edward's assistant, Kelvin, and the concierge are waiting to assist with the bags. As the concierge moves to take my bags towards their apartment, I intervene, stopping him in his tracks. Leave those, I instruct firmly, earning a frown from Edward. Why? He questions. Because I'm going back to my place, I respond. Why? He persists. After everything that's happened, I think I need to be alone for a little while, I explain. Edward furrows his brow, glancing at me, then at the concierge, and finally at our surroundings before fixing his gaze back on me. Do you really want to discuss this out here like this? He asks. I don't want to fight with you, Edward. I just need some time to rest and be by myself for a while, I reply softly. Okay, I'm sure you have your things at your apartment. You don't need these bags, he concedes. Although I don't like this, but I have to deal with something. Let's not fight over this, okay? I'll tell Peter to take you back to your place, and then I'll come later to see you, and we can talk about this. Fine, but don't come to talk to me if you're not ready to tell me the truth, I say as I head back towards the car, leaving my bags on his apartment entrance. Edward instructs the concierge to take the bags into the apartment, and I direct Peter to drive me back to my apartment. It's been a long time since I've been back to my apartment, and I'm so tired and worn out from everything that happened that I just decided to lie down for a bit. I woke up thinking Edward might have called me, and I didn't hear his call, but there wasn't a call or a message from him. He hasn't reached out to me. So I sit, and I order pizza, and I wait for him to come and tell me the truth about what's going on, but he never shows up. And I start to get worried. Is he in trouble because of the things that went on before we left? But then I tell myself to not call him because that will just make me look desperate and impatient. He has to be the one to come to me. I decide to wait until tomorrow when we get back to work, because then maybe he'll come to see me at the office. Gathering my resolve, I head to the office the next day. Since we both work in the same building, each moment is filled with hope that he'll appear, that he'll explain everything. I keep hoping with every knock and every shadow that it will appear to be him, but it doesn't. And as the hours tick by, my hope dies a slow death. By the time evening arrives and there's still no word from him, I make a decision. It's time to seek him out, to confront him, to demand answers. I head to his office on the top floor. Of course, when I get to his office, he's not there, and it's not shocking that Kelvin Vin is there as usual, doing his boss's bidding. Hello, Kelvin, I say with a tight smile. Hello, Ms. Reginald, he answers back nonchalantly. Is Edward in? I would like to see him. No, Mr. Edward is not available right now. Okay, where is he? He went out of the city for a while. Oh, so he's traveled? I'm afraid so, Miss Reginald. I sit there contemplating, and then I say, okay, fine. If that will be all, he says with a tight smile. I have a feeling that Edward's workers don't like me, including his assistant Kelvin. So I turn back around and leave, heading back home. Did Edward travel? Why didn't he say anything to me? Not even goodbye? What's going on? When I get home, the first thing I do is call Edward, but his phone is unavailable, not reachable. I try again and again and again with the same results. When I wake up, I try reaching him again, but of course he's not reachable again. I contemplate calling Kelvin, but I remember the way he looked at me last night, and the last thing I want to do is have a conversation with him again. I go to work, and I keep trying him, but as the day ends, he's still not reachable. I'm sure there's a way he communicates with Kelvin and everyone. Why doesn't that include me? Is there a special number I should have had that I don't have? Is this our end? Was an ultimatum too much for him? I mean, he is a billionaire. There are countless women who want to be with him. Maybe I just became too much for him, and he is letting me go down easy. But then it doesn't make any sense. He bought me a company. He gave me free office space in his building. If he wasn't looking to make a real connection with me, why did he bring me so close to him? I really hope nothing has happened to him. I didn't lie when I said that I thought I loved him. I am falling in love with a man who has too many secrets. I just hope he comes back soon so we can put all of this behind us. I realize that pondering and asking myself questions isn't going to give me answers, so I keep on moving. The first day, the second day, the third day, the fourth, the fifth, and before I know it, it's been a whole week without a word from Edward. And just when I think I'm never going to hear from him again, I come back from work. When I open the door, I'm stunned to find him sitting in my living room like he belongs here and has been here for a long time. Edward? I ask in surprise, while he looks at me with a smile. What are you doing here? I ask him, still standing at the door. How did you get in? I don't remember giving him a key to my apartment. Our relationship was all based on his space. Edward looks up at me from the couch, his smile faltering slightly as he gauges my reaction. I have my ways, he says with a hint of his usual charm, but there's a weariness in his eyes that I can't ignore. I step inside, closing the door behind me but maintaining distance. That's not an answer, Edward. Why are you here, and how did you get into my apartment? He sighs, running a hand through his hair. Ruby, I know I owe you an explanation. More than one, actually. But please, sit down. Let me try to explain. I hesitate for a moment before sitting on the edge of the armchair across from him. You have a lot of explaining to do, I say, trying to keep my voice steady despite the conflicting emotions inside me. I know, he replies softly. First, I need to apologize for disappearing on you. I had to handle some urgent matters back home. It was family business. Complicated and unavoidable. There was no way around it. Family business? I echo, skepticism lacing my words. You couldn't even send a message? I was worried sick, Edward. And when I went to your office, Kelvin said you had traveled for business. Why keep me in the dark? Edward leans forward, his expression earnest. I didn't mean to make you worry. I had to leave as soon as possible, and the situation was too sensitive to explain over the phone. But I should have found a way to let you know. I'm sorry. That's not good enough, I say, frustration bubbling to the surface. You keep saying you love me, but you keep so many secrets. How am I supposed to trust you? He reaches out, taking my hand in his. I understand why you feel that way, but I promise I'm not involved in anything illegal. The people you saw at the house, they're part of an old family council. We have traditions and responsibilities that can seem strange to outsiders. I pull my hand back, trying to process his words. So, what does that mean for us? Are you saying this family council business is the reason you were hurt the other night? The reason you left without letting me know? Edward nods. Yes, and I want to tell you everything, but it's complicated. There's so much you don't know, and I was trying to protect you. Protect me? I scoff. From what? From the burden of knowing too much, he replies. Edward leans forward, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. Listen to me, Ruby. I love you. I need to know that you believe that first. I search his face, looking for any hint of deception, but all I see is sincerity. Edward, I believe that you love me. But love isn't just about words, it's about trust and honesty, and you've been keeping so much from me. He nods, his expression serious. I know, and you're right, that's why I'm here, to make things right. But before I can explain everything, I need to know that you believe in my love for you, because without that, none of this will make sense. I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of his words. I believe you love me, Edward, but believing isn't the same as understanding. I need to understand why you've been so secretive and what that means for us. Will it affect our relationship? If you love me, then it's simple. I need you to trust me, Ruby. Edward's voice is earnest, his eyes pleading. I know it doesn't make sense now, but it will. Just know that I'm not doing anything illegal, and I'm not cheating on you. This has to do with me and my family, okay? But in due time, I'll tell you everything. I stand there, the weight of his words pressing down on me. Then, if I trust you, why can't you trust me? I ask, my voice shaking with emotion. If I trust you enough to believe that whatever is going on doesn't have anything to do with us, then why can't you trust me enough to tell me so there won't be any secrets between us? He looks at me, frustration and sorrow mingling in his gaze. It's not as simple as you think, Ruby. Right now, I'm just hoping you can trust me on that. But how am I supposed to trust you when you keep pushing me away? My voice rises, unable to hold back the flood of emotions. Every time I think we're getting closer, you put up another wall. I need to know what's going on, Edward. I need to understand. Edward takes a deep breath, stepping closer to me. I want to tell you, Ruby. Believe me, I do. But there are things at play that are bigger than us, bigger than you can imagine, and if I tell you now, it could put you in danger. I shake my head, tears welling up in my eyes. Danger? What kind of danger, Edward? You keep saying you want to protect me, but how am I supposed to feel safe when I don't know what's out there? His expression softens, and he reaches out to gently touch my face. I know, Ruby. I know this is hard. But I need you to trust that I'm doing this for us, for our future. Just give me some time to sort things out, and I promise I'll tell you everything. I close my eyes, leaning into his touch, trying to steady my racing thoughts. Okay, I whisper, my voice barely audible. I'll trust you, but you need to understand how hard this is for me. I'm falling in love with you, Edward, and I can't shake the feeling that you're keeping a part of yourself away from me. I understand, he says softly, pulling me into his arms. And I love you, Ruby, more than you know. I'll make this right. Just hold on a little longer. I am all over the place, emotions swirling in a chaotic dance inside me. Since I've decided to give this another chance, I realize I need a few minutes to myself to process everything. So, when Edward asks me to go back with him to his apartment, I refuse. I'm sorry, Edward. I'm ready to trust you, but I can't come with you today. I'll drop by when I get off work tomorrow. Just leave me this day to marvel at the decisions I've made. He nods, looking at me with understanding. I get it. Don't take too long, okay? Okay, I reply. We share a kiss, filled with a mixture of hope and uncertainty, and he reluctantly heads out the door. As I sit there contemplating the decision I've made, I really hope I've made the right one. I would hate for this to come back and bite me in the ass. The apartment feels eerily silent once Edward leaves, the absence of his presence making the air heavy with unanswered questions. I take a deep breath and let it out slowly. I've chosen to trust him, despite the secrets and the uncertainty. I move to the couch and curl up, allowing myself to think through everything. The look in Edward's eyes when he asked for my trust, the sincerity in his voice, it all points to a deeper truth that he's not ready to share. But I need to believe that he will, in time. For now, I have to give him the space he's asked for, just as I'm asking for my own. As the hours pass, I find myself slowly wearing away the knots of anxiety that have tightened over the past weeks. I remind myself that love isn't always straightforward, and that sometimes it requires leaps of faith and moments of vulnerability. I think back on all the moments Edward and I have shared, the good and the bad, and it solidifies my resolve to see this through. When I wake up in the morning, I feel brighter and happier. I go to work, and I keep counting the hours until I can see Edward again. With everything that has happened, I have missed him more than anything else. I have to admit to myself that I really do love him. That's why everything affects me the way it does. I'm surprised, though. I should have expected it when Edward comes to get me after work so we can go home together, as he likes to call it. For a moment, I think we're going to the Blackwood estate, but instead we go to his apartment. As soon as we get inside the door, he attacks me with kisses, grabbing me everywhere, murmuring in my ear how much he has missed me and has been waiting for this chance to have me in his arms again. His touch ignites a fire within me, and I respond eagerly, my hands tangling in his hair, pulling him closer. We stumble through the apartment, our lips never parting, until we reach the bedroom. The world outside ceases to exist as we lose ourselves in each other. The passion between us is electric, a raw and powerful force that sweeps us both away. Whoever said makeup sex is the shit was right on. When we finally pull apart, breathless and flushed, he looks into my eyes with a mixture of love and longing. "I've missed you so much, Ruby," he whispers, his voice thick with emotion. "I've missed you too, Edward," I reply, my voice soft but filled with the same intensity. We spend the rest of the evening wrapped up in each other, rediscovering the connection that binds us. It feels like a new beginning, a chance to rebuild and strengthen our relationship. As we lie together, his arms around me, I feel a sense of peace and contentment that I haven't felt in a long time. Edward strokes my hair gently, his touch soothing. "Thank you for trusting me, Ruby," he says quietly. "I promise I'll make it worth it." I nod, feeling a swell of hope and determination. "I believe you, Edward. We'll get through this together." When Friday weekend comes around, I'm expecting us to go to the Blackwood estate, but we stay at the apartment. It's weird because I remember Edward telling me that he loved staying at the Blackwood estate, especially during the weekends. But he's not going. He's not doing his morning runs or his evening runs in the woods, and they usually help him focus. Although I want to ask him about it, I'm afraid to start that topic because we are doing so great right now, even though there's a big hole between us in the name of the secret he's keeping. To avoid conflict, I don't say anything. On Sunday, we are sitting and just chilling. Edward gets a call, which he leaves the room to take. When he comes back, he announces that he's going to the Blackwood estate. "Hey, Ruby, I have to do something for a bit. I promised to be back, but I might be late, so you can just have dinner without me." "Where are you going?" I ask. "I have to go to the Blackwood estate, but I'll be back." He's avoiding my gaze, and I feel a pang of unease. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah, everything's fine. Just some things I need to take care of." "Can I come with you?" The question slips out before I can stop it. He pauses, looking at me thoughtfully. "I think it's better if you stay here this time. It's just some council business, and I don't want you to get bored." I nod, even though his answer doesn't satisfy me. "All right, just be careful." "I will," he says, leaning in to kiss my forehead. "I'll be back before you know it." I watch him leave, my mind swirling with thoughts. What is happening at Blackwood Estate that I'm not privy to? Edward told me to trust him, and maybe that's what I should do. So I let him go. I eat dinner by myself, but I can't stop thinking that something bad might happen to Edward. The worry knots my stomach so much that I can't even finish my meal. I decide to go for a walk to clear my head and hopefully get some sleep. As I open the door, I'm surprised by the noise coming from the apartment next door. Edward had mentioned that it belonged to his family and that they used it whenever they were in town. There's loud music coming from inside, like there's a party going on. It's weird. Edward isn't here, so why would his family be throwing a party? Isn't he invited? Does he know about the party? Curiosity gets the better of me, and I linger in the hallway, trying to make sense of the situation. I hear laughter and the clinking of glasses, and for a moment, I consider knocking on the door. But what would I say? I decide against it and head out for my walk. As I stroll through the quiet streets, I can't shake the uneasy feeling. There's something going on that I don't understand, and it's frustrating. Edward had asked for my trust, but trust is hard to maintain when secrets are involved. When I get back, I find Alina standing in front of my door with a man beside her. I am so confused right now. "Elena?" I ask in surprise. "You're Reina, right?" She responds with a smirk. "It's Ruby," I correct her, knowing she did that intentionally. "Yes, Ruby. Hello, so we meet again." "Yes, and you're still knocking on Edward's door again," I tell her, looking at her straight in the eyes, but she brushes it off. "This is Emmanuel. she says, introducing the man beside her. I look at Emmanuel, and before she says it, I can already see the resemblance. He is Edward's brother. My brother-in-law, she adds. Oh, I reply, taken aback. I'm surprised. Really? Yes, she confirms. There's an awkward silence as we all stand there sizing each other up. Elena's smug demeanor is infuriating, and Emmanuel's presence adds another layer to the growing mystery surrounding Edward's family. What are you doing here? I ask, clearly surprised to see them, since Edward is not here. Nothing. Why would you think we'd want anything from you? Elena replies with a scoff. Because you're standing in front of my door, I point out. Your door? Please. This is Edward's apartment, she says, disdain evident in her voice. I know that, and I live here too. Not for long, Emmanuel interjects, causing Elena to roll her eyes. Slow down your neural, she mutters to him. Can I help you with anything? Because Edward is not here, I say, trying to steer the conversation back. Oh, we know, Elena picks up. We're having a party next door. You're invited if you want to come, Emmanuel says, his tone almost genuine. Yes, it would be amazing to have you there, Elena adds, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Thanks, Emmanuel. I know we haven't properly met. I hope I can properly get to know you, but I'm really not in the mood for a party tonight. I just want to go and lay down, I reply, trying to politely decline. As I try to get inside, Elena grabs my hand. I look at the place she's holding and then back at her with a look that asks, What? Be careful, Ruby. I don't think you can handle Edward, she warns. What does that mean? I ask her, feeling a mixture of confusion and annoyance. Well, if you ever find yourself in a pickle, you might hate me now, but I will help you, she says, her tone unexpectedly sincere. I don't know why you expect I would ever want anything from you, I tell her, looking at her daringly. She returns my gaze with a look I can't quite explain, but it makes me feel cornered. I shift my focus to Emmanuel, who avoids my gaze and looks like he just wants this conversation to be over with so he can get the hell out of there. Why would you think I would ever be in trouble? Trust me, Ruby, you are going to remember this conversation, and I'm a patient girl. I have been waiting for Edward my whole life. I can let him play around with his food a little longer before he gets what he really wants, she says. I pull my hand away and start to turn back towards my apartment. I think I have heard enough from you for today. She slips a piece of paper into my hand. When I look at it, I see it's a phone number. That's my phone number. I try to hand it back to her, but she stops me. Keep it. You might not need it, but you just might. With that, she takes Emmanuel's hand, and they head back to the apartment next door. As they open the door, loud music, flashing lights, and the noise of a lively party pour out. I stand there for a moment, feeling the weight of the paper in my hand. Elena's words replay in my mind, stirring up a mix of anxiety and anger. Why did she think I would need her help? What did she mean by Edward playing around with his food? The implications are unsettling. Closing my door, I lean against it, trying to calm the whirlwind of thoughts. I don't understand the dynamics at play here, and the more I think about it, the more confused I become. Edward's world is filled with secrets and shadows, and I'm struggling to navigate through them. I take the piece of paper and think about tossing it, but I don't. Maybe it's everything that has been happening with Edward, but I put it in my handbag, in my wallet. I know she's only trying to trick me and scare me. But when she offered, she said she would be there to help me. It looked sincere. I don't know what kind of mess I've gotten myself into, and I don't know if I should mention this to Edward. At first, I thought I was going to have a hard time falling asleep, but now it's even worse. Knowing Elena is out there and Edward is nowhere to be seen, I don't even know when I finally drift off. Morning comes, and I find Edward in the apartment, although I don't think he slept here. Did you sleep here? I ask. No, I just came in this morning. I'm sorry, I wanted to come back yesterday, but it was already too late. It was better for me to sleep at the estate. Is everything okay? Yes, everything is fine. I just went on a run. I haven't been on a run for a long time. I just wanted to clear my head. You do love staying at the estate, don't you? Yes, I do, he answers with a genuine smile. Why don't we just go back and stay there like we used to? I feel like. I pause, unsure if I should bring up Elena's visit. The unease in my stomach makes me want to push for answers, but the last thing I want is another fight. Edward looks at me with a mixture of affection and concern. I know you love the estate too, Ruby. We will go back. I just need to sort a few things out first. I nod, not entirely satisfied, but willing to let it go for now. Okay, just promise me you'll keep me in the loop. I promise, he says, pulling me into a hug. I just feel like I'm keeping you from something that you really love, I say, my voice tinged with concern. Edward looks at me, his eyes softening. Listen to me, Ruby. I'm fine. I'm okay, okay? Everything is good. Let's just get ready and get to work, okay? Okay, but did you know there was going to be a party here last night? A party? He asks, eyebrows furrowing in confusion. Yes, next door. I met your brother, Emmanuel. Edward stiffens, his posture suddenly rigid like a military judge. What? Emmanuel was here? Yes, and so was Elena. She was the one who introduced us. I tell Edward, trying to read his reaction. Elena was here? He repeats, his voice raising slightly. They were throwing a party? I thought you knew about it, I tell him slowly, dragging the words. I can see the anger building in Edward, his jaw clenched tightly. Let me make a quick call, he says, his voice barely concealing his fury. Is everything all right? I don't want to. Maybe they didn't want to. But Edward has already stormed out of the room, his anger palpable. I sit down, feeling a knot of anxiety tighten in my stomach. What the hell is going on? I wait for him to come back, but after a few minutes with no sign of him, I decide to go and look for him. I search the apartment, but he's nowhere to be found. I call his phone, but of course he doesn't pick up. This isn't like him. The unease grows stronger, and I can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong. I sit back down, trying to collect my thoughts. What did Elena mean by her cryptic warnings? And why did Edward react so strongly to hearing that his brother and Elena were here? The questions swirl in my mind, each one more unsettling than the last. I don't know why, but I just feel like Edward went back to the Blackwood estate. Anxiety gnaws at me, and I decide I have to go there. I call Peter, but he's on an errand, no doubt under Edward's orders to keep me in the dark. Frustrated, I call Kelvin. Hello, Kelvin. Yes, Miss Reginald, how may I help you today? His tone is formal, almost cold. I think I might just hate Edward's assistant, too. You don't have to be so formal. We are basically on a first-name basis. I don't think Mr. Edward would like that, he says, leaving no room for discussion. All right, fine. You hate me? Have you gotten that out of the way already? Kelvin doesn't say anything, and I can almost hear his disapproving silence. Okay, I want to know if Edward is at the Blackwood estate. Maybe. Is that a yes? Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I can't give you my boss's timetable and location, he says, his tone as unwavering as ever. But you're not refusing it. I'm going to have to go. I have a lot of work to do, Kelvin says and hangs up the phone on me. I fume at his nerve. Does he know that when I get married to Edward, I'll also be his boss, or not? Maybe I'm just being petty, but the thought drives me to action. I grab my keys and head to my car, determined to drive to the Blackwood estate and find out what is going on, once and for all. When I finally arrive at the Blackwood estate, the grand, imposing gates seem even more intimidating than usual. I take a deep breath and press the intercom button. Yes, a voice crackles through. It's Ruby Reginald. I need to see Edward. There's a pause, then the gates begin to open. I drive up the long, winding driveway, my heart pounding with each passing moment. As I park and step out of the car, I see Edward standing on the front steps. Edward looks positively pissed, and there's a hint of worry behind his eyes. I walk up to him and envelop him in my arms, hugging him tightly despite his towering height. I bury my face into his chest, taking in his scent, grateful to see him in front of me. What are you doing here? He asks, his tone laced with aggression, more of a scolding than a greeting. I was so worried about you when you left, and then Oh, it's Ruby, Elena's voice interrupts from inside the house, and I pull away from Edward, turning to see her approaching with a look of glee on her face. I look back at Edward, my mind reeling. Did he tell me to stay back at the apartment because he moved Elena into the house? Are they together? Has Edward been cheating on me this whole time? Questions flood my mind as I continue to stare at the two of them. Elena's smile growing wider by the second. Edward, what is going on? I ask, my tone accusatory. Listen, Ruby, it's not what you think, Edward begins, but before he can answer, I cut him off. What is going on? What is this? Is Alina living here? My voice rises with each question, my frustration and fear bubbling to the surface. Edward opens his mouth to respond, but before he can, a familiar face, Emmanuel, emerges from inside the house. How many people are in there? I wonder, trying to peek over Edward's shoulder to catch a glimpse inside. I manage to see quite a few people before Edward nudges me away, blocking my view of the house. What's going on, Edward? What's going on here? I demand, my voice tinged with anxiety. Oh, Ruby, Emmanuel says as he approaches, but before he can get close, Edward halts him with a hand and growls, Stay away from my mate. Emmanuel raises his hands in surrender, saying, I wasn't going to do anything. I was just going to say hi. We met the other night. Alina introduced us, he explains. I am Edward's brother Emmanuel. We met the other night. Stepbrother, Edward corrects him sharply. There's still a brother in there, Emmanuel says with a smile. Go back inside, Edward growls, his tone commanding. Emmanuel looks like he's going to refuse, but then Edward growls in a tone I've never heard before and says, Get inside, all of you. There's a fire in his eyes as Emmanuel and Edward stare each other down, and I can sense the tension between them escalating. It looks like Emmanuel doesn't like taking orders. Elena then comes and takes Emmanuel's hand. Come on, let's go inside, she says, giving Edward perplexed looks. As they leave, Emmanuel shouts towards me, What do you even see in him? And Elena answers him loud enough for us to hear. It's the alpha in him. Then she looks back straight at me and winks. I really wish I didn't have to fight for Edward's love and attention. Elena doesn't look like she's about to back down anytime soon. I look back to Edward and find him still fisting his fist. Edward, is everything all right? Yes, everything is all right. And I would really appreciate it if I would tell you something and you would do it, just like I instructed you to do it. You didn't tell me not to come here. You just told me that we should stay in the city. You never told me not to come here, to your home. I didn't know that I was forbidden to come here. I didn't want you here. That's why I came without you. What is so hard for you to understand? Well, if that was the case, you should have told me. What's this about, really? I ask him, looking at him pointedly in the eyes. This is not the place or the time. When is the good place and when is the good time? I demand. Look, Ruby, I'm in the middle of something right now. What I need you to do is get in your car and leave, okay? Felix, he finally shouts. I wonder what he's talking about when a ripped man with an angry look and an ugly scar on his face shows up out of nowhere. Please escort Miss Reginald out of the Blackwood Estate's limits, he tells the man, who nods and looks down in respect. Edward, are you kicking me out of your house? I'm not kicking you out. He's just going to place security and make sure you get out of here unharmed. You put yourself in a lot of risk coming here. What do you mean? What risk? I ask, bewildered. I can't explain this to you right now. I need you to get in the car, and Felix will follow you until you're out of the town's limits. I see Felix heading behind the house and then coming back on a motorcycle, parking near my car, waiting for me. I just wish you would trust me and tell me what's going on. Is my life in danger? No, I'm going to protect you. You're going to be fine. Just leave right now, he says, not meeting my gaze, but the anger in his eyes is unmistakable. Left standing in front of the Blackwood estate, I watch as Edward walks away, leaving me with more questions than answers. With nothing else to do, I reluctantly turn and head towards my car. I sit in my car, my mind racing with conflicting thoughts. Should I really leave without getting any answers? Continue this cat-and-mouse game of please tell me, please tell me? No, I have had enough. I decide to confront Edward and demand the truth. Determined, I get out of the car, but before I can make a move towards the house, Felix, the man Edward called, steps in front of me. Please let me pass, I demand. I'm sorry, ma'am, I cannot do that. The Alpha said I should escort you out of town. Felix responds firmly. You can't get me out of the town. I'm a citizen. You don't own this place, I retort, frustration mounting. We actually do, Felix replies calmly. I don't want to force you inside the car because I don't think the Alpha would like that. So please get inside the car of your own volition. And what if I refuse and stop calling him the Alpha name? Is it his childhood nickname? Ruby shoots back, exasperated. You're making my work extremely difficult, Felix says, clearly tired of the conversation. All right, fine, I say, finally giving in. I get back in the car and slam the door hard, earning a smirk from Felix as he shakes his head and heads towards his motorcycle. As I start the car and drive away, Felix follows on his motorbike, ensuring I leave the town's limits. As soon as I reach the city limit, Felix shuts down his motorcycle and stands watching me leave. I drive back to the city, emotions boiling over. Angry, mad, and frustrated. I don't know what to do with my feelings. Is Edward going to come back and give me the same assurances, expecting her to trust him after everything? After finding him and Elena at his house, I can't shake off the confusion and betrayal. Elena was just next door throwing a party, and now she's at the estate? Ruby should have gone back to her apartment, yet here she is, returning to Edward's. I park the car and head inside the building, thoughts swirling. Once inside Edward's apartment, I slam the door shut behind me, leaning against it as I try to collect myself. The spacious, luxurious room feels empty and cold without Edward's presence. I pace the room, replaying the events of the past few days. I can't shake the image of Elena's smug smile. I know I returned back to Edward's apartment because I desperately needed answers. When Edward finally walks in, he looks angry, frustrated, and tired. Hey, I say, trying to gauge his mood. I told you not to come there, Edward says without any greeting, his tone harsh and accusatory. What are you hiding? I ask, not bothering to mask my frustration. I asked you to trust me, Ruby, and you lied to me that you did, he shot back. I didn't lie to you, Edward. I do trust you. If you trusted me, why did you come there when I told you not to? Are we still talking about that? You never told me not to go back there. You just said that we weren't going to stay there for a while, but you never specifically said I couldn't go there. You left abruptly. I worried about you. Were you worried about me, or were you curious and eager to catch me in a lie? Is that why you came after me? Edward's eyes blazed with a mix of anger and hurt. No, that was never my intention, I tell him, my voice softening. You left without even saying you were going to leave. I was worried about you. Edward's eyes bore into hers, searching for something. What is it that you are hoping to find out? He asked. What are you hoping to find out about me, Ruby? Edward, please, I plead, feeling the frustration build up again. No, I'm very curious, Edward insists. What do you think is going on, and what do you think sneaking on me is going to prove? I just wanted to know that you were okay, I explain, although I am curious about what's going on with you and Elena. So this has to do with Elena, Edward says, his tone shifting slightly. I was shocked to find her there. I didn't know she would be there, just like I didn't know she would be here next door to your family house in that apartment either. Why do you keep hanging around with her if you say that you don't love her and that there's nothing going on there? Stop obsessing about Elena, Edward snaps. Okay, just nothing is going on between us. I already told you that. I need you to understand that and take it in your head that Elena and I, there's nothing between us. I can't keep explaining myself. But she just keeps popping up everywhere in your life, I counter. And she's making you... Stop thinking about her. She's an attention seeker and she's trying to put doubts in your head. She was there because she was there with Emmanuel at the council. You saw her with the council the other day. I didn't call her there. Nothing is going on between me and her. Edward says, exasperated. He continues, Let's stop discussing Elena for a second, Edward said, his voice more controlled. There's a lot more at play here than just her. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the storm inside. Edward, I need you to be honest with me. If there's something I should know, please tell me. I can't stand being kept in the dark like this. What's this all about anyway? Edward asks, his voice rising. I would really like it if my girlfriend would listen to me for once in her life. Can you tell me what it is that you really want? Huh? Because I can honestly not stay with someone who doesn't trust me. If you don't trust me, go on. Leave. Leave me. He shouts at me, and I couldn't hide the astonishment, pain, and anger at his sudden change. Edward, are you serious? I am damn serious, he says, his tone unyielding. If you don't trust me, Ruby, leave. I can't stay in a relationship with a person I have to keep explaining myself to every single time. If you had trusted me, whatever Alina would have said to you, whatever Alina would have done to you, you wouldn't have listened to her. But it's because you don't trust me that every single thing that happens makes you create scenarios in your head. I can't stay with someone who doesn't trust me, someone who's not confident enough in the love that we have for each other. It's either you're in, you trust me, or you're out, and you don't trust me and you can just leave, Edward finishes. And then he leaves me standing there and heads towards the bedroom and slams the door so loudly that the sound makes me wince. I stand there, rooted to the spot, my mind racing with confusion and hurt. For a moment, I contemplate leaving, just as he had suggested. The door was right there, and I could walk out of it, away from the pain and the uncertainty, but something inside me resists. I love Edward, and I believe deep down that he loves me too. I can't just walk away without a fight. Taking a deep breath, I approached the bedroom door. I knocked softly, my heart pounding. "Edward, please, can we talk?" There is a long silence before Edward finally responded. "What is there to talk about, Ruby? You don't trust me." "I do trust you," I insist, my voice breaking. "I'm just scared. I don't understand what's going on, and it's making me feel like I'm losing you. Please, just talk to me." The door opens slightly and Edward's face appears, his expression a mix of anger and exhaustion. "Ruby, I can't keep doing this. I need you to trust me without question. Can you do that?" "Yes, Edward, I trust you. I promise I will never question you again." "Do you need some time to think about that like you did all the other times, or are you serious right now?" he demands. "I trust you and I love you, and I'm ready for us to do this together. You will tell me when the time is right and when you feel like I need to know whatever it is that you're keeping from me." "Okay, Ruby," he says, a hint of relief in his voice. I need a few minutes to myself, okay? So, could you, I don't know, just give me a few minutes." And he says, clearly worn out. I hate to be the cause of his torment right now. "Okay, I'll go back to my apartment," I say, and he nods. "I'll text you when I get there, okay?" "Fine." And then he closes the door in my face. I'm the one who's supposed to be mad. He kicked me out of the Blackwood estate, and now he's kicking me out of his apartment, just when I've decided to go on this journey blindly with him. But I don't want to have another fight, and I'm tired already as it is, so I take my handbag and leave, heading back to my place. I can't stop thinking about Edward. I drive back in a daze, the city blurring as I navigate through the streets. I reach my apartment feeling more exhausted and emotionally drained than ever. I keep thinking about Edward. I have promised to trust him and never question him again, and I promise to keep it. I guess that's the sacrifice I'm going to have to make for the love I have for him. I just hope I don't regret my decision. I decide to send him a text message to tell him I have arrived home safely. I don't expect him to text me back, but he surprises me when he calls instead. I answer the call. "Edward? Ruby, I'm sorry about today. I'm just mad about things not going the way I wanted them to. I'm used to things going the way I want them to, but if you're really serious about what you told me before you left, I would love to take you to dinner. Tomorrow? No, tonight. Just get ready, and then I'm coming by your apartment and taking you on a date." "Okay, I would love that." "Thank you for being so understanding. I love you, Ruby. Always believe that and never doubt that." "I love you too, Edward," I answer, giving him kisses before I hang up the phone and jump up in excitement. I rush to my closet, picking out a dress that I know Edward loves. I want tonight to be perfect. After everything we've been through, a night out together might just be what we need. I finish getting dressed, apply a touch of makeup, and give myself a final once-over in the mirror. Just as I'm finishing, I hear a knock on the door. My heart skips a beat as I rush to open it. There stands Edward, looking as handsome as ever, with a bouquet of my favorite flowers in his hand. "Wow, you look stunning," he says, handing me the flowers. Edward and I walk hand in hand to his car, the tension from earlier starting to dissipate with each step. He opens the door for me and I slide into the passenger seat, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. He gets in and Peter starts the car. "I made reservations at a place I think you'll love," he says, glancing over at me and taking my hand with a smile. "Sounds perfect," I reply, trying to match his enthusiasm. The drive is quiet but comfortable. the city lights flashing by as we make our way to the restaurant. I can't help but steal glances at Edward, wondering what thoughts are running through his mind. He seems more relaxed now, his earlier frustration replaced by a calm determination. We arrive at a quaint, intimate restaurant nestled in a quiet part of town. When Peter parks the car, Edward opens my door for me. The gesture, though small, makes me feel cherished. We walk inside and I'm immediately struck by the cozy ambience, soft lighting, elegant decor, and the faint sound of classical music playing in the background. The host greets Edward warmly, leading us to a secluded table near a window. Once we're seated, I take a moment to admire the view, a serene and romantic atmosphere. "Do you like it?" Edward asks, his eyes searching mine for approval. "It's beautiful," I say sincerely. "Thank you for bringing me here." He reaches across the table and takes my hand, his touch reassuring. "I wanted tonight to be special. We've been through a lot lately, and I think we both need this." I nod, squeezing his hand gently. "We do?" The waiter arrives to take our orders, and we settle into a comfortable rhythm, talking about everything and nothing. It's easy to forget the turmoil of the past few days when we're like this, just the two of us. How I wish every day was like this. So far, it's been a nice, lovely night, and when we go back to the apartment, we can't keep our hands off each other. A fire burns between us. From the car, those glances, those stolen touches, to getting inside the apartment when it's just the two of us, letting our bodies talk. The drive back is charged with a heated tension. Each glance exchanged in the dim light of the dashboard, each accidental brush of our hands, stokes the fire between us. By the time we reach the apartment, anticipation has built to a near unbearable level. As soon as the door shuts behind us, we are on each other. Our lips collide in a kiss that is both superheated and desperate, setting fire to a passion that has been simmering beneath the surface. My hands find their way to his hair, pulling him closer, as his grip tightens around my waist, anchoring me to him. We move through the hallway in a haze of desire, leaving a trail of tossed shoes and jackets in our path. The apartment, now a haven of privacy and intimacy, cocoons us. Here we are free to let go of everything but the need for each other. In the living room, we pause to catch our breath, eyes locked in a silent understanding. His hands cup my face, his thumbs brushing against my cheeks as he leans in for another kiss, slower this time, savoring the moment. I respond with equal tenderness, communicating my own longing and need. We stumble toward the couch where he pulls me into his lap. His hands roam over my back, igniting sparks with every touch. My fingers fumble with the buttons of his shirt, desperate to feel the warmth of his skin. He helps me, shrugging off the fabric, revealing his toned, inviting body. His hands find the zipper of my dress, and with one swift motion, it joins his on the floor. Our bodies press together, the heat between us almost overwhelming. We move in sync, every kiss, every caress pushing us further into the depths of our desire. The room fills with the sound of our heavy breathing, the quiet moans, and the urgency of our movements. Time blurs as the minutes stretch into an eternity of shared passion. We finally make our way to the bedroom, where he gently lays me down on the bed, his eyes never leaving mine. There's a tenderness in his gaze, a silent promise of more than just physical connection. Each touch, each kiss, each whispered word builds the fire between us until it becomes a roaring inferno that consumes us both. When it's over, we lie tangled together, our breathing slowly returning to normal. His arms wrap around me, pulling me close, and I rest my head on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. It's a sound that grounds me. We lie there in the quiet, the aftermath of our passion still humming between us. In this moment, everything feels right, as if all the pieces have finally fallen into place. And for the first time in a long while, I allow myself to believe that we can make this work. I stopped thinking about Elena and bringing up whatever it is that Edward is keeping from me. And we get back to our relationship, like when we had just met, before the drama and Elena and the secrets. Although it's still there in the back of my head, I have decided to forget about it. Edward is doing everything to make me forget about it, and he's acting normal, or as normal as our new normal is. And so far, it's great, and I am in bliss. 2 weeks later, we go to the Blackwood estate for the weekend. The drive to the estate is relaxed Edward and I chat about trivial things, our hands occasionally touching, sending sparks through me. As we pull up to the main entrance, Margaret is there, watching us with her usual closed-off expression. I give her a polite smile, which she pretends to not notice. I know she's not fond of me, and I can't blame her entirely. There's so much history here that I don't understand. Inside, the familiar scent of polished wood and old books greets us. Manuel is in the foyer, busying himself with some tasks. He looks up and gives us a warm smile, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes. Nervousness, perhaps. I push the thought aside. Today is about enjoying our time together, not digging up old wounds. We stroll through the gardens, the sun casting a golden glow over the meticulously kept grounds. For a moment, it's just us, and everything else fades away. Later, as we retire to our room, the weight of the day settles on me. Edward pulls me into his arms, and I nestle against him, seeking comfort in his warmth. He kisses my forehead, murmuring reassurances that everything is fine. I want to believe him, and for the most part, I do. We've found a rhythm, a way to navigate the complexities of our relationship, and it feels good. The next morning, I wake to find Edward already up, preparing for his rounds. I watch him for a moment, appreciating the way he moves. He catches my gaze and smiles, a genuine, heart-melting smile that makes me feel like the luckiest woman in the world. "Good morning," he says, leaning down to kiss me. "Did you sleep well?" "Better than I have in a long time," I admit, stretching lazily. "Are you going for a run?" "Yes," he replies, his eyes twinkling. "I will see you in a few." Then he kisses my forehead and heads out the door. That night, as we lie in bed, Edward wraps his arms around me, holding me close. I rest my head on his chest. "Thank you for today," I whisper, feeling a deep sense of happiness. "Anything for you, Ruby?" he replies, his voice soft and sincere. "I love you." "I love you too," I say, and I mean it. On the weekdays, we go back to the apartment in the city, and on the weekends, it's the Blackwood estate again, until Edward says it's time we move back to the Blackwood estate permanently. "Are you sure?" I ask him, because I know there is a reason he didn't want me there in the first place. So why is he changing his mind now? Maybe he is finally going to open up to me. "I'm sure," he says confidently. "So if you have anything of importance at the apartment, take it. Although we will be staying here sometimes when work is hectic, it's time we moved back to our house." "Our house?" I repeat with a little smile. "Is it really?" "That's going to be our home," he replies with a tender look. "The place we're going to raise our children and make a family." "Children?" I say, surprised. "We haven't even met each other's parents yet." "I know," he says, his smile serious. "And it's time we changed that." I stare at him, trying to read his expression. "What is it?" I ask him seriously. "Nothing," he says, brushing it off. "Come on, Ruby, let's go. We don't want to keep delaying this." I look at him with curiosity as I get up and head to the closet. I can't help the feeling that there is more to this sudden announcement from Edward. Imagine my surprise when we reach the estate and I find different cars parked in front of the Blackwood estate. "What's going on?" I ask Edward. He gives a mischievous smile and says, "Nothing." "Really, what's going on?" I press. "You're always saying I'm not serious about everything, and I want to show you how serious I am." "What did you do?" I ask him with a hint of a smile. "Come on," he says, taking my hand and helping me out of the car. When we open the door, it's a surprise. "Oh my God," I exclaim, feeling a rush of happiness and confusion. I don't know what the occasion is about. I know it's not my birthday. "What is all this about?" I ask as I try to take in the people at this party. There are my employees here, who were also kind of my friends before I became the boss, and there are Edward's friends, Leo, and his other friend, Fabian, with her girlfriend. But what truly shocks me is seeing my parents here. "My parents are here?" I ask Edward in disbelief. "You haven't even met them yet," I exclaim. "Yes," he says, looking slightly sheepish. "I'm sorry. I took their numbers from your phone and I talked to them. I explained myself and they wanted to be a part of what I'm about to do." "A part of what you're about to do?" I start to ask, but before I can finish my sentence, Edward is on the ground on one knee. He takes something from his pocket. When he opens the little box, it's a huge diamond ring. "Ruby," he begins, his voice steady, "you have brought so much joy and light into my life. You've stood by me through everything, and I can't imagine my life without you. Will you marry me?" Tears well up in my eyes as I look at him, at the ring, at the people around us who have come to share this moment. Yes, I whisper, my voice trembling. Yes, Edward, I will marry you. The room erupts in applause and cheers as Edward slips the ring onto my finger. He stands and pulls me into his arms, and the world seems to disappear around us. It's just the two of us, wrapped in this moment. Edward pulls back slightly, his forehead resting against mine. I love you, Ruby, he whispers. I love you too, I reply, feeling the words deep in my heart. When we finish celebrating the engagements, Edward starts introducing me around. It's a small, intimate crowd. He takes me to a striking woman by the bar who seems reserved from everyone else. Hi, Ruby, I would like to introduce you to my sister, Irene, Edward says. The woman beams at me and steps forward, extending her hand. Hello, Ruby. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. I look at Edward and say, I can't say the same, so how many siblings do you have? Just the one. This is Irene, and she's the only family that I have, he replies. What about Emmanuel? I thought he was your brother, I ask. Yeah, my stepbrother, Edward says. So I have Emmanuel too, I guess. Irene looks at him and smiles with a knowing expression. So, is Emmanuel around? Am I going to see him anytime soon? She asks teasingly. He wasn't invited, Edward tells her with a straight face. Why didn't you invite your brother? I press. He is my stepbrother, and I didn't invite him because he tends to think that he knows better. He doesn't. Anyway, I would like you to meet someone else, someone special. He takes me to an older man and an older woman who are talking to another couple. So, everyone, this is the Ruby I have been telling you about. Ruby, this is my Uncle Aiden and his wife. They are my parental figures. My parents died a long time ago, but Aiden and his wife took care of us. Aiden steps forward and shakes my hand warmly. It's wonderful to finally meet you, Ruby. Edward has told us so much about you. And we've been looking forward to this moment for a long time, Aiden's wife adds with a kind smile. It's lovely to meet you both, I say, feeling a warmth spread through me. It's comforting to see the people who have been there for Edward. When we leave Aiden and his wife, I can't help but ask Edward, when I talked about meeting your parents, you didn't tell me that they were dead. Why is this the first time I am hearing about this? Yes, well, we were arguing then, Edward replies. I didn't want to bring up the fact that my parents were dead in the middle of it. I'm so sorry. How did they die? How old were you? I was 12, maybe 13. It was an accident, nothing more to tell. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's okay. Don't worry about it. But Aiden has been a great parental figure in my life. My father wasn't a very good man. I don't like thinking about it. I'm so sorry about that, I say, genuinely feeling for a 13-year-old Edward. But hey, lighten up. Today we're celebrating our engagement. I don't want you to think about my dead parents. He takes my hand. Come on, let's go. Be the life of the party. It's our day after all. I'm so glad you said yes, he adds with a warm smile. Did you ever doubt it? I think you were already sure. That's why you invited all these people. If you weren't sure, why would you invite all these people to witness you getting rejected? Yeah, you're right about that, he says, kissing me. When I introduce Edward to my parents, they immediately click and start talking like they've known each other for years. It warms my heart to see them getting along so well. This isn't just introducing my boyfriend, this is introducing him as my fiancé, for the first time ever. As they exchange pleasantries, Edward asks my parents about their flight and chat about the phone calls they had leading up to this day. They gush over my engagement ring, admiring its sparkle and significance. It's a surreal moment, seeing my past and present come together so harmoniously. Edward looks genuinely pleased as he engages with my parents, sharing stories and laughter. I can't help but smile as I watch him charm them effortlessly, his genuine interest in their lives shining through. Throughout the evening, we share a meal filled with laughter and fond memories. My parents ask about our plans and our dreams for the future, and Edward answers with confidence and sincerity that reassures me. It's well past midnight by the time we crawl into bed. Exhaustion and a hint of tipsiness weigh on me, but the warmth of Edward's arms makes me feel safe and happy. At that moment, everything feels right. Hours later, I stir as Edward shifts in bed. Half awake, I consider asking him what's on his mind, but exhaustion pulls me back into sleep. Yet something feels off. Edward's movements are unusually careful, almost as if he's trying not to disturb me. I shrug it off and drift back into sleep. It's the urge to pee that finally rouses me fully. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I stumble to the bathroom and return to the bedroom in the dim glow of the moonlight filtering through the window. As I turn towards the bed, my gaze drifts to the window. There, outside, I see Edward and Emmanuel, his stepbrother, engaged in a heated argument. The cool night air carries their voices, muffled yet intense. I press closer to the window, heart pounding with concern and confusion. What could they possibly be arguing about at this hour? Without warning, Emmanuel's frustration boils over. His hand swings in a swift arc, connecting with Edward's cheek with a force that startles me. Edward staggers back, shouting something in response, but Emmanuel is already fleeing towards the edge of the forest that borders the estate. Fear grips me instantly. I can't let them fight like this, not in the dead of night with tempers flaring. Ignoring the chill in the air, I grab a robe and rush downstairs, my heart racing ahead of me. Adrenaline fuels my movements as I burst through the front door, scanning the darkness for them. "Edward!" I call out, my voice breaking the silence of the night. But I am only met by his shadow as it disappears into the forest after Emmanuel's "Edward!" I call out into the night, "Edward! Edward!" But there's no response. Panic claws at me as I start running to the edge of the estate that leads to the forest. It's a long way. I don't know how Edward does it every time. When I reach the forest edge, I stand there, my breath visible in the cool night air, and call out again, "Edward! Edward!" The silence is deafening, filled with the distant sounds of nocturnal creatures. I contemplate my next move, fear gripping my heart. The image of Edward's scratched neck and arm comes back into my head. Is everything okay? I hope nothing bad happens just when I think I have found true happiness. I am about to leave and head back to the house when I hear a grunt from somewhere inside the trees. Without thinking twice, I plunge into the forest. If Edward is in trouble, I have to do everything I can to help him. Inside the forest, the darkness is overwhelming. I try to follow the trail of their footsteps, but the dense trees and undergrowth make it difficult. A few minutes later, I call out again, "Edward?" There's no answer. I feel like I made a mistake coming in here. There's no sign of life, and an unsettling feeling washes over me as if someone is watching me. The forest seems to close in around me, every rustle and snap of a twig making my heart race. "Edward?" I shout again, desperation creeping into my voice. Still no response. I push forward, stumbling over roots and dodging low-hanging branches, driven by the need to find him. Finally, I hear a sound. A faint rustling, like someone moving through the underbrush. I follow it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "Edward," I call out, my voice trembling. I come onto a clear path, but there is nobody in sight. I look left and right, hearing a breath behind me. I don't know if it's an animal or a person, and I'm afraid to turn around. I stay still, close my eyes, and pray. I count to 10, and when I open my eyes, there is someone breathing on my neck. I immediately turn around to face something in front of me with yellow, angry eyes. As it opens its mouth, I see sharp teeth shining in the darkness, and there is no holding back the scream that's been lodged in my throat. I scream out in terror. The figure seems to be delighted as I scream, still staring into its eyes. It hunches down, revealing its full size. It's too big to be a dog, and too small to be a bear. Is it a wolf? But it's too small to be a wolf. What is this? I start pleading, "Please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me," softly hoping that I can communicate with the animal in this dark place, in this forest. I never should have come here. It starts circling me as tears form in my eyes. I realize that I'm going to die tonight. The creature's movements are slow and calculated, almost as if it's toying with me. My heart pounds in my chest and my breath comes in shallow, panicked gasps. "Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me." I repeat, my voice barely audible, trembling with fear. I feel a cold sweat break out on my forehead, and my legs threaten to give way beneath me. Suddenly, a rustling sound comes from the bushes nearby. The creature's head snaps in that direction, and for a moment I see a glimmer of uncertainty in its eyes. Taking advantage of its distraction, I muster every ounce of courage and scream, "Edward!" The creature growls a low and menacing sound that sends shivers down my spine. But then, from the direction of the rustling, Edward bursts through the underbrush. He looks disheveled and frantic but determined. "Ruby!" he shouts, and the creature turns its attention to him. "Stay back!" Edward yells. "Get away from my mate!" Edward shouts, standing to his full height. There is a spark of confidence in his eyes, his body, and his demeanor are all different in this kind of situation. But I am running through panic and scary feelings right now. My body is releasing different kinds of chemicals running through my head and brain. I am probably seeing things differently. I want to ask him what he thinks he is doing, but I am in a state of panic. The animal growls, and Edward growls back, his voice even harder and stronger than the creature's. I am too stuck on the ground as Edward says to the creature, "Get away from here. I will deal with you later." Then he starts heading towards me. The creature looks like it is about to retreat, and right before it does, it looks down at me, and I can see what it is about to do before it does. It raises a paw with its sharp claws, and I am about to scream when all of a sudden Edward is rushing towards the animal, taking it to the ground, both of them falling as Edward tackles it. The struggle between Edward and the creature is intense, their bodies a blur of motion in the dim light of the forest. I am frozen, unable to move, my mind reeling from the horror unfolding before me. Edward's growls are feral, almost animalistic, as he wrestles with the beast, his strength and determination overpowering any fear he might have. I try to shake myself out of my stupor, my hands trembling as I clutch the robe tighter around me. I can't just stand here. I need to do something. But what? My eyes dart around, searching for anything that could be of use, a weapon, a stick, anything. Edward manages to pin the creature down momentarily, his face contorted with effort. "Run, Ruby. Get out of here," he shouts, his voice strained. I hesitate, my legs feeling like they are made of lead. "No, I can't leave you," I scream back, tears streaming down my face. The thought of leaving him alone to face this monstrosity is unbearable. The creature snarls, writhing under Edward's grip, and with a burst of strength, it throws him off. Edward hits the ground hard, but scrambles to his feet almost instantly, a wild determination in his eyes. The creature lunges at him again, but Edward sidesteps, landing a punch to its side. The impact sends a shudder through the beast, but it barely flinches, its focus now solely on Edward. I can see the toll the fight is taking on Edward. Desperation fuels my actions as I scan the ground, finally spotting a thick branch. I snatch it up, my fingers white-knuckled around the rough wood. "Hey," I yell, stepping forward and brandishing the branch. "Over here." The creature's head snaps towards me, its eyes narrowing. For a moment it seems torn between its desire to attack Edward and this new threat I pose. That moment of hesitation is all Edward needs. With a feral roar, he charges, slamming into the creature with all his might. The beast stumbles, caught off guard. I think we are going to get out of this alive when the creature suddenly claws on Edward's arm, causing him to flinch and lose his grip. The creature then looks back towards me and starts running in my direction. It seems like my eyes are playing a trick on me because I see Edward beginning to change from a human into something I can't make out. But I can't spend a lot of time looking at him because the creature is right there before me now, and I can feel its breath on me. Just then, another beast comes and attacks it, taking it away from me as the two beasts start engaging in a fierce battle. The second creature is much bigger and in no time has the beast that attacked me on the ground, almost lifeless. Then the new creature comes back and looks at me. This one has menacing eyes and is even more scary. I have gotten away from the first beast and now find myself entangled with another one. I start looking for Edward, but I can't find him. Did this second beast kill Edward? Is that what my mind was showing me? Was I witnessing Edward's last moments instead of thinking he was changing into something else? The new creature advances towards me, and I take a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. Just as I am about to turn and run, the creature stops, its red eyes softening for a brief moment. It tilts its head as if trying to communicate something to me. My fear is momentarily replaced by confusion. What is happening? I'm standing there trembling, looking at it. It's like it's trying to figure out something, or it's trying to get me to understand something. I keep looking sideways, searching for Edward, and my eyes get a glimpse of his discarded clothes. Tears start falling from my eyes. Edward is dead. This beast probably took care of him, and I'm next. I'm going to die, and even though I know that's what's about to happen, I just find myself saying, "Please don't kill me." And right before my eyes, the beast starts shaking its head as it starts changing its form. I can feel it. The fur recedes, the claws shrink, and its hulking frame begins to deform and twist. My breath catches in my throat as the transformation unfolds, almost too surreal to believe. The creature's snout shortens and its eyes, those terrifying red eyes, soften and change color, becoming familiar. Before long, standing in front of me, panting and clearly in pain, is Edward. His face is a mixture of relief and sorrow, and he looks at me with an intensity that makes my heart ache. "Edward?" I whisper, my voice barely audible over the sound of my own heartbeat. He nods, taking a step toward me, his body still trembling from the transformation. "Ruby," he says, his voice weak but unmistakably his. I can't believe this. I can't believe what I'm seeing in front of my eyes. Did Edward just change from a beast into a man? What's going on? What are you? I ask him, taking a step back, pure terror taking over my body. What just happened? Please tell me that I'm in a dream. Please tell me that what I saw happening didn't happen, I say, breathing hard as I keep taking steps back from him. As he sees me continue panicking, he stops and starts talking to me like he's talking to a little child, trying to get me to calm down. "Calm down, Ruby. Just breathe. Breathe through your nose. Breathe through your mouth. There we go. In, out. Everything is okay." "Nothing is okay. Oh my God, what's going on?" I exclaim. "Ruby, just calm down," he says again, starting to take a step towards me. That's when my instincts kick in, and I start running through the forest. I don't know where I'm going, but I hope it's far away from here because that thing nearly killed me, and it might just kill me. I don't know what I've gotten myself into. Oh my God. Edward is a beast. I can't believe this. I start running through the forest and my leg gets caught on something and I fall, hitting my head on something hard before I see blackness. When I regain consciousness, the first thing I feel is the cold, damp ground beneath me. My head throbs and I can barely make out my surroundings through the fog of pain and fear. I blink a few times trying to clear my vision. The forest is eerily quiet. The only sounds are the rustling of leaves and my own labored breathing. "Ruby," I hear a voice, soft and familiar. I turn my head slowly, wincing at the pain, and see Edward crouching a few feet away, concern carved on his face. "Stay away from me," I whisper, my voice trembling. "Don't come any closer." "Please, Ruby," he pleads, staying where he is. "I can explain everything. Just give me a chance." I struggle to sit up, every movement sending sharp pains through my body. "Explain what? That you're some kind of monster? That everything I thought I knew about you was a lie?" "I'm not a monster," he says softly. "I'm still the same person you fell in love with. This is just a part of me that I didn't know how to tell you about." "How long?" I ask, my voice barely more than a whisper. "How long have you been hiding this from me?" "My whole life," he admits. "It's something I was born with, something I have to live with." I shake my head, trying to process everything. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I was afraid," he says, his eyes filled with regret, "afraid you'd see me as a monster, afraid you'd leave me. What are you?" I ask him, looking at him with fear in my eyes. "I'm so scared right now." "I'm a werewolf," he replies, his voice steady but filled with sorrow. "Those aren't real. That's stuff we read in stories and movies. They're not real," I insist, shaking my head in disbelief. "They are real, Ruby. You saw what happened just a few minutes ago. I am a werewolf, and I have been ever since I was born," he says, trying to make me understand. "This is a lot for me to take in. I can't do this, Edward. Is your name even Edward? Are you real? How old are you? Are you like 120? Who is the man I fell in love with?" I bombard him with questions, my mind racing. "I'm still the man you fell in love with, Ruby. Nothing has changed," he says softly, taking a step towards me. "Yes, it has." I cut him off before he can finish his sentence. "This changes everything. Ruby, please," he pleads, desperation in his voice. "I didn't choose this. It's just a part of who I am." "I don't know if I can do this, Edward," I say with tears streaming down my face. "I just don't." "Listen, Ruby, you're hurt. Let me help you." "No, don't come close to me. Don't come closer. Don't you dare touch me," I shout, backing away from him. "I'm going to get out on my own." Ruby, you can't get out of here without my help, he says, his voice urgent. You're running into the bayou instead of the house. It's a good thing I found you first. It's dangerous out here. I haven't claimed you yet, and someone might hurt you. Please let me help you back to the house. What do you mean? Are there more of you? What was that other beast that attacked me? I demand, my voice trembling with fear and anger. That was Manara. They orchestrated. Listen, they were just. Elena was trying to eliminate you, but everything is going to be okay once I have officially claimed you. Claimed me? What are you even talking about? I don't want anything to do with you, I snap, feeling the weight of the truth crushing me. That's to be discussed later. But right now I really have to get you out of here. You shouldn't be here. I don't want the others to find out that you were already in here, Edward pleads, desperation in his voice. I start laughing hysterically. Well, that beast already saw me. He attacked me. I'm sure it's not a secret anymore. Yes, but I would like to talk to them in better condition. Please, let me just take you back to the house, he begs, his eyes filled with urgency. I stand there, torn between fear and anger, the shock of the night's events weighing heavily on me. Fine, I say finally, my voice shaking. But this doesn't mean I forgive you or that I understand any of this. Thank you, Edward says, relief flooding his face. He comes towards me to take my hand and help me out of there, but I recoil back from him. I can walk on my own, just lead the way. He looks hurt and defeated as he steps back, allowing me to follow behind. My mind is racing with fear and uncertainty. I can't trust him. What if he suddenly changes and turns back to attack me? But he told me there are more of them. What if they come and attack us? I shouldn't have come into the woods. I shouldn't have dated Edward. I shouldn't have gone to that club that night. I knew going out that night would be a mistake. And look what happened. As we walk in silence, I keep glancing over my shoulder, afraid that another beast might appear at any second. Every rustle of the leaves, every snap of a twig sends a rush of fear through me. My mind replays what just happened with the beast over and over again, unable to process the reality of it. I can't get the look out of my head. I know this is a lot to take in, Edward says quietly, breaking the silence. I didn't want you to find out like this. How did you expect me to find out? I snap, unable to contain my anger. Over dinner? Oh, by the way, I'm a werewolf? He sighs, his shoulders slumping. I was trying to find the right time, the right way. I never wanted to hurt you. Well, you did, I say flatly. You lied to me. You made me think you were someone you're not. I'm still the same person, Ruby, the same man you fell in love with. I shake my head, tears blurring my vision. No, you're not. Everything's different now. We finally reach the edge of the forest, and I can see the lights of the house in the distance. My steps quicken as I desperately want to get back to the house and get the hell out of here, to forget I was ever in this place, and to forget I ever met Edward. I force myself to calm down, and after what feels like an eternity, I finally manage to get inside the house. I'm breathing heavily, my head hurts, my legs hurt, every part of me hurts. I'm in a bad state. Edward follows behind me, locking the door. Let me help you up the stairs. No, I'm fine. I can do it by myself, I say, pulling myself from the kitchen to the hallway and taking one step at a time. I'm in pain, but the last thing I want is for Edward to touch me. I take a deep breath with each step, wanting to sit down and take a break, but forcing myself to continue. After what feels like an eternity, I reach the top of the stairs and move into the bedroom I used to share with Edward. He is behind me, silently watching, his face not portraying any type of emotion. I reach the bedroom and close the door behind me, leaning against it for support. My body is screaming in pain, but my mind is even more restless. I slump down to the floor, burying my face in my hands. How did everything go so wrong? How did I get here? The image of Edward transforming before my eyes replays in my mind, and I shudder. Everything I thought I knew about him has been shattered. How can I ever trust him again? How can I trust anyone? I hear a soft knock on the door. Ruby, please let me explain. Let's talk about this. Edward's voice comes through muffled. I don't want to hear it, Edward. Just leave me alone, I manage to say through my tears. Please, Ruby. I love you. I need you to understand. I would never hurt you, he pleads. I said leave me alone, I scream, my voice breaking. There is silence on the other side of the door. Finally, I hear his footsteps retreating, I let out a shaky breath, my body trembling. I know I need to get out of here, but I have no idea where to go or what to do next. My entire world has been turned upside down. All I know is that I can't stay here. I can't stay with Edward. I push myself up from the floor and start packing a bag with whatever clothes and essentials I can find. My movements are slow and painful, but determination fuels me. I have to leave. I have to find a way to start over, even if I have no idea how. As I zip up my bag, I take one last look around the room. This was supposed to be a place of happiness, a place where we started our life together, a family. Now it's a place I need to escape from. With a heavy heart, I open the door and make my way back down the stairs. Each state is a struggle, but I know I can't stay here. I can't stay with someone like him. I am still scared of what he might have done to me in those woods today. What if he turns into that beast again? No, my life is in danger. When I reach the front door and open it, it doesn't budge. I try again, harder this time, but it remains stubbornly shut. Panic starts to creep in as I head towards the kitchen door, only to find it also locked tight. A sickening feeling settles in my stomach. What the hell? I wonder aloud. Behind me, I hear his footsteps approaching. What's going on? Edward asks, his voice tense. I turn to face him, my own fear rising. I should be asking you that. Why are the doors locked? You never do this. You always leave the kitchen door open at night. Open them. Why? He replies, raising an eyebrow. Are you planning to leave, Ruby? Are you leaving me? I just want to go back to my apartment, to think, I plead. I need some space. Just open the door. I am afraid that won't be possible, he says firmly. Confusion and fear grip me. What do you mean? You're not letting me out of here, Edward? He meets my gaze with a solemn expression, and I realize with a sinking feeling that something has changed between us, something dark and unsettling. Please just open the door, Edward. I want to go back home, I plead, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and desperation. Your home is with me, Ruby. Here, with me, is where you belong. Your home, Edward insists, his tone firm with an underlying sadness. Okay, fine. I want to go back to my apartment. I think after everything that happened, I need a few minutes to myself. I just want to be by myself for a few days to think things through, I explain, trying to maintain a sense of composure. I can't let you out of the house, Ruby, especially after what happened. I can't have you out there, Edward replies. I'm not going to tell anyone, Edward. I promise. I won't tell anybody. I just want to get away from here. I don't feel safe. I'm scared of you and everything that surrounds me. The forest. This house. Just open the door and let me out, I implore, tears welling up in my eyes. That's especially why I can't let you go, Ruby. You want to leave me. You're planning to go away from me and leave me. While you promise to love me and be with me for the rest of your life, I can't let you go. Edward insists, his voice tightening. Okay, fine, Edward. I'm not going to leave you. I just need a few minutes by myself. I need to breathe. Please, just open the door, I beg, feeling frustrated. When the others find out that you know the truth, and you're out there and without me protecting you, it will be dangerous for you. I'm doing this to protect you, for your protection. Edward explains earnestly, his eyes pleading for understanding. I start laughing, a bitter, mocking laugh escaping my lips. You are the one who put me in this mess. I wouldn't be on anybody's radar if it weren't for you. Edward's expression darkens, hurt and guilt flickering across his face. He steps closer to me, his hand outstretched as if to comfort me, but I recoil, stepping back. Don't come any closer, Edward, I warn, my voice shaking. I'm not going to hurt you, Ruby. Edward's voice echoed, strained with frustration and disbelief. Jesus Christ. We have been together for almost a year now. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have already done something to harm you. Seriously, you need to calm down. I asked you to marry me just a few hours ago. You need to stay away from me, I say back. I stood there, trembling, tears streaming down my face. Edward took a few steps back, his eyes pleading with me. Okay, fine, he sighed, his tone heavy with resignation. But you are not leaving this house, so it's time you get used to that situation so we can move on from here. There's no moving on from here, I retorted, my voice quivering with fear and anger. I want to leave. What if you were going to hurt me one day? I would never hurt you. Never, Edward's voice softened, pleading. What if you turn into that beast again? I answer, unconvinced. Whatever happens, trust me, Ruby, I would never hurt you. You bring out the good part inside me. I don't want to hear this, I choked out, pushing past him, desperate to get away, and sprinted towards the stairs. With trembling hands, I locked every door leading to our bedroom, sealing myself inside. Collapsing onto the bed, I buried my face in the pillows and sobbed uncontrollably, the weight of confusion and fear crashing down upon me. I don't know how long I've been asleep, but there's a persistent knock on the door. I reach for my phone to check the time. It's already a new day. Reluctantly, I crawl out of bed and shuffle towards the door. Leaning against it, I call out, "Edward, please leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to see you." "It's Margaret," a voice on the other side responds softly. Margaret has never willingly engaged with me before, always seeming to avoid interaction. "Margaret, what do you want?" I ask, trying to sound composed despite my confusion. "I'm sorry, Miss Reginald, but I have your breakfast here. Edward brought it, but he couldn't get it to you, so he asked me to bring it over." "Do you think I'm going to accept anything from you people? Are you just like Edward?" My voice trembles with a mix of anger and fear. "What do you mean?" Margaret's voice sounds genuinely surprised. I scoff heavily. "You think you can manipulate me? You can't. I want you to let me out, Margaret." There's a brief pause, and I hear Margaret sigh, stepping away from the door. It seems I didn't need much persuasion to get her to leave. I know she dislikes me, and now I understand why. Coming to think of it, everyone around Edward is probably a werewolf. How did I get myself mixed up with this man? When he insists he won't hurt me, I see sincerity in his eyes. But memories of the beast he became, that terrifying fight and the near-death experience haunt me. Instinct screams danger. I question everything. His feelings, mine. Can I trust him? Afternoon fades into evening, and hunger gnaws at my stomach. I haven't eaten all day, and it's taking a toll on me. There was water on the bedside table, but I already drank it all. I've kept myself locked in this bedroom, but reality sinks in. I can't stay here forever. With a deep breath, I open the bedroom door cautiously. The house is quiet and eerie. Downstairs, I hear faint murmurs, Edward perhaps, or another. I tiptoe down, tense with every step, unsure what I'll find. In the kitchen, a tray sits on the counter, food untouched. Edward's gesture, Margaret's delivery. Do I dare eat it? My hunger decides for me, and I cautiously nibble, every sense on edge. As I eat, thoughts whirl. Escape, safety. But where would I go? The world outside feels as perilous as within. Edward's words echo, protection, danger. Can I trust him to keep me safe, or am I deluding myself? I retreat to the bedroom with a bunch of water bottles and snacks, locking the door behind me. If I have to get out of the bedroom for food, it has to be when I can't stumble into anyone in the house. I have to figure out a way out of this mess. It's been 3 days since I locked myself in the bedroom. I've become a silent observer, peering out the window to track everyone's movements. I watch Edward jog past in the morning and night, Margaret coming to the house, bustling about her chores, and Manuel getting to work. The house buzzes with activity, yet I avoid any interaction. I keep the door bolted, wary of venturing out. Fear lingers like a shadow, fear of Edward's dual nature, fear of the unknown lurking beyond the forest walls. The silence within is suffocating, yet safer than the world outside. As I strategize my escape, I realize my best chance is when Margaret and Manuel are around. Edward tends to leave the doors open when others are present. He can't lock them inside. That would just be crazy. With this plan in mind, I wait by the window, observing their movements. When Edward finally departs and Margaret and Manuel return, I seize my opportunity. Quietly slipping out of the bedroom, I tread softly through the hallway, down the stairs and towards the front door. My heart races with each step, anxious to find freedom beyond these walls. Reaching the door, I cautiously test the lock. To my dismay, it remains steadfastly locked. I then think of the back kitchen door. Margaret, who has always seemed wary of me, seemed genuinely surprised when I told her she was just like Edward. Her reaction is uncertain, but I muster the courage to try my luck with her. She likes to ignore me and pretend I don't exist, hence I hope she will also ignore me when I walk out the door today. I gather my courage and straighten myself, taking a deep breath as I walk towards the kitchen. Margaret looks startled to see me here, but I ignore her. not sparing her a glance, and continue towards the door. Gripping the handle, I turn it, expecting it to open, but to my frustration, it is locked. I try again and again, banging on the door in mounting anger. Why were they locking all the doors in this house? I knew it was because of me, but it still infuriates me beyond reason. That was quite a tantrum, Margaret remarks coolly from behind me. I whirl around to face her, my patience worn thin. Margaret, this is not the day to start talking to me. She meets my gaze impassively, as if she couldn't be bothered by my outburst. Without another word, she resumes her chores, leaving me seething. I have reached my limit after days, hours, weeks, and months, ever since Edward brought me to the Blackwoods estate, enduring everything she did to me, acting indifferent, looking at me with disdain, making me feel utterly unwanted in my own... Anyway, while she was just the house help. I don't know what I am right now, I mutter, more to myself than to Margaret, but I am furious. Margaret, do you have something you want to say to me? I demand, staring her down. Margaret looked at me like she was contemplating something, then finally tightened her lips and went back to work. I scoffed. That's what I thought. As I started stomping out of the kitchen, she finally spoke. You're not good enough for him. I had just reached the door. I stopped, turned around, and moved towards her. What did you say, Margaret? I said you're not good enough for him. I don't know what he sees in you. You're a weak little... Shut up, Margaret, I interrupted. You can't say anything about me or Edward for that matter. You are just a maid here. I didn't like what I said, but I didn't care. Yes, I am, but I know and love Edward more than you and your weak brain can ever comprehend, and I know for a fact that you are nothing but a weak parasite trying to infuse his power for yourself. I immediately start laughing loudly. Oh my God, Margaret, do you think that I want Edward? I don't love him. I don't want him. I don't want anything from him. I want to get as far away as possible from him. Margaret's eyes narrowed, her face twisted with disdain. You are right about that, Ruby. Elena was the right woman for him. She is strong and comes from a powerful lineage. She was going to make Edward strong. The two of them were the perfect couple. They were the ultimate werewolves. They were going to turn our pack into something huge. But then he had to go and meet you. And when he came back home, he announced that he had finally found his mate. It nearly tore our pack into shreds because of all the divisions that came with his decision. While I know for a fact that you are nothing but a gold-digging whore. Before she could finish her sentence, I raised my hand and slapped her. But I didn't reach her face. With a swift move, she grabbed my hand and stopped me, inches from her face. As I tried to pull back, she held my hand firmly between her hands. You are nothing. You are worth nothing. You are weak. You are poor. And you have no right to be with Edward. You have nothing that makes you special enough to be with him. And you don't deserve to put your hands on me. You are worthless. Margaret's grip tightened and her eyes bore into mine with an intensity that made my blood run cold. Let me go, Margaret, I tell her, realizing she is not the weak old woman I thought she was. I didn't want to put her in her place, but she just got on my nerves, and now I'm in more trouble than I thought before. You are one of them, aren't you? I say, nervousness and fear evident in my voice. She smiles brightly at me, showing her perfect white teeth. What do you think? She asks with a raised eyebrow. You are. That's why you mentioned your pack. Oh my God, is everybody around Edward a beast, a werewolf? I ask her, and she laughs cruelly. You stupid, ignorant little woman. You met Edward, a young, handsome, single billionaire, and you thought you struck gold. You thought you had your full life figured out now. You saw dollar signs, but then you got yourself into more trouble than you thought. So now you're crying wolf. Oh, the irony, she says, stopping her laughter abruptly. I am now scared to the teeth. She still has my hand in her grip, and I don't know what she plans to do. If she is like Edward, she is a monster, a beast. I don't know what I should do. I'm so scared. Please let me go, Margaret. I know you don't want me to be with Edward, and I don't want to be with him either. Please just help me get out of here, and you won't have to see me again. I don't want anything. I just want to go away. I plead desperately. It's not that simple, sweet, little, naive Ruby. You already know about us, so now we can't just let you out into the world so you can go there and tell everybody about us. You got yourself into quite a pickle, she says, her grip tightening as she pulls me closer. I won't say anything, Margaret. I promise I won't tell anybody. I know that you guys are capable of anything. Why would I tell anybody? I won't say anything. Please, Margaret, just let me go, I plead, nearly crying as tears start gathering in my eyes. Her grip is hurting my arms and she seems to enjoy watching me squirm. I will leave. I will go far away from here. Edward will finally be with Elena, please. You see, Ruby, there are things you don't know about us. I can't just let you go. That will have massive consequences, going against the Alpha. I can't go against him and let you go. The council has to sit and determine your case. But I know Edward is going to fight for you. And for now, his instructions are clear. You should stay put inside the house and not go anywhere. And that's where you are going to be staying until the council decides. The council? Oh, poor naive Ruby, just how stupid are you? I used to look at you and wonder, doesn't she have any clue? How can someone be so stupid? Tears are now running down my hands. What did Edward even see in such a weak person like you? You are never going to make it as the Alpha's mate. Not this week and not with your human blood. He is going to marry a werewolf from a great family, a strong family. And you are the weakest of the weak. How can he say you're his mate? I still don't believe it. We still don't. Something has to be done. I just want to forget all this ever happened. I really, really did love Edward. I thought he was a good man. I didn't know he was a werewolf. Yes, you are right about that. What are you going to do? I ask her. Suddenly, I feel a sharp pain breaking through my skin. When I look towards my hand, I see that she has claws, and those claws have just pierced my skin. Then her hand starts growing with hair, changing, and my mind goes back to that night in the woods with that beast, and the way he looked at me and made me feel. When Edward turned into a beast, a piercing, cracking scream breaks out from me without my control. I start screaming like a banshee. I lose control of my body. I lose control of my breathing. I can't breathe, so I don't know how. I'm shouting so hard. My body seems to be shutting down. I'm scared. I'm nervous. My whole body is shaking, and I can't tell my surroundings. I can see colors, and I can see things. It's not darkness, but I can't seem to see straight. Everything seems to be blurred in the background, and I suddenly see Edward there, appearing out of nowhere, and then he is shouting at Margaret. He's putting me in his arms. He is carrying me up the stairs to our room. He puts me on the bed while my screams have died down a little, but I'm still shaking, and I still can't breathe. He draws me a cold bath. He takes me from the bed and deposits me into the water, and while he does, he keeps caressing me. Then I see him, and he is right there in front of me, and he keeps saying, "Yes, that's right there. Come back to me, Ruby. Come back to me. Take deep breaths. In, out, in, out." He keeps repeating it to me while he's caressing my hair and he's caressing my face. I do what he says, mimicking his actions. I breathe in and breathe out with him. I tell my body to relax when he tells me to. Finally, I can. My heart rate goes down, my body lets go, giving me back control, and I finally see him clearly in front of me. He keeps caressing my hair, asking if I'm okay, asking how I am feeling, with genuine concern in his eyes, genuine affection, care, and love on his face. And that's when I finally saw the man I fell in love with. The Edward that I loved. The one who looked at me with that same look in his eyes, a look that I would never have questioned if someone had asked me if Edward was in love with me. If I ever doubted myself, that look would give me answers. I bloomed in his peripheral vision. I bloomed in his attention. I felt like the most beautiful woman, the most loved and cared for person in the whole wide world. I want to look at him with that same tenderness, that same affection, the same love that he has for me right now, in his eyes. But for some reason I can't. I want to. I really want to, but I can't. My mind won't let me forget what I saw in that forest, in the woods. It won't let me forget when he turned into a beast of a man. It won't let me forget the look that the other beast had in his eyes, circling me like prey, and how I felt at that moment. As much as I'm in love with Edward, he is that beast. I know that for sure, and I cannot get my brain, my head, to accept that man, that beast, that werewolf. If I can't accept him, how can I accept the man in front of me now? I wish I were okay with this, but I am not, and this hurts. It hurts more than I ever thought possible. It hurts to have him here with me, caressing me, taking care of me, knowing deep inside that I'm scared of him. It hurts knowing that I wish what happened didn't happen so I could continue being in love with him and continue celebrating my engagement. I didn't even get to play the happy fiancé for a day before it was all shattered, taken away from me. When he sees that I have calmed down, he stops touching me and sits on the edge of the bathtub. He helps me take a bath, and then he helps me dry off and takes me back to the bedroom. He tends to my wound and bandages it. "I'm sorry," he says quietly. "I never thought I would be the cause of you getting hurt. I never thought Margaret would hurt you. She has been with me my whole life, and she has never been violent before. That was why I left her here with you. I thought you were safe." I find myself saying to him. He looks at me and shakes his head. "No, it's not fine. I am the cause of this. I am the reason that you got hurt. No, you didn't do this. It was Margaret, not you." He clenches his jaw. "I'm going to fire her. She is getting out of this house." But I surprise myself again when I shake my head. "No, please don't." She looks at me surprised. "What? Why? She hurt you. She scared you. You had a meltdown. You." "Stop it, Edward. I know why she did it. She did it because she loves you. She did it out of love. She doesn't think I'm worthy of you. She has no right to tell me what's worthy of me. I think it comes from a place of love. She sees you as her duty. She sees you as her son. The moment I came into this house, I saw how she looked at you, how she tended to you, how she lighted up whenever she saw you. And I know she didn't want to hurt me, but it was because I provoked her. I know she doesn't like me. That's why she has been staying away from me. But I went to her, and I provoked her. And if you kick her out of the house, I will be... So, please, just don't fire her, okay? I know she loves you. So just let it go." He looks at me, and then he looks away towards the window. We stay in silence like that before he looks back at me again and says, "You were right. I never should have brought you into my life, knowing who I was and the kind of life that I led. But there was just something about you I couldn't let go. From the moment I saw you, in that instant, there, with that smile and those eyes, and the way you danced and the way you laughed, the curve of your neck, it clicked. Everything about you called to me, and I answered, and I came. I knew then that I had met my mate, my wife, the mother of my children, my life companion. I knew then that you were the one for me without a doubt, and I'm sorry I had to do this to you." He said he was caressing my hand hesitantly, watching for my reaction, but I'm so tense, I'm so tired from everything, that I just let him touch me. "I'm sorry. I'm not what you want," I tell him weakly. Edward looks at me with those deep, soulful eyes filled with a mixture of hope and regret. "Ruby, you are everything I want. It's just this world, my world. It's complicated and dangerous. I never wanted to drag you into it. I wish I could spare you from it, give you only half of who I am." I pull my hand away gently and look down, unable to meet his gaze. "But you did. You brought me into it without telling me the truth. And now I'm scared, Edward. I can't just forget what I saw. I can't pretend that everything is normal when it's not." He sighs deeply, running his fingers through his hair. "I know, and I wish I could change that. I wish I could make everything right. But I can't change who I am, and I can't change what you now know." I take a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "I need time, Edward. I need time to process all of this, to figure out if I can accept this part of you." Edward nods slowly. "I understand. Take all the time you need. Just know that I love you, and I will do whatever it takes to make you feel safe and loved." I nod, feeling a mix of emotions swirling inside me. "I know, thank you." He stands up, looking down at me with a soft, sad smile. "I'll give you some space. If you need anything, just call for me." As he leaves the room, I feel a wave of exhaustion wash over me. I lie back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of everything. My world has been turned upside down, and I don't know if it will ever be the same again. That night, Edward brings me my food in the bedroom. He knocks and waits for me to let him in. "Come in," I say, a little nervous that it might be Margaret who comes inside. But it's Edward. He gives me a warm smile, and I smile back. He puts the food beside the bed and says, "I brought you dinner. I didn't think you would be up to coming downstairs, so I brought it for you. I hope you don't mind." "No, it's fine. It's okay." "All right. Okay, I'll go now. Just call me or whatever, he says as he heads out the door. And before he leaves, I ask his back, did you fire Margaret? Is she still here in the house? Edward stops in his tracks and turns to face me. No, I didn't fire her. She's still here. I had a long talk with her. She's agreed to stay out of your way and give you space. I hope that's okay with you. I nod, relieved and yet uneasy. Thank you. He lingers in the doorway, his eyes searching mine. I just want you to feel safe here, Ruby. If you need anything, please let me know. Okay, I say softly, not sure what else to add. Edward gives me a small, reassuring smile before closing the door behind him. I sit on the edge of the bed, staring at the tray of food, my appetite absent despite the efforts he made. I feel an overwhelming urge to escape, to find a way back to the life I knew before all of this. But for now, I am here, and I have to find a way to navigate this new reality. I pick at the food, my mind racing with thoughts and fears. Margaret is still here, Edward is still a werewolf, and my life is still a chaotic whirlwind of confusion. As I lie back on the bed, exhaustion finally takes over, and I drift into a restless sleep filled with dreams of wolves and shadows. I wake up screaming in the middle of the night, and Edward runs to the door, towards me, and gets on the bed. He puts me in his arms, cuddling me and telling me that it's okay. It's fine, Ruby. It's okay. I am here. I'm going to protect you. Nothing's going to hurt you. You're under my protection. Nothing is ever going to hurt you, I promise, he whispers. So with the feel of his skin and his smell that is just so Edward, I stop shivering. I cling to him, and somehow, slowly, my eyes grow heavy, and I find myself getting back to sleep again. I'm surprised to wake up in the morning in a cocoon. Someone is hugging me from behind. Someone has me in their arms, and I feel so safe all of a sudden. I am a bit startled at first, alert, but when I turn back, I find Edward there, holding me in his arms. I look at his sleeping form, his closed eyes, his mouth, his nose, his eyelashes, his eyebrows. I just look at his face and something changes inside of me. There is a tenderness in his sleeping form that makes my heart ache. In this moment, he looks so peaceful, so human. The turmoil of the previous day feels like a distant memory, but the weight of the reality we live in remains. I gently disentangle myself from his embrace, trying not to wake him. I need some time to think and to process everything that has happened. Slipping out of bed, I head to the bathroom and splash some cold water on my face. I stare at my reflection, trying to find the strength within myself to face another day in this strange new world. As I step out of the bathroom, I see Edward stirring. His eyes flutter open, and he looks at me with a sleepy smile. "Good morning," he says, his voice husky from sleep. "Good morning," I reply softly, feeling a mixture of emotions. "Did you sleep well?" "I did, especially with you in my arms," he admits, sitting up and stretching. "How are you feeling?" I take a deep breath, trying to find the right words. "I'm managing. It's a lot to take in." Edward nods, understanding in his eyes. "I know. We'll take it one step at a time. I'm here for you, Ruby, and I promise to keep you safe, always." Hearing his reassurance gives me a small sense of comfort, but my instincts tell me I shouldn't trust him. I smile back at him. It's time I figured out a way out of this. Edward asks me to join him for breakfast with a hopeful smile, and I agree. "You go on, I have to change first, but I'm coming." "Okay, do you mind if I use this bathroom?" I chuckle a little. "It's your bedroom, Edward. You can do whatever the hell you want." "Yes, but I don't want to." "You know what? It's fine. I'll just use the guest room," he says as he strides out. I go back to the bathroom and decide to take a shower. As the water cascades over me, I watch myself in the mirror and think of everything that has just happened and where I am right now. I realize that as much as Edward loves me, he is not going to let me go. I have to think of a way out of this. Trying to use force to get out of this house isn't helping. Although I still haven't tried one way, using force to get out of this house isn't working. I think I have to change tactics, but I can't just change it abruptly. Edward will know something is up. I have to change slowly. It's going to take a while, and I'm going to have to be patient, but I'm getting out of this house. He says he doesn't want to hurt me, and he's not going to hurt me. And I foolishly believe him. I wish I didn't, but I do. But I don't want a repeat of what happened in the forest. What if he changes one day and kills me? I have to be smart about this, I tell myself as I look myself in the mirror. "Ruby, We're getting out of this mess one way or another. We used force, but it didn't work. Now let's try something else. I finish my shower and get dressed, mentally preparing myself for the day ahead. As I step out of the bathroom, I find Edward waiting for me in the hallway. His eyes light up when he sees me. "Ready for breakfast?" he asks, extending his hand. I nod, taking his hand. "Ready." We walk down the stairs together, and I try to maintain a calm demeanor. I know I have to play this carefully. Edward is observant, and any sudden change in behavior will raise his suspicions. At the breakfast table, Margaret is there, setting the dishes. She gives me a wary look, but I force myself to smile at her. I need to keep up appearances. "Good morning, Margaret," I say politely. "Good morning, Ruby," she replies, her voice tight. Edward pulls out a chair for me, and I sit down. He takes the seat next to me, his hand resting on mine. The gesture is comforting, but I remind myself of my goal. Before we begin eating, Margaret apologizes to me. "Miss Reginald, I am sorry about what happened yesterday. I promise it will never happen again," she says, her head low, and leaves the dining room before I say anything. I am so surprised that she apologized. I don't think I would have ever found anything to say back to her. As we start eating, I engage in light conversation, asking Edward about his plans for the day. He seems pleased that I'm taking an interest, and I can see the love in his eyes. It makes my heart ache, but I push the feelings aside. I need to stay focused. After breakfast, Edward heads to his study to take care of some work, leaving me alone with Margaret. I can feel her eyes on me as I clear the table. "You surprised me this morning," she says quietly. "Did I?" I respond, trying to keep my tone neutral. "Yes, I don't think Edward should trust you. You're up to something." I pause, meeting her gaze. "Why don't you go back to ignoring my existence and acting like I don't exist? That works better for both of us. But since you started getting chatty and touchy, you seem to be interested in me a lot," I say, my voice laced with sarcasm. She narrows her eyes at me, gnashing her teeth. I know I've touched a nerve, but I also know that she adores Edward too much to make the same mistake twice. I hold her gaze, engaging in a silent battle of wills. Then I stand up from my chair and say to her, "Maybe I've realized that fighting isn't the answer." She narrows her eyes but says nothing more. I can tell she doesn't trust me, and perhaps that's for the best. It means she'll be less likely to interfere. I spend the rest of the day playing my part, acting as if I've accepted my situation. But inside, my mind is working on a plan. I need to be careful, patient, and above all, smart. Edward may be a werewolf, but I'm not as helpless as I seem. I will find a way out of this. I have to. We have dinner together, trying to talk about things that don't involve work or the fact that he's a werewolf. We stick to normal topics: the weather, politics, books. It's almost like we're an ordinary couple. At night, everyone goes to their bedroom to sleep, but my nightmares persist. Edward comes into my room, holding me as I sleep. Though he just holds me, nothing further happens. His hands don't stray, neither do his eyes. He seems focused on getting me to relax and getting used to him. It's touching, and it tugs at my heart and my resolve, but something keeps reminding me that at any second, at any time, he can change because he is a beast, isn't he? It's been 3 nights now, with Edward coming into my room in the middle of the night to help me through my nightmares. On the 4th night, as everyone is heading to their own bedrooms, him taking the guest room next to mine, I hold his hand. He looks at me with patience in his eyes. "What's going on?" he asks gently. "I think we should move back to the bedroom," I say, trying to steady my voice and hold myself together. I'm still afraid of this man in front of me, but I have to convince him that I'm okay with everything, that I'm ready to move on. I can't do it if I keep pushing him away. He has to see progress in order to trust me and let go. Edward searches my face, looking for any sign of hesitation or fear. He finds none. His gaze softens and he nods slowly. "Okay, if that's what you want," he says. "It is," I assure him, squeezing his hand for emphasis. We walk to the bedroom together, and as we enter, I take a deep breath. The room feels different now, filled with a tension that's both familiar and strange. Edward lets go of my hand and moves to the side of the bed, giving me space. I climb in and he follows, lying next to me but not touching me. We lie there in silence for a while, the only sound being our breathing. Finally, Edward speaks. "Ruby, I want you to know that I'm here for you. Whatever you need, whenever you need it. I just want you to feel safe. I know, I whisper, staring up at the ceiling. Thank you. He shifts closer, his presence a warm comfort. Try to get some sleep, he murmurs. I close my eyes and take a deep breath, trying to let go of the fear and tension. It's not easy, but with Edward next to me, I feel a little more secure. Eventually, sleep claims me, and for the first time in a long while, my dreams are not plagued by nightmares. The next morning, I wake up to find Edward already awake, watching me with a gentle smile. Good morning, he says softly. Good morning, I reply, feeling a strange sense of calm. How did you sleep? He asks. Better, I admit, and how I wish I didn't know his secret. For the first time looking at him, I wish I had never gone after him into the forest. I keep waiting for an opening to strike. By the next week, I think I have Edward's trust, and I don't have to ask myself about his love for me, because I know he does. We're having dinner when he suddenly announces, I haven't been to work for a while since I've been working from home. Henry has been covering for me. There is something that I have to go into the office and do by myself there tomorrow, so I won't be here during the day. But I'll be back before dinner, I promise. Are you going to be okay? He asks, gouging my reaction to the news. I smile wide since I have already got my opening. I hoped and prayed for something like this, and I knew it was coming. I don't know, Edward. Honestly, even though Margaret and I tolerate each other, I don't think I can trust myself around her with you being so far away, I say, acting like a dumb soul. Don't worry about that. I already talked to her, and however she won't defy me, you will be safe. He answers confidently. I trust you, Edward. I do, but I think it's a lot better if I were to go with you. Plus, I haven't been to work. I don't know how my company is doing. Ever since you locked me here, I have been a stranger to the outside world. I have just been roaming around in here. I think it's better if we go together. Please. He looks at me thoughtfully, considering my request. I understand, Ruby, but it's important for me to handle this alone. It's sensitive work, and I think it's better for you to stay in the house right now until things cool down. You can't go to work either. Don't worry. I am handling everything. Edward, please. I need to get out of this house. It's driving me crazy, and I think it would do me good to see something outside these walls. I say, and then I softly plead. I know you'll protect me. I am playing at his protective instinct, and I feel a little guilty at that, but I take it in. He sighs, rubbing his temples. All right, but you have to stay close to me and follow my lead. I can't have you wandering around or going to your company. Can you do that? I nod eagerly. Yes, of course. Thank you, Edward. The next morning, we prepare to leave. I dress carefully, choosing an outfit that looks professional yet comfortable. As we drive to his office, I take in the sights, feeling a sense of relief to be out of the house. It feels like I have been there for years. At the office, Edward is greeted warmly by his employees. He introduces me to a few of them, explaining my presence. This is Ruby, my fiancée. She's here to help me with some things today. As the day progresses, I observe Edward in his element. He's confident and commanding, traits I found attractive when we first met. Despite the circumstances, a part of me still feels drawn to him. I wonder if any or all of his employees are like Edward, but they can't be. It can't be. It would mean that I have been surrounded by werewolves my whole life and I didn't notice it. Someone must have noticed something. It can't be right. On the other hand, Henry looks mad. He is angry as hell that I am here with Edward today. And just to make myself feel better, I try to get on his nerves. When Edward asks him to bring us lunch, I order Chinese. And when he brings the order, I look at it and then I look back at him. What is this, Henry? His first instinct is to look at Edward before he looks back at me. Miss Reginald, it's what you asked for. Chinese? I don't eat Chinese. I want pizza. I didn't ask you to bring me Chinese food. What is this? I ask him with disdain. That's what you asked for, Miss Reginald. He answers, clearly annoyed. Maybe I did. I changed my mind. I want pizza now. I push back. As I put the food away, Edward looks at me with a raised eyebrow, surprised at both my behavior and the change. I know he remembers I ordered Chinese, but this isn't about the food. I just want to get on Henry's nerves and challenge his assumed authority over me, because he likes to pretend that he is better than me and has more power than he actually does. I want to put him in his place and wipe that better-than look on his face. After Henry leaves to correct the order, I turn back to Edward, trying to gauge his reaction. His expression is a mix of amusement and curiosity. "Was that necessary?" he asks softly, his voice tinged with amusement. "I just don't like how he treats me. It was time I pushed him around just a tiny bit," I reply honestly, shrugging slightly. Edward nods thoughtfully. "I understand. Just be careful with Henry. He's loyal, but he has a temper." "I'll keep that in mind," I reply, feeling a small sense of satisfaction at having asserted myself, even in such a small way. As we finish our meal, the atmosphere between us relaxes slightly, but I can't shake the feeling of unease. Surrounded by Edward and his employees, I wonder how many of them share his secret. The thought sends a chill down my spine, but I push it aside for now. During a break, I manage to sneak away to the restroom. There, I quickly text my best friend, Zaria, asking her to help me. I need to get out of this situation, and today might be my only chance. I am tired of pretending and living in fear. My plan is about to come to fruition. Edward took my phone that night when everything fell apart, and I learned who he really was, his secrets exposed. In the days that followed, he reminded me how risky it would be to share what I knew. Today, this morning, as we prepared for work, he returned my phone. I knew what that meant. He trusted me with his secrets. But I'm sorry I have to break his trust for my own survival. I can't go back to those naive days. I have to get out of here. As we entered the office, I texted Zaria, my best friend. She was ready. In the bathroom now, I texted her again. She had everything I needed. Quickly changing, Zaria worked her magic to disguise me, ensuring Edward wouldn't suspect anything was wrong. Sneaking out of the restroom, I headed to the elevators, avoiding any attention. We had planned to split up. First, I needed to see my parents. From there, I'd figure out my escape plan. Leaving the building unnoticed, I passed security guards without a second glance, but I knew time was short. Soon, Edward would realize I hadn't returned from the restroom, and they'd start searching for me. I took a cab to my parents' house, feeling a mix of urgency and determination. As I arrived, my mom greeted me with concern evident in her voice at my sudden appearance. "Hey, baby, what's wrong?" "We've been trying to reach you, but your phone was off. Edward told us you were okay. What's going on?" "No, I'm fine, I reassured her quickly. "I just need to go out of the country for a few days, maybe a few months. It was really unexpected. Zaria got these tickets to, Thailand. Yes, to Thailand." "Thailand?" My mother's frown deepened. "And it's free, all expenses paid, for a few months." "That's quite sudden. Are you sure about this?" she asked, looking me over. "It's a great opportunity, Mom," I explained. "I can't pass it up, but I didn't want to leave without seeing you first." She sighed, clearly troubled. "This seems so abrupt. Are you sure you're okay?" "Yes, Mom. I'm fine. Where's Dad?" "He went out and has a doctor's appointment. You should sit down and wait for him." "No, I can't wait," I replied anxiously. "Zaria's plans changed last minute, and if I'm going to go, I have to leave soon." "Well, if it's a vacation you wanted, I'm sure Edward could take you," Mom suggested tentatively. "He's rich, a billionaire. He can take you anywhere in the world you want to go. Do you really need to take this free ride?" "I have to," I said firmly. "I can't depend on Edward. I have my own life to figure out." "You have a company to run now," Mom pointed out gently. "What's going to happen to your company?" "I'll figure it out," I assured her, though uncertainty ate at me. Edward made sure to take control of my life and my career when he got me that company. "I have to go, Mom. It's now or never." She nodded reluctantly, her worry evident on her face. "Okay, baby. Just promise me you'll stay safe and keep in touch. Call me as soon as you get there." "I promise," I said, hugging her tightly. "I'll call you as soon as I can." With a heavy heart and determined spirit, I left my parents' house, knowing that my decision was made. As I left my parents' house with sadness and holding back the tears that wanted to spill out, I stood outside the house and looked back at it. I wanted to see my dad before I left because I don't know when I'll be back, and I'm doing this because I don't want anything bad to happen to them. It will be a while before I check up on them, but I'm sure Zaria can update me on what's going on. And so I take a cab, and my next destination, with the money Zaria gave me, is the airport. Once I'm out of the country, it will be easier to disappear. A taxi comes towards me, and I stop it and get inside with a lot on my mind and a lot of emotions going on in my heart. I'm so sorry to Edward. I thought I had met the love of my life, but I was wrong. He's a dangerous man, and I hope he doesn't find me. Lost in my thoughts and emotions, I suddenly realized we had been driving far too long and were heading out of the city, not towards the airport. Startled, I turned to the driver, breaking my silence. Hey, I'm going to the airport. I told you I was going to the airport. I insist, just in case he didn't hear me the first time. Yes, ma'am, you did, the driver replied, still focused on the road ahead. Too calm for my liking. This isn't the way to the airport, I pointed out, my tone edged with concern. I know that, ma'am. I'm sorry for the confusion, the driver responded. Confused and alarmed, I frowned. What do you mean you're sorry for the confusion? I was told to take you back to the Blackwood estate, he explained calmly, though his words sent a chill down my spine. What? I exclaimed, panic rising as I saw the gates of the Blackwood estate looming ahead, inviting us in. We're already here, the driver announced, and I frantically tried to open the locked doors, the car moving inexorably forward. I couldn't contain the surge of panic and fury as I screamed and pounded on everything within reach inside that car. My desperation led me to scratch at the driver, kicking and thrashing until suddenly the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, jerking me forward and banging my head against the seat. Dazed and disoriented, I struggled to make sense of what was happening around me. Moments later, the car door swung open and Edward's voice pierced through my haze of confusion. What were you thinking? His tone was sharp with anger, but as he saw my shaken state, his demeanor softened. He guided me gently out of the car and into the familiar, stifling embrace of the Blackwood estate. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Edward's concern was palpable as he fetched me water. Sipping slowly, the reality of my failed escape attempt began to sink in. I was trapped once again in this prison. Edward's expression darkened with frustration. He began to pace the room, the silence thick with unspoken tension, until I couldn't bear it any longer. Stop it! You're giving me a headache, I blurted out, my own frustration boiling over. A headache, Ruby? Edward's voice was incredulous, his eyes burning with a mixture of hurt and anger. Do you have any idea what you've put me through today? I had to cancel important meetings. I thought something terrible had happened to you. I trusted you. This is the most stupid thing you could have done. I had to track your phone and found out you went to your parents' house to say goodbye. Where did you think you were going? To the airport? Where, Ruby? I looked back at him with anger and frustration. I was still on the high of my escaping failure attempt. I was trying to get as far away from you and your kind as possible, I confessed bitterly, my words heavy with resentment. I wanted to escape this life, your company, your friends, this house, everything, I shouted and continued. You said it yourself. You were scared someone had kidnapped me. If you were not this thing, you were not a werewolf, and you didn't have enemies, then nobody would have been after me. After my life, nobody would have had a reason to kidnap me. My voice trembled with suppressed anger as I faced Edward, standing firm in my resolve. But you were scared that something had happened to me because of who you are. I didn't want any association with you, so I was going as far away as I could from you. I paused, taking a deep breath to steady myself, feeling the weight of my decision to escape pressing heavily upon me. I was ready to leave my parents, my friends, the life I knew, and everything I held dear, just to get away from you. Edward listened in silence, his expression unreadable as I poured out my emotions. Finally, he spoke, his voice firm. Ruby, I can't let you go. I'm not going to ever let you go. His words hung in the air, unexpected and shocking. You are my mate. We just haven't fulfilled the ceremony yet. But you are mine, Ruby Reginald. I am never letting you go. I am going to be your alpha. I am going to be your husband, and I am going to be your family. Me, Edward Blackwood. So stop thinking of a life away from me, because that is never going to happen. His declaration left me stunned, unable to comprehend his statement, his claim on me. My eyes widened in surprise and shock, struggling to process his unwavering determination. Bound by fate, I stood before Edward, unsure of what to say. I have been very patient with you, Ruby. Edward's voice cut through the tense silence as he stood before me, his gaze piercing and unwavering. "But I have run out of my patience because I thought if I trusted you, if I gave you freedom, we could get back to the people we used to be. You would finally get it into your head how much I love and adore you." I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of his words bearing down on me. "And I really thought there for a second that you had come to terms with the new life you are supposed to lead. But no, you were pretending just so you could lie to me and get away from me." His tone grew firmer, filled with a resolve that sent a chill down my spine. "But I'm going to show you. You cannot escape me. Not now and not ever. So start getting yourself ready for the wedding. I wouldn't invite my parents if I were you. We can send them pictures and make up a story about the whole thing. This wedding is happening. This ceremony that's going to bind us is happening, and you're going to be my mate, and I'm going to claim you. And then we can move forward from there." Edward's words hung heavily in the air, leaving me at a loss for a response. "Because you don't want to come to terms with what is about to happen. Then what's going to happen is going to happen. Then later you're going to learn while you're already bound to me. I'm not letting you go. Ever," he declared with a mixture of anger and determination. I stood frozen, unable to find the words to counter his words. Edward's presence felt overwhelming, his gaze intense. Tears welled up in my eyes, betraying the storm of emotions raging within me. As tears began to spill down my cheeks, I realized the gravity of my situation. Bound by Edward's determination, I faced an uncertain future, where escape and resistance seemed futile. As the tears start spilling, he looks away from me and heads out the front door. I should have given up by now, but I still stand up and follow him, hoping I can get out of this house. And when I reach it, Felix is standing there in front of the door, and I know what his presence means. It means there are guards outside now to keep me inside. And with that, I finally break down, crying and sobbing, screaming the house down. I don't know what happened to me down there at the front of the door, but when I wake up in the middle of the night, Edward is there holding me in his arms. It looks like we're in the bed together, meaning he must have carried me up the stairs. I can't take it anymore, I scream, swatting at him, scratching, kicking, thrashing, doing everything I can to try and hurt him, hoping to do some damage. "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it, Ruby! Stop it! Stop it! Let me go! Let me go!" I scream at him, going feral. In a few moves, Edward finally gets to subdue me with my hands on top of my head, lying on the bed. He has my hands in his arms, and he is sitting on top of me, so with my legs bound beneath him as he sits on them and looks at me. I can't tell what's the look in his eyes. I'm still trying to calm down from the workout, from attacking him, and calm my breathing. And then I do. I look up at him. When I see that I have managed to do a little damage with a few scratches on his face, it makes me smile triumphantly with satisfaction. When he looks at me and sees the smile on my face, he smiles back and says, "Who would have thought? I didn't know you had it in you." I look at him confused, and then he comes towards me, and in a flash, he is on me, kissing me. I kiss him back, and before I know it, we are attacking each other and tearing at each other's clothes in a way I never thought possible. My head keeps screaming, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop! Stop!" But my body and my heart won't listen to my head as it continues taking whatever Edward is offering up on the table for me tonight. I don't know if it's because we are both angry at each other, or it's because we haven't been intimate together in a long time, but tonight is the best sex ever. The next morning, I wake up with Edward's hands roaming through my body like he thinks I'm going to sleep with him again and give in to his sexual advances. What a joke. I slap his hand so hard, so fast, he can't help screaming, "Ow! What was that for?" Seriously, Edward, we fought, and just because we had sex, now everything is back to normal? He looks at me sheepishly. "But yesterday was amazing. You can't tell me you didn't feel it. The connection we had. You are definitely my other half. Your other half is a beast. Okay, what's going to happen when we get married? When we have children? Are they going to become beasts too? Are they going to turn on me one day and eat me? Are they going to bite my nipples while I'm breastfeeding them one day and I don't have a nipple anymore? What? Are you all going to turn on me because I'm the human? Or what? Are they going to be humans? And then one day, you might just come home, turn on us, and murder us all? I take a deep breath and continue. Because, you know what, Edward? If you insist on keeping me here, I end with a shake of my head because I don't even know what to say. I leave him lying there, looking at me like he is surprised and confused about what I'm talking about. He seriously thinks just because we had sex last night that everything was brushed under the rug. Not happening. I get into the bathroom, brush my teeth, and take a bath. When I come out, Edward is gone. Woo, at least he's not here. I don't want to deal with him today. All my plans to escape have vanished. Now I have to come up with another plan. He seized my belongings again. I don't have a phone. I don't have a contact. I know he'll let me maybe talk to my parents if I ask him because I really don't want my parents to get into the mix of all this. That will be the last straw. I get dressed and then go downstairs for breakfast. Margaret and I don't talk these days. We just look at each other, either with disdain, loathing, or whatever, and then everybody just goes on their way. Although I should be scared because she's the one preparing the food, surprisingly, I'm not. I eat what Edward eats, and I know for a fact that she is so not going to poison him. I get to the kitchen and get myself breakfast. Margaret is there, but when I get in, she leaves and goes somewhere else. I don't care. I have breakfast and then start roaming inside the house. I am not allowed outside because Edward said it's dangerous. I roll. I speak to myself. It can't be my life, it just can't. But it is, isn't it? Someone suddenly appears behind me. I turn back and find Elena standing there. I frown in surprise. What are you doing here? I ask her. Oh, this is my future house. I'm going to be the missus to this house, so you shouldn't be surprised how I get here. I'm so tired, Elena. What do you want? I have enough trouble right now, and I don't want to deal with you. If you're looking for Edward, look for him somewhere else in the house. He's probably here. He's probably not. I don't know. I don't care. Just leave me alone. Trouble in paradise? Just leave me alone, Elena. I heard about what happened. You're not leaving, are you? Not until you listen to me, she says back. Okay, I'm listening. Can you make it quick? Where are you in a hurry to? Your precious event company, she says, laughing dramatically for my amusement. I just stand there, folding my hands on my chest, and look at her with a pointed look. You're no fun. I don't know what Edward sees in you, she says. I don't answer, just keep looking at her. Although you have a backbone nowadays, I heard you finally let your claws out, she says, laughing as she plays with her nails. I don't know if she's doing it as a threat or to show disdain, but whatever it is, I'm not intimidated by her. I think I'm going to go, I finally say. She is just trying to poke my wounds to make herself feel better. I don't have to engage. Okay, fine, stop. I thought I could give you a proposition, she finally says, changing her expression. What type of proposition? I could help you. And how would you help me? I could get you out of this. How? I ask, curious and suspicious. If what you want is to get out of this life and away from Edward, I can give it to you. I look at her, calculating. The offer sounds nice, but from what I have learned so far from Elena, she doesn't seem nice. And why would you so selflessly help me? I ask her back. She laughs again. Of course, it's not for selfless reasons. I have my reasons. I need to get married to Edward. My family needs it. I need it. My pride needs it. Once you're out of the way and Edward can't find you anymore, he will move on with me, his intended wife. He doesn't love you. What makes you think when I'm not here he's going to marry you? Because he was going to marry me, until he met your filthy. She pauses. Okay, stop it there. I interrupt her before she insults me. He met your, whatever, your kind, and then all of a sudden he changed his decision about marrying me and decided that he had met his mate. It's not my fault, Elena. It didn't have to make you become such a bitch towards me. I didn't ask to fall in love with Edward. We just fell in love. Yes. And look what that got you. Oh, you're so in love. She mimics my voice and I roll my eyes. She rolls her eyes too. I know you don't love Edward. He's a billionaire. He's rich. He is running the Blackwood Estates company Starlight. You don't know what Starlight is. It belongs to the werewolves community, to our pack, and he's the alpha, so he's running the company. We are not going to let someone like you from wherever you came from just come and take our money from us. He's going to marry me. But he is proving to be such an a-hole right now, and that's why I am here, so I can get me out of the house and his life. Yes, I did get out of the house yesterday, and he caught me and brought me back. I know, honey, I have my connections, people who don't like you, so I know what happened yesterday. What you did was childish, running away like that. I, on the other hand, can make sure you get out of the city, out of the country, if that's what you're interested in, and guarantee that Edward would never find you. What's the catch? Elena looks at me pointedly before she says, I have conditions, and you're going to have to do what I say. Exactly as I tell you. If you're up to it, she says. I sit there thinking about her offer. It sounds nice, but I don't trust her. I don't trust you, Elena. How do I know that you won't stab me in the back? She laughs. Stab you in the back. I can just snap your pretty little neck like that. She clicks her fingers together, and I feel a shiver running through my body, remembering who I am talking to right now. When I do, she sees the change in me. She knows I got scared, and I can see the glint of excitement in her eyes, and it scares me. I have to look away from her gaze. I am going to need some time to think about it, I say, looking down at the ground because I don't want to hold eye contact with her. I can feel her smiling. I can feel her lighting up with the fact that she got to scare me. She got to win this round. She got to be the bigger person, but I don't care. I want what she's offering, but I don't trust her. I have to think about it first. I shouldn't be reckless. Okay, but don't take too long. I heard Edward is thinking about planning the wedding that's going to bind you together, so be quick with that. And then I hear the click of her shoes leaving as she starts heading away from me. Elena, I call out, and she looks back at me like I interrupted something important. Yes? How do I contact you? When you're ready to talk, I will know, and I'll be here. Don't you worry. I'm going to set everything up so there is no mistake and no evidence of my involvement. I hate mistakes. That is why I'm the best choice for Edward, because you are a mistake, and I'm going to take care of you. She smiles creepily and then leaves. Was that a threat? I really hope Elena isn't planning on killing me so she can get Edward. After all, if she wanted to kill me, she could just kill me now. But then again, I don't know. That's the only question that remains. Can I trust Elena to help me get away from Edward? I'm going to have to think that over. I wish I knew Elena more. Who knows Elena? If I start talking about Elena with Edward when I leave, he's going to suspect her. Although if she's planning to kill me, that will be good, because he'll find out who killed me. But then again, if I do succeed in leaving, and Elena spills the beans, it won't do me much good if I'm brought back into this house. And Edward will never suspect Elena is helping me escape, because she and I have been on different sides of the line since we first met. Can I speak with Margaret? She's clearly Elena's fan, and she hates me. But her being Elena's fan, could she lie to me and help Elena? Because I'm sure she's the one who helped sneak Elena inside the house. I'm going to have to think about what I have to do next. It's during the night when Edward comes back, and I realize he wasn't inside the house. I grit my teeth knowing that he went to work and left me here without saying anything. He's coming towards me and about to kiss my cheek. I avert my face away from him. He sighs loudly. Are we still doing this, Ruby? Seriously? I don't want to talk to you, Edward, I tell him. You know what? I had to go clean up the mess that you made yesterday, so I'm going to head upstairs and have a rest, he says as he heads upstairs. I don't know why, but I stupidly stay downstairs and wait for him to come back. But it's 10 when he comes back in his running gear, and I think to myself that he can't be serious. I had decided I wasn't going to talk to him today, but I can't help it. Where are you going? I ask him when he starts heading towards the back door. I'm going for a run, he says. Really? For a run or running naked in the woods? Will Elena be there? I don't want to fight with you today, Ruby. Please, be safe and get some sleep. You don't want to fight with me? Let me go then. I don't want to be here. You're holding me against my will. This is kidnap. I shout back at him. Call it whatever you want, he says, and then he leaves. I am so mad that I throw the glass of wine I was drinking on the wall. It shatters as the liquid spills, and then I say, oops, Margaret's going to have to deal with that tomorrow. And then I head up the stairs with the bottle of wine. I'm going to drink it until I fall asleep tonight. There seems to be a war of wills going on between me and Edward. He doesn't sleep with me in the bedroom anymore. He doesn't seek me out, and we simply just don't talk. I don't seek him out either. If he is going to give me the silent treatment, I'm good at that. I can give him a silent treatment. So imagine my surprise on Saturday when I'm just lazing out in my bedroom, and he comes in and announces, "The wedding planner is here. I thought you might want to share your thoughts on a few things. You wouldn't know about the marriage ceremony, but you might want to give your opinions on the reception after. Although there are still things I would have to sit down and talk to you about the ceremony itself. There's also the stylist here, so you can choose your wedding dress and the shoes and whatever. I want you to look pretty and have the wedding of your dreams." I stared at him, my eyes wide with surprise and shock. I'm just out of words to say to him right now. I couldn't believe what Edward was suggesting. The audacity of it all left me speechless, and anger bubbled up inside me like a boiling pot about to spill over. He stood there, so sure of himself, as if my consent didn't matter. "What are you talking about? Weren't you listening?" he asked, his tone serious and unyielding. "I mean, are you serious?" I shot back, incredulous. "You knew this wedding was coming. It's time to start preparations. The wedding is going to be in 2 weeks. So please, let's go downstairs." "Are you crazy? I'm not going anywhere with you. I'm not marrying you, Edward. Just get that through your head and leave me alone. Get out of my room," I exclaimed, frustration and disbelief coloring my voice. "This is my bedroom, just in case you are wondering. I don't care. Just get out. I'm not getting married. We're not even talking. What makes you think that I want to get married to you?" I demanded, my voice rising with every word. "Well, I beg to differ. If you don't want to contribute to this wedding, fine. I'll take care of everything myself," he declared, his tone icy and authoritative. "I'll get you the dress." "Yes? I know your size. I'll get you the shoes that I want you to wear. You'll put on the makeup I want you to put on. You will look how I want. And most importantly, you will come down when I want you to come down to the wedding. And you will smile, and you will say, 'Yes,' and you will have my ring on your finger. Is that understood?" he finished, his voice cold and demanding. I couldn't hold it in anymore. The absurdity of his demands struck me like a punchline in a cruel joke. I burst into hysterical laughter, unable to contain myself. "Oh my God, Edward, you're so funny," I managed to say between fits of laughter. "What makes you think I'll do any of the things that you just said? I won't do any of those things. You can choose the dress, the shoes, the makeup, and the ring. But you're the only one who's going to wear them," I asserted defiantly, staring directly into his eyes. He clenched his jaw, his expression hardening into a mask of frustration and anger. For a moment, I saw a flash of uncertainty in his eyes, but it quickly gave way to determination. "We'll see about that," he muttered, turning on his heel and storming out of the room, leaving me standing there, seething. As the door slammed shut behind him, I realized that the war of wills between us was far from over, and I realized that I'm out of time. 2 weeks. I have to figure out a way out of this. Should I take Elena's proposal? I don't know, but I'm going to get words out of Margaret today. I get out of the door and hear people talking. There's this woman who has a whiny voice who keeps talking about weddings, flowers, and arrangements and shit, and I realize that she's the wedding planner, and I'm not going to go down there. I have to wait until they leave. The only person who is getting married is Edward to himself. Hours later, I watch Edward go on his run, and that's my cue to go down the stairs and talk to Margaret. As usual, she's just moving around in the kitchen, moving things here and there. I don't know how she is always busy when I get in the kitchen. Like, does she listen to people coming into the kitchen and then find things to do? Because that looks like the kind of thing that she does whenever she hears someone coming. I know that we are not on speaking terms ever since she tried to attack me. She did apologize the next morning, in front of Edward, and I know Edward was the one who made her apologize, or else she would never have apologized to me, because by her own words, I am beneath her. And so, although it pains me to be the first person to talk to her, I was also the cause of our fight in the first place, so I swallow my pride. "Margaret," I start tentatively, She turns towards me, her expression guarded but attentive. I need to talk to you, I continue, choosing my words carefully. Her eyes narrow slightly, and I see a flick of suspicion across her face. She nods slightly, gesturing for me to proceed. I don't know how to say this. I have a question. I begin, I thought you could help me. She narrowed her eyes, and I guess it meant that I should continue, so I continued. I wanted to ask about Elena, I said cautiously. She looked surprised but then braced herself as she deleted that emotion from her face. Her stance shifted, as if she was preparing for a war, an argument, but that's not what I was thinking. No, it's nothing bad, I said quickly. I don't know her well. She came to me with a proposal, and I was just wondering what kind of person she is because I don't know her well, and I don't know if I can trust her. So I just wanted to know if I could trust her. And you thought that you should ask that to me? You should ask me? Margaret replied, her voice dripping with skepticism. I laughed a little nervously before moving towards her and taking a seat at the kitchen island. It's funny because I don't know who else to ask. I don't have anybody else to ask except Edward, and if I ask Edward, he'll get suspicious, and he'll find out, and I won't be able to ever get out of this house. And I want to get out of this house, but not if I'm in a dead body bag. So I want to know if I can trust Elena. Margaret stared at me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Finally, she sighed and looked away, her shoulders slumping slightly. Elena is complicated, she began slowly. She's ambitious and determined, and she's not above using people to get what she wants. She's been part of this world for a long time, and she knows how to navigate it. But that doesn't mean she's trustworthy. So you're saying I shouldn't trust her? I asked, trying to understand. I'm saying be careful, Margaret replied. Elena might help you if it benefits her, but you need to be aware that her loyalty lies with herself first and foremost. She'll do whatever she thinks will serve her best interests. If helping you means getting what she wants, she might do it. But if it doesn't... I nodded slowly, processing her words. I understand, I said quietly. Thank you, Margaret. She nodded curtly, turning back to her tasks. Then she suddenly stopped and turned to fully face me with a serious expression on her face. Margaret seemed to be at war with herself before she asked, This proposal that Elena told you about, it's about Edward, isn't it? I didn't affirm it with words, just a slight nod. I don't know what it is, but I don't want to know about it, Margaret continued, her voice firm. Please leave me out of it. The last thing I want to do is break Edward's trust. He wants you in this house, and you as his wife. As much as I hate you, I do not want to go against my alpha. So please, do not involve me in anything that this is. I nodded in understanding. I understand, Margaret. Don't worry. This has nothing to do with you, and I will make sure you stay out of it. Glad we had that out of the way. Now we can continue pretending the other doesn't exist, she said, and shuffled back towards her work. I smiled for the first time because of Margaret as I got out of the chair and moved back towards my bedroom to make a decision. Edward seemed to have made up his mind, insistent on this wedding, and there was no way I was doing that binding ceremony he kept talking about. I have to get away before the wedding. Can I trust Elena? She seems like the only choice for me right now. It's like making a deal with the devil. I don't know what she's planning. Whatever it is, I just hope she is planning to get me away from here, play free, and this decision doesn't come back to haunt me and bite me in the ass. With that decided, now it's time to wait for Elena to seek me out. She told me that she would find me when I had an answer. I wonder how she would know that. But anyway, it's her turn now. Edward keeps on ignoring me once again. The next day, I go into his home office because he's at home. I knock and invite myself in. He is perched on his desk, working on his laptop. Henry is also here. I glance at Henry before looking towards Edward again to show Henry that I do not care much for his presence, but he still talks to me. Miss Reginald, good morning. Good morning, Henry, I say, not looking back at him. Edward, I would like a word, I say, my voice measured. I'm in the middle of something right now, Ruby. Do you mind waiting until later? I do mind, I cut him off. Edward sighs as he wipes his face like he is frustrated and I'm a spoiled child, but I let it go as long as I get to talk to him. Henry, would you mind giving us a few minutes? Edward asks. Henry shoots me a look and gets out of the door. Henry is soon learning his place. He doesn't dictate me. I, however, can dictate his little timetable. Once Henry leaves, I close the door behind him and turn to face Edward. He's still seated at his desk, looking at me with an expression that mixes irritation and curiosity. "What is it, Ruby?" he asks, folding his hands on the desk. "I want to talk about this wedding," I say firmly, walking closer to his desk. "What about it?" he asks, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not doing it," I state bluntly. "You don't have a choice," Edward replies, his voice calm but his eyes hardening. "I always have a choice," I counter, trying to keep my voice steady. "You can't force me into this." Edward stands up, his imposing figure towering over me. "Ruby, you will marry me. You will walk down that aisle and you will say, 'I do.' This is not up for debate." I take a step back, feeling a mix of anger and fear. "Why, Edward? Why are you so insistent on this? You don't even talk to me anymore. We don't even have a relationship." "We don't need to have a relationship for this to happen," he says, his voice cold. "You will be my wife, and that's final. I'm not some puppet you can control." I snap, my frustration boiling over. "You can't just dictate my life." Edward's eyes flash with anger. "You are mine, Ruby. You belong to me, and you will do as I say." I feel a shiver run down my spine at his possessive words. "This isn't love, Edward." He steps closer, his eyes boring into mine. "Call it whatever you want, but you will marry me." I shake my head, backing away. "I won't. I can't." Edward takes a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. "Think carefully about your next steps, Ruby. If you defy me, there will be consequences. Edward, you need to stop this wedding madness. I do not want to marry you. I came in here, purposely sought you out to tell you how I feel about this. I know you don't understand this, Ruby, but I'm doing this to protect you." How is bonding me to you going to protect me? It only puts me in more danger. I wish you would be amenable to this so we could talk and I could explain things to you. But since you keep on fighting me, being a struggle, struggling at every turn, I'm going to have to tell you after the wedding. I really wish you hadn't taken this as hard as you have. How were you expecting me to take this? Listen, Edward, if you have ever loved me, I'm talking to the human part in you that has ever had feelings for me. You would just let me go. Please, I plead with him, looking him in the eyes as I try taking his hand in mine. But he takes his hand away from me and looks at me pointedly. "I do love you. That's why I'm doing this," he states firmly. "You could take me far away, somewhere nobody knows me, and I'm sure if I don't say anything and I lay low, nobody will ever find out." "And what about me, Ruby? What happens to me?" "You will move on. You have Elena. You have your pack. You have your company. What of my heart? I love you, Ruby. As much as you're fighting it, you know inside you that it's true. Edward, look, I just want you to let me go. Let me go. Or else you might force me to do something that... Are you threatening me now, Ruby?" "No. Are you planning another escape away from me?" I can feel his eyes bore into me as I shake my head. "No. What would I ever do? How do you think I would get out of here? That's why I'm asking you to just let me go." Edward's eyes narrow as he studies me, his expression a mix of hurt and determination. "Ruby, I can't let you go. It's not just about me. There are forces at play that you don't understand." "What forces, Edward?" Frustration boiling over. What could possibly justify this madness?" He sighs deeply, running a hand through his hair. "There are things about our world, about my world, that you don't know. Being bonded to me isn't just about love or control. It's about protection. It's about keeping you safe from those who would harm you." I shake my head, feeling exasperated. "And you think forcing me into a marriage I don't want is going to keep me safe? It only makes me feel trapped and desperate." Edward's gaze softens slightly. "I know it seems that way now, but if you would just trust me." "Trust you?" I cut him off, my voice rising. "How can I trust you when you're taking away my freedom? My choices? This isn't love, Edward. This is imprisonment." For a moment, he looks genuinely pained. "Ruby, I never wanted it to be this way, but sometimes we have to do things we don't want to do to protect the people we love." "Then show me you love me," I plead, stepping closer. "Show me by letting me go. Let me make my own choices, even if you think they're wrong. That's what real love is." Edward's jaw tightens, and I can see the internal struggle in his eyes. "I can't," he whispers, barely audible. I can't risk losing you. You're already losing me, I say softly. Every day you keep me here against my will, you're losing more and more of me. He remains silent, not saying anything or sparing me a glance. I turn and walk out of the room, my heart pounding in my chest. I know now more than ever that I need to get out of here. And Elena's offer, no matter how dangerous it seems, might be my only way out. I wake up in the morning to find somebody sitting on my bed. I'm so startled that I nearly scream. Elena looks back at me and smiles. You're such a scaredy cat, she says, her tone light but her eyes sharp. What are you doing here? I ask, my voice trembling slightly from the shock. Relax, Ruby, I came to talk to you. You did say you would have an answer, right? She tilts her head, studying me like a cat watching a mouse. I sit up, trying to steady my breathing. Seth, I didn't expect you to just appear in my room. Well, time is of the essence, darling. We don't have the luxury of waiting around. She crosses her legs elegantly, calm and collected. So, what's the plan? I ask, my voice steadying as I focus on the urgency of the situation. Elena's smile widens, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Straight to the point. I like that. Here's the deal. Edward is not going to let you go willingly. We need to. An accident? I repeat, unsure of where this is going. Yes, something that will make you leave undetected. That way you'll have a chance to escape without him hunting you down immediately. How do we do that? I ask, feeling a mix of hope and dread. I've got a plan, Elena says, leaning in closer. But you have to trust me. It involves some risk, but it's the best shot you've got. I look at her, trying to gauge her sincerity. Elena's smile fades slightly, her expression becoming serious. I nod slowly, realizing that I don't have many options left. Okay, what's the plan? Elena lays out the details, her voice calm and assured. As I listen, I can't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, this will work. And if it does, I'll finally be free from Edward's control. Remember, she says as she finishes explaining, timing is everything. We have to make sure everything goes perfectly. I understand, I reply. I don't want any kind of mess or mistakes, and I want you to know that lives are on the line here, Elena says, her tone serious and unwavering. Since you already agreed, I'm going to go and make sure everything is in order. Just be ready, okay? I nod, feeling the weight of her words. Yes. Don't make me regret this, she replies. I try to match her seriousness with my own resolve. She gives me a pointed look, her eyes narrowing. I won't. Then, just as quickly, her expression shifts back to her usual tone, set one of disdain, as if she's looking at an annoying insect. She stands up, smoothing down her naturally beautiful black hair, and starts to leave. When she reaches the door, Elena looks back at me. The next time we meet is the time to act, so be ready anytime. Why don't you just tell me when so that I can prepare myself? I ask, a hint of frustration in my voice. No, she says firmly. Edward will find out if you're planning anything, and that's the last thing I want. It's better if you're in the dark until the last minute. I sigh, understanding but not liking it. Okay, fine. Elena gives me one last look, one I can't quite decipher, before finally leaving my bedroom. As the door closes behind her, a sense of urgency settles over me. I can only hope that when the time comes, everything will go according to plan. The morning of the wedding dawned bright and clear, a stark contrast to the turmoil inside my mind. I was getting antsy since I hadn't heard a word from Elena. Today was the day and not a word from her. To put it in a nutshell, I was panicking. The house was busy with activities, with staff rushing around, finalizing every detail for the ceremony. I had barely slept, my thoughts consumed with Elena's cryptic warning and the impending escape. Today was the day. I had to get out before Edward could bind me to him forever. As the afternoon wore on, I could feel the tension in the air. Elena was nowhere to be seen, and I started to worry that she had abandoned me, but I still hoped that she would come through. The guests began to arrive, their laughter and chatter filling the halls. I stayed hidden in my room, my heart racing with every passing minute. And then there was a knock on my door. It's time. Elena's voice came through the door, calm and steady. I opened the door to find her standing there, dressed in a simple black dress that seemed out of place among the festive attire of the guests. Her eyes met mine, and I saw a flicker of something that might have been a worry. "Follow me," she said, turning on her heel and striding down the hallway. We moved quickly and quietly, avoiding the bustling staff and oblivious guests. Elena led me to a side door that opened onto a narrow path leading away from the house. As we stepped outside, I could smell the faint scent of gasoline. "Elena, what's going on?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Just trust me," she replied, her tone clipped. "We need a distraction, and this is the only way." We hurried down the path, the house growing smaller behind us. As we rounded a corner, I saw a small shed, its doors slightly ajar. Elena pushed them open, revealing several cans of gasoline and a stack of dry wood. "Help me," she said, handing me a can. Together, we doused the wood with gasoline, the pungent smell stinging my eyes. Elena pulled a lighter from her pocket. "This will create enough chaos to cover your escape," she said, striking the lighter. "Stay close to me." She dropped the lit lighter onto the wood, and it caught immediately, flames roaring to life. The fire spread quickly, fueled by the gasoline, and within moments, the shed was an inferno. "Run!" Elena shouted, grabbing my hand and pulling me away from the blaze. We sprinted back towards the house, the fire casting a glow on the surrounding trees. By the time we reached the back entrance, smoke was already billowing into the sky. The alarm bells started ringing, and I could hear shouts and screams as the guests and staff realized what was happening. Inside the house, chaos reigned. People were running in every direction, trying to find the source of the fire and escape the impending danger. Elena led me through the commotion, her grip on my hand tight. We reached a narrow stairway that led to the basement, and Elena pushed me towards it. "Go. There's a tunnel that leads out of the house. Follow it, and you'll find a car waiting for you at the end. I'll cover your escape." "But what about you?" I asked. "I'll be fine," she said, her eyes hard. "Just go, now." I nodded, swallowing my fear, and hurried down the stairs. The basement was dark and musty, but I found the tunnel easily. I could still hear the commotion upstairs as I made my way through the narrow passage, my heart pounding. When I reached the end of the tunnel, I pushed open the heavy door and closed the door behind me. I looked for the car that Elena said would be there, but I couldn't see it. Maybe it was a bit further away, so I kept going into the woods, trying to spot a car, but nothing was in sight. I suddenly started feeling a shiver, a sudden feeling that someone was tracking me. Something or someone was following me. I remembered Edward's warnings about this world, and I shouldn't be here because of what I had witnessed. And after everything, I started panicking. Elena promised me I would find a car here. Maybe it's somewhere around. But then I felt footsteps behind me, and before I knew it, I started running into the forest. My breath came in short, ragged gasps as I sprinted through the forest, the trees blurring past me. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of fear through me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I pushed myself harder, my legs burning, my lungs aching. The darkness of the woods closed in around me. I had to find the car. I had to get out of here. A few paces forward, and someone shoved me into the ground. I fell hard, hitting my face on the hard ground. I felt a sharp pain in my body. After I gained my composure and turned around, I found Emmanuel, Edward's stepbrother, standing over me with a cruel smile on his face. He looked good in his sharp, classic suit. Maybe he was already at the house, ready for the wedding. He must have come as a guest. I looked at him, surprised. Why was he here? Did Edward send him after me? "What are you doing here?" I asked him. Still shaken, he shook his head with a cruel smile. "Did you really think you could escape that easily, Ruby? Edward was right to be wary of you. Now get up." Fear shot through me as I tried to stand, my legs shaking. "Please, Emmanuel, just let me go. I won't tell anyone." "Let you go?" He laughed, a cruel laugh that did nothing to settle my unease with his sudden appearance. Emmanuel looked back down at me as he kept on shaking his head. "I'm really sorry. I have to do this," he said. "To do what? What are you talking about?" I asked with a frown. I hate this part. I wish Elena was here to do her own job. She is quite the actress, isn't she? He asked me, still laughing and shaking his head in amusement. Shock went through me as I wondered what he meant. "What do you mean, Elena? Did Elena send you? Are you the one who is going to help me? Where is the car?" I asked him as I looked around, hoping I would spot the car that was going to take me to my freedom. He started laughing loudly and cruelly as he kept on shaking his head. Did you really think Elena was going to help you get out of here? Just how stupid are you? He asked me, continuing to laugh. I was at a loss for words and what to say. What did he mean? I don't understand. What's going on? Did Edward find out? Are you here to take me to Edward? Oh, you stupid, stupid human girl. I'm the one who's going to end you. End me? What do you mean? Then his face started turning from a cruel smirk to serious and dangerous. I started feeling that Emmanuel was not here to help me. He was a danger to me. Emmanuel, what's going on? What's going on is that you just fucked yourself. Today was supposed to be your wedding day. But, plot twist, today is going to be the day you die, he announced. Panic surged through me as I realized the depth of my situation. Elena's promise of escape was a cruel ruse, and now I was trapped with no one to save me. How could she do this to me while I was ready to give her everything she wanted? We had a deal. I should have known better. Emmanuel's cruel smile widened as he held me, and I knew I had to fight back if I had any hope of surviving. No, it can't be right, I responded, shaking my head. I still couldn't come to terms with Elena's betrayal. Elena lied to you, he interjected. Did you really think that she was going to help you get out of here? How would that even help her in the grand scheme of things? You know, I told Elena that her plan wouldn't work, that you wouldn't trust her given all that had happened, how she tried to kill you in the woods, in the forest, that you wouldn't dare set foot here again, not by yourself. But I underestimated her and overestimated you. No, it can't be right. She just wants to get married to Edward. If I leave, then she's free to be with him. Why would she want to kill me? Because when you leave here, Edward is going to stop at nothing to find you. You don't know how determined Edward can be, how he always gets what he wants. We just can't take the chance that he might find you. He spitted the words with loathing. You don't like your brother, do you? I found myself saying. He thinks he knows better, and that he owns everything. But I have been biding my time, and I am going to get what is rightfully mine sooner or later. Not too bad, you won't be there to see it. I just realized that Emmanuel and Edward have their own sibling rivalry that I did not want to get into right now. What I cared about was surviving. And I just realized I should have listened to Edward when he told me to stay away from this forest. And I just brought myself here by trusting a snake that never hid its fangs. Emmanuel kept on talking. Elena planned this to the T. We all had to be at the house. We all had to be seen at all times when you disappear, because we both know that the first person who is going to be suspected is going to be Elena. And who is Elena's accomplice? Me. So we had to be very careful while planning your disappearance. I didn't disappear. You kidnapped me, I shouted accusingly. I stared at him, my heart pounding. This was a trap, and I had walked right into it. You came of your own free will. No one forced you out of your precious room. Nobody forced you to open that door and come into the forest. This was all your own doing. You tricked me. Elena and I had a deal, and she went against her words. How can you trust anything she says? He laughed again at my attempt to raise suspicion. We had to be very careful because we couldn't let anybody else into our plans. Just Elena and I, taking care of things, he said, but I cut him off. Margaret knows. She's been letting Elena into the house. When I get lost and Edward starts looking for me, he's going to ask her if she knows anything, and she's going to out Elena. Your plan has loopholes. Emmanuel laughed even harder. Oh my God, you really think we would trust that old witch? That Edward's lapdog? She would listen to anything Edward says. Why would we trust her? This plan is just between me and Elena. It's bigger and better. The rewards are tremendous. A small human brain like yours wouldn't understand. But we have to get rid of you. You are the only loophole. Elena wanted to do this herself, but given that she has to be at the house now, I will have to do the honors. She can't be here, so I have to do it, but I really, really wish she could. She would have loved to be the one to do this. He said as he looked at the sky with a longing look on his face. My body went into full survival mode. Emmanuel was crazy. He was a maniac. He already tried to kill me once, and this time, nobody was coming to save me. I had to fight. So I took him by surprise when I suddenly pushed him with all my strength and started running in the other direction, hoping I could find my way back to the Blackwoods estate. I had to run back to Edward. He was the only way for me to survive right now. I dashed through the underbrush, branches scratching at my skin, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Emmanuel's footsteps thundered behind me, growing closer. The forest was a maze, but I had to keep moving, had to find a way out. Every step felt like a fight for my life. As I ran, I heard Emmanuel cursing behind me, his voice filled with rage. "You can't run forever, Ruby," he shouted. "There's no escape for you." I was tired, breathing hard, and lost. As I stood in the middle of the forest trying to navigate my surroundings, suddenly arms went around me, holding me tight against a hard, strong body. I started hearing people talking from afar, and as I prepared myself to scream, those hands covered my mouth. He pinched my mouth closed, and then a voice whispered in my ear, slowly and calmly, but somehow also threatening. "Shh! Do not make a sound," the voice warned, hands tightening. A few minutes later, there were footsteps as the voices got closer and clearer. They were talking about the wedding as they passed nearby. I wanted to thrash, scream, and beg for help, but Emmanuel held me so tightly that it became painful. He was too strong for me. I wondered who those people were. After the footsteps had faded, Emmanuel turned me around towards him and looked at me. I had managed to make him break a sweat. "Wow, I see now what Edward sees in you. You nearly reached the bayou and destroyed everything." I didn't know what he meant, but I had done a little research on werewolves, though I doubted my research was reality. "The bayou? You mean your community?" "You would have destroyed everything if you had shown up there," he said, looking at his watch. "I have taken too long. People will start looking for me, and if Edward finds out I wasn't with them, this might get me into trouble. I have to get rid of you fast, but we're already near the bayou now." I started panicking, feeling that I was about to die. "I'm going to have to dispose of you until later. Plus, it will be even better because Elena would finally get to have her piece of you. She would be delighted when she finds out I saved you for her." Then he grabbed my upper arm and started leading me through the forest. A few paces later, we found a little hut. He pushed me inside. When I got in, he took ropes and tied me to a log that was holding the hut together. He stuffed clothes into my mouth and tied it shut, binding my hands and legs to the log tightly. He straightened himself, looking down at me. "Stay there." Then he smiled cruelly and left me. I guessed he was going back to the house to show himself so people wouldn't notice he had been gone this whole while. I stayed there as the rope cut into my skin while I struggled to break free. I had cried into the rag in my mouth until I was thirsty and parched, my throat sore, and my tears dried. I was a mess from the running, the shoving into the ground, and the exhaustion. To add to all of that, I knew that my death was in my near future. Edward must be looking for me right now. Elena is probably playing the victim, biding her time until she can come and end me. Why did I trust her? That was the worst mistake. Edward. I don't know how I got myself into this mess, but it all comes back to Edward, doesn't it? I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him. I wish I had tears left, but they've already dried. There's nothing to cry with or for right now. I'm just waiting for my death, regretting all the choices that led me to this moment. If I could change any part of my story, it would be the night I met Edward or when I decided to trust Elena. None of this makes sense. Why would Emmanuel help Elena get rid of me? What did he mean when he said there was more to this than I thought? He's Edward's stepbrother, but I know they don't get along. What does he gain from helping Elena? But there are no answers for me, and no one to answer them except waiting for my impending doom. I kept slipping in and out of consciousness, likely from hitting my head harder than I realized. The rush of adrenaline from running through the forest and facing imminent danger must have taken its toll. Suddenly, I heard footsteps outside the hut. Immediately, I wanted to scream for help, but I hesitated. What if it was Emmanuel or someone else sent to finish me off? I couldn't tell the time, but judging by the fading light, nightfall wasn't far off, and with it, I feared my death would come. The footsteps drew nearer, quickening my heartbeat. Then, the door creaked open, and a figure entered slowly, leaning on a cane. Relief washed over me. It couldn't be Elena or Emmanuel. They wouldn't use a cane. The elderly man looked at me with a mix of surprise and inner conflict, his expression unreadable. He seemed torn, and I couldn't determine if he was friend or foe. Eventually, he turned to leave, shaking his head in what seemed like sympathy or disappointment. Desperate for help, I began thrashing and shaking to catch his attention. He paused, glanced back towards the door, and then reluctantly approached me. With deliberate movements, he removed the gag from my mouth. As soon as it was out, I rasped, "Water, please. Can I have some water?" He regarded me with sadness and sympathy before heading back towards the door. "Please don't leave. Help me," I pleaded, but he didn't turn back, continuing outside. I was crestfallen, yet relieved that at least I could now use my voice to call for help. A few minutes later, while I kept shouting, my voice did not make a lot of noise because I was so perched and my throat was too sore. The elderly man came back with a bottle of water and helped me drink the water by putting the bottle into my mouth. I started drinking hungrily, but he took the bottle away from me and then put it back in my mouth again. If I drank hungrily, he would take it away. I drank the whole bottle, and when I was done, he closed the lid, looked back at me, and started leaving again. I couldn't help it. I shouted at him, "Please help me. Please unbound me. Please, I plead." He looked back towards me and shook his head. "No, please help me. I'm begging you to help me." I cried out, but he went on his way. While I cried after him, "Help me. Please help me. Somebody help me." I kept on shouting. It must have been hours or minutes later. I couldn't tell, but it had already gotten dark when 2 pairs of footsteps were running towards me as I kept on shouting for help every time I thought I had enough strength to. Suddenly, a man and a woman got into the hut with hurried footsteps. My heart started beating faster because I knew it had to be Elena and Emmanuel, and they had come to finish me off, to finish their job. The man spoke. "What the fuck?" he asked in shock. And that's when I realized it wasn't Emmanuel, it wasn't his voice. It was more raspy and more darker. The woman behind him asked, "Who is this? What is she doing here?" Standing behind the man. The man then came towards me and shined a light into my face. "Oh, hell no," he said. "What is it?" she asked. "It's the bride," the man announced. "What do you mean the bride? You mean Edward's runaway bride?" "Yes, the bride who disappeared." "Well, she's not disappeared, right? She's here," the woman said as she got from behind the man and started heading towards me. "She is kind of cute, even though she is in a worse state. Hey, what's your name?" she finally asked me. "It's Ruby. Please help me." I finally answered. Even though I was still wary, I didn't know which side these people were. "How did you get here?" the man asked, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "It's Elena and Emmanuel," I blurted out, my voice trembling with desperation. "They lied to me to get me out of the house and then kidnapped me. They're going to kill me. Please help me." The man growled, deep in thought. The woman standing behind him spoke up, her voice gentle but firm. "We should help her." "I don't know," the man muttered, indecision flickering in his eyes. My heart pounded faster, panic rising within me. "Please, please, please, just help me," I begged, tears streaming down my face. "Come on, let's help her," the woman urged. "The Alpha will be mad if he realizes we found her and didn't do anything." "Elena is my sister. If Edward finds out about this, he already promised wrath. He might kill her. I can't let him kill her." The man gritted out as he stared at me. "Why would Elena do such a stupid thing?" the man grumbled. "I already told her to give up on Edward. He has already met his mate. But Elena doesn't listen. She likes to think she knows it all." "So what do we do?" the woman asked, both of them staring at me. "Please, they're going to kill me," I pleaded again, my voice cracking with fear. The woman took the man's hand and pulled him aside, whispering urgently. The man kept shaking his head, clearly conflicted. After what felt like an eternity, they returned. "If I'm going to help you, you must do everything I tell you," the man said, his voice hard. "Yes, please, anything. Just help me get out of here," I responded eagerly. "You will have to disappear. Elena won't stop, and when Edward finds out, he's going to kill her. The only way is to make you disappear. Go as far away from here as possible. I never want to see you again. With you lost, so is the evidence. Do not ever come back here. If you do and anything happens to Elena, you will deal with me," the man growled, his eyes hard, maintaining eye contact. I knew he was trying to intimidate me, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be far away from this nightmare. "I understand," I whispered. "Just help me get away." The man nodded, a reluctant resolve settling in his eyes. "Let's get you out of here," he said. Is there anywhere you can go? Is there anyone who can help you? He asks urgently, as the woman carefully unbinds me from the ropes and helps me to my feet. Yes, my best friend Zaria, I reply quickly, my voice trembling with relief. No, we can't leave any trace. You can't contact anyone from your life that Edward will look for. The woman interjects firmly. You must go far away, somewhere no one would think to look for you. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, I nod, feeling the weight of the situation sinking in. Okay, I'll help you get out of the city, then we'll arrange a new passport and a new identity for you. Change your appearance as much as you can, the man advises, his tone urgent yet reassuring. You need to disappear so thoroughly that even Edward won't find you. I will help you, he assures me, determination in his voice as they guide me out of the secluded hut. We walk for what feels like miles until we finally reach a battered old truck. They assist me inside, covering me with worn coveralls. You'll have to stay hidden in the back, the woman explains softly. I can't risk being seen. If the Alpha discovers our involvement, it means certain death. I understand, I murmur gratefully, blindly placing my trust in these strangers. They climb into the front seats, and the engine roars to life. As we pull onto the road, uncertainty eats at me once more. Yet, for now, all I can do is trust and hope that this desperate gamble will lead me to safety. And so, enveloped in the stifling darkness of the truck's cargo hold, I cling to the fleeting hope that these strangers are indeed my saviors, not betrayers waiting for the right moment to strike. Time seems to stretch endlessly as we traverse through the night, each mile bringing me farther from the danger I left behind, yet closer to an uncertain future. The truck jerks to a stop abruptly, jolting me from my thoughts. The woman's voice, filled with urgency, breaks through the silence. We're here. This is as far as we can go. They open the cargo doors carefully, and the dim streetlights show an ordinary alley in an unknown part of the city. Feeling both thankful and nervous, I follow them out into the cool night air. We've arranged for someone to meet you here, the man explains, handing me a small bundle containing essentials. A new phone, some cash, and a set of instructions written hastily on a piece of paper. From here on, you're on your own. Remember what we told you. Change your appearance, stay off the grid, and don't trust anyone too easily. I nod, swallowing hard against the lump in my throat. Their faces blur in the dim light as they get back to the truck, leaving me standing alone, clutching my new life as the truck disappears from view. I contemplate waiting for the mysterious contact. And in the end, I decided to take fate into my own hands and stop waiting for people to make it for me. So far, I have been betrayed, and people have shattered my trust. It's time I made decisions on my own without being dictated by someone else. So I started heading towards the gas station. Turning away from the alley, I set out towards the nearby gas station, my steps quickening with purpose, hoping to catch a truck that would offer me a ride north. As I approach the station, I spot a few vehicles, their occupants bustling about. With cautious optimism, I approach a driver refueling a rugged cargo truck, mustering the courage to ask for a ride. Excuse me, I begin slowly, my voice betraying the urgency within. Are you heading north? I'm looking for a ride. The driver casts a curious glance my way, assessing me with caution. After a moment's hesitation, he nods slowly. Yeah, I'm headed that way. Hop in. Relief floods through me as I climb into the passenger seat, my heart pounding. As the truck rumbles to life and merges onto the highway, I steal a glance back at the fading lights of the city, leaving behind the shadows of my past in pursuit. After passing through several states, constantly changing tracks and hitching rides to avoid leaving a mark somewhere, I finally arrived 5 states away from where my journey began. The fear of being tracked have kept me on edge, but now I finally take a moment to breathe. In a small town in the middle of rolling hills, I decide it's time to pause and plan my next move. I cautiously begin the process of forging a new identity. I secure documents, carefully crafted to erase my past and hide my trail. I blend into the community, keeping a low profile while preparing for the next journey that will hopefully be my new home. After a few days of careful negotiation and navigating through different connections, I finally secured a new passport and identification. On the first available day, armed with my new identity, I resume my travels. I borrow cars cautiously, always checking the legitimacy of the documents, until I am finally able to purchase a ticket out of the country. At airport security, I feel very nervous as I show my documents. I'm relieved when they let me through. Boarding the plane feels strange, a mix of freedom and fear as I leave my old life for an unknown future. When the plane lands in a new country, I feel the possibilities ahead of me. This is the start of my new life, driven by need and a desire for a fresh start. I still hope years later I will be able to go back home and see my parents and my friends again. Hoping Edward would have moved on and Elena won't try to kill me anymore. I realized as I settled into the new town that I had used almost all of the money that had been given to me to start my new life. Getting the new identities, the passport, and traveling here had taken a lot of money. Now, as I checked into a motel and looked for an affordable apartment, I realized I needed to find a job quickly to stay afloat. My plan was to lay low, get to know a few important people, and live under the radar to avoid drawing any suspicions about me or my past. I had created a story about why I was here, and following the advice given to me by the person who helped me with my identity, I knew I had to change locations every few years to avoid being tracked down. But I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that. I just wanted to find a place to stay and build a life before going back home. It felt like living a life on the run. The next morning, I went to the diner and asked if they had a job for me as a waitress. The waitress I spoke to told me to see the manager in the back office and let me in. "Hi, I'm looking for a job as a waitress," I said when I entered the manager's office. The manager, a middle-aged woman with glasses, looked up from her paperwork. "We could use some extra help. Do you have any experience?" "A bit," I lied. "I'm a fast learner and very hardworking." She looked at me for a moment and then nodded. "All right, we can give you a trial shift starting tomorrow. Be here at 8 a.m. sharp. We'll see how you do." "Thank you so much," I said, feeling relieved. As I left the office, I felt a small spark of hope. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Now, I just needed to find a place to live and take things one day at a time. The next morning, I found my way to the diner and met the waitress, who told me the manager was waiting for me in the back office. When I went to meet her, we finally introduced ourselves. "I am Mrs. Smith, and you are?" "Maggie." "Nice to meet you, Maggie," Mrs. Smith said with a smile. "Let's get you started. Follow me, and I'll show you around." She led me through the diner, pointing out where everything was: the kitchen, the supply closet, the break room. She introduced me to a few of the other staff members, who seemed friendly enough. "We'll start you off with some basic tasks," Mrs. Smith explained. "Just follow Sarah here, and she'll show you the ropes." I spent the morning learning how to take orders, serve food, and clean tables. It was busy, but I managed to keep up. By the end of my shift, I was exhausted but also a little proud of myself. "How do you feel?" Mrs. Smith asked when I returned to the office. "Tired, but good," I replied honestly. "Good," she said with a nod. "You did well today. We'll keep you on for now. Be here again tomorrow at 8 a.m. "Thank you," I said, relief washing over me once more. As I walked out of the diner, I felt that small spark of hope grow a little brighter. I had a job now, and it was a start. A week into working at the diner, I'd become somewhat friendly with Sarah, and the manager seemed like a good person. The tips weren't great, though, and they weren't enough. I realized that working at the diner alone wasn't going to cut it. I needed to find a second job if I had any hope of moving forward in this new life. My apartment had a lot of issues. It was cheap, but the manager was a creep, and many things didn't work. It wasn't a great place to live. One slow afternoon at the diner, I sat by a table, looking through job listings and newspaper clippings, trying to find a second job. Sarah walked by and saw what I was doing. "Hey, Maggie, what are you doing?" "Nothing, just trying to look for a second job." "You don't know anywhere that's hiring, do you?" "I live in a crappy apartment, and it's terrible." "Oh? Where do you live?" I gave her the directions and told her I liked it because it was very close to the diner, so I didn't have to take a bus or anything. It was just a short walk, but the place was falling apart. "Oh, you live there? You should have told me. I could have gotten you a much better apartment. That place is always open because once someone lives there, they never want to stay." "Yeah, but with the money I'm making right now, I don't think I can afford to move. I already paid 6 months' rent. Sarah looked sorry for me and thought for a few minutes. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment. I could maybe lease you the second bedroom. It's not very fancy, but it's a whole lot better than the place you're living right now. But given your current financial situation, maybe I could lend you. Oh, no, Sarah. I don't want. We've just known each other for, 3-4 days. I can't start taking money from you. You're not taking. I'm just going to lend it to you and you can pay me back. With the money I'm making right now, I don't know. But how much is the rent? How much would I have to pay? Sarah thought for a few minutes and then said, I don't know if I should tell you this. What? Look, when we get off work, why don't you tag along with me? I want to show you something. What is it? Come on, I'll tell you later, okay? Okay, fine. Thanks, Sarah. Oh no, I haven't even done anything yet. Come with me after work, and then you can tell me how you feel about the whole thing. All right, I will. Sarah smiled mysteriously. You'll see. It's not far. We walked a few blocks, chatting about work and random things. Eventually, we reached an apartment building that looked much nicer than the one I was living in. Sarah led me inside and up a couple of flights of stairs. This is where I live, she said, opening the door to a cozy 2-bedroom apartment. Come in. I stepped inside, taking in the clean, well-kept space. It wasn't fancy, but it was worlds better than my current place. Sarah showed me the second bedroom, which was small but comfortable. So what do you think? She asked. It's really nice, I said, feeling a little overwhelmed, but I don't know if I can afford it right now. Sarah nodded. I understand. That's why I wanted to show you something else. Come with me. We left Sarah's apartment, and as we got downstairs, she headed towards a car. Hey, is that yours? I asked. Yeah, it's mine. I need it for work. Oh, you have a second job? Yeah. How else do you think I could afford that apartment by myself? Come on, let's go. Where are we going? I want to show you where I work at night, she said seriously, then giggled as she got in. I frowned as I climbed inside. What do you do? Hey, stop exaggerating. Let's just go, and then you'll tell me how you feel about the whole thing. And if you're not comfortable, it's fine. It's not for everyone. We can look for something normal, okay? Normal? I asked, confused. Come on, she said as she started the car. A few minutes later, she parked, and when we got out, I looked at the building in front of us. It was a nightclub. Yeah, I know. Come on, let's go inside, she urged. Memories of meeting Edward in a nightclub flashed through my mind. I didn't know why, but I felt hesitant, even though I had been to nightclubs before without any problems. Come on, what? Are you okay? She asked, noticing my hesitation. It's okay if you want to go back. It's not even my time to come after work, but I thought you could meet the manager and see the place. There are already a few people here, so you can see if you're comfortable with it. I stood there pondering for a few minutes, then decided, okay, fine. When you say normal, it's not like it's a sex club or anything, is it? Sarah burst out laughing. Oh my God, Maggie, you're crazy. No, it's not a sex club. Come on. We had to pass security to get in, but Sarah knew everybody, so she smiled and said hi to everyone. Hey, this is my friend Maggie. She's looking to get a job here. Oh, hey Maggie, come in. They greeted warmly. As I walked in, I was surprised. For a small town, it was a really huge club with a great setting. The place was amazing. The music was already playing, and a few people were mingling around. The lighting was low, with colorful lights dancing around the room, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Sarah led me through the club, pointing out different areas, the bar, the dance floor, and a few private booths. We made our way to the back, where she knocked on a door marked Manager. A moment later, a tall, strong, fit man, but still looking classy, opened the door. Hey, Sarah, who's this? He asked. This is my friend Maggie. She's looking for a second job, and I thought she might be a good fit here, Sarah explained. The manager, who introduced himself as Tom, invited us into his office. So, Maggie, what kind of work are you looking for? He asked. I'm open to anything, really. I just need to make some extra money to get by, I replied. Tom nodded. Well, this is an elite exclusive club, so we have high standards. We need servers for waitressing, and it's crucial that you have the right paperwork. Do you have your ID and any work permits you might need? Yes, I have my ID. I can get any other paperwork needed, I said. Good. You'll also need to go through some training before you start. Our members expect top-notch service, so it's important you're well prepared. Can you come in tomorrow night around 7 for the training? Yes, I can do that. Thank you so much. As we left Tom's office, Sarah grinned at me. See? That wasn't so bad. Yeah, it wasn't. Thanks for helping me out, Sarah. No problem. Now let's get out of here. It's still early, and we both need to rest before tomorrow. We left the club and headed back to her car. As we drove back to the diner, I felt a mix of excitement and nervousness about the new job. But for the first time in a while, I felt like things might actually start looking up. Sarah took me back to the diner as she headed back to her place because she needed to rest before she went to work at the nightclub later. As she left me there, I stood there for a while as I thought about this new work at the nightclub. Was it really a smart move, considering I was hiding? But I was desperate, and as we came from the nightclub, Sarah told me about the pay and the tips, and just from the tips alone, if what she said is true, I could be out of that crappy apartment if I worked for a week. This is something that just made me hesitant. Was this really the right type of environment someone like me should take? But then again, who is going to give a second look at a waitress who was giving them drinks while they were drinking themselves to a stupor? I'll just do it for a while I keep looking for something better to do, I decided as I started heading back to my crappy apartment. I headed to the diner the next day, and Sarah didn't come in, which was normal. She typically had that day off since she only worked 5 days a week and never worked weekends. It was a Saturday. I completed my shift and left early, feeling a bit nervous about my upcoming new job coming up at the nightclub. I've never waitressed before. It was my first time at the diner, and now I have to do it at the nightclub. I didn't know if I could handle it, but I knew I had to try. Sarah told me they had uniforms, so I just needed to wear jeans or a t-shirt, something comfortable, and change when I got to the nightclub. It usually opened at 10, but since it was my first time and there was training and details to go over, I had to be there at 7. I struggled with myself, debating whether to call Sarah for a pep talk. I managed to get some sleep, and at 6:30 as I was getting ready, Sarah's call came in. I was relieved and happy to see her name on the phone screen, so I quickly picked up. Hey, hello, I greeted eagerly. Hey, Sarah replied warmly. I just wanted to check in before your big night, Sarah said with a reassuring tone. Are you feeling okay about everything? Yeah, I think so, I replied, trying to sound confident. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll manage. You'll do great, Maggie. Remember, it's just like serving at the diner, but with a different crowd and atmosphere. The training will help you get the hang of things. I hope so, I said, feeling a mix of anticipation and apprehension. Just stay calm and confident. You've got this, Sarah encouraged. Thanks, Sarah. I really appreciate your support. Don't worry, Sarah reassured me. If there's any problem during your shift, I'll be right there in the same building. Just come up to me and I'll assist you. That's reassuring to hear, I said gratefully. I wish we could go together, but you have to be there by yourself for the training, Sarah continued. I'll be at work at 9, so I'll see you there, okay? Okay, sounds good, I replied, feeling a bit more at ease. All good? Sarah asked. Yes, all good, I confirmed. Okay, see you later then, babe. Okay, bye, I said, hanging up with a smile, feeling supported and ready for the night ahead. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves and finished getting ready. As I headed out, the city buzzed with Saturday night energy, adding to my anticipation. Arriving at the nightclub, I found it quiet before opening hours. The training session began promptly at 7, and I met Tom, the manager, who reiterated the club's high standards and the importance of customer service. Throughout the training, I absorbed as much as I could, learning about the menu, the layout of the club, and the protocols for serving in such an environment. Tom was patient and encouraging, which helped ease my initial jitters. By the end of the session, I felt more prepared, though still a bit nervous about the night ahead. As 9 o'clock approached, Sarah arrived for her shift at the nightclub Z. She greeted me with a warm smile and a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You're going to do great, Maggie. Just remember what I told you earlier. If you need anything, just come find me. Thanks, Sarah. I appreciate it, I replied, feeling grateful for her support. With a final pep talk from Sarah, I took a moment to gather my confidence before the doors opened at 10. The night stretched ahead of me, filled with possibilities and challenges, but I was ready to face them head-on. The nightclub started filling up quickly once the doors opened. The energy was electric, and the music pulsed through the room. I donned my uniform and took a deep breath, reminding myself of Sarah's advice and the training I'd received. My first few interactions were a bit awkward as I navigated the bustling environment, but I soon found my rhythm. I served drinks, took orders, and tried to stay composed amid the chaos. Occasionally, I'd catch sight of Sarah, who gave me encouraging nods and smiles, which boosted my confidence. Around midnight, the club was at its peak, and I was fully immersed in my work. The clientele was demanding but generally friendly, and I managed to keep up with the pace. The tips were flowing, just as Sarah had promised, and I began to feel a sense of accomplishment. During a brief lull, I took a moment to catch my breath near the bar. Sarah approached me, a satisfied grin on her face. "You're doing great, Maggie. How are you holding up?" "I'm okay," I replied, wiping a bit of sweat from my forehead. "It's intense, but I'm getting the hang of it." "That's the spirit," she said, giving me a pat on the back. "Just a few more hours and you'll be done with your first night. Keep it up." As the night continued, I grew more confident in my role. By the time my shift ended, I was exhausted but exhilarated. I had survived my first night at the nightclub, and it felt like a significant step forward. Tom approached me as I was getting ready to leave. "Good job tonight, Maggie. You handled it well for your first shift." "Thank you, Tom," I said, genuinely appreciative. "See you tomorrow night?" he asked. "Yes, I'll be here," I confirmed, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. I was glad when I opened the back door and found Sarah waiting for me. "Hey, you waited," I said, feeling a surge of gratitude. "Yeah, I knew you needed a ride since you don't have a car yet," she replied. "Don't worry, for the next few weeks I'll give you a ride. And since we're going to be roommates, it's better if we share a car instead of you calling a taxi or anything." "Thanks, Sarah. You've been such a great friend and a great help ever since I got here. I don't know how to repay you." "Don't worry about it, Maggie. It's okay. We girls should stick together." "Yeah, we should," I agreed. For some reason, tears started pouring from my eyes. Sarah came over and hugged me. Hey, it's okay. Calm down, okay? It's okay." I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening to me. I'm not a crier," I said, letting her go and wiping the tears from my eyes. "Yeah, we should go. It's exhausting, and I still have to be at the diner tomorrow morning." "Hey, about that," Sarah suggested. "You should talk to Mrs. Smith about not working on weekends. The diner doesn't get a lot of customers on weekends, and the nightclub is usually really busy then because it's closed on Mondays and Tuesdays. So I think you should work on that." "Okay, I'll see what I can do with Mrs. Smith, but she's expecting me tomorrow, so I have to be at work." "All right, let me take you to your place, my future roommate," she said with a giggle. I smiled at that, and with that, we both got into the car. As we got into the car in silence, Sarah fiddled with the radio and then gave up. She gave me a side eye with a wicked smile as she said, "So Tom gave you the training himself." I looked at her, puzzled, as I was lost in my own thoughts. "Yeah, he was really nice. It's great to have such a good boss." "Yeah, he's really good and handsome, isn't he?" she said with a sly grin. "Yeah, I guess. I mean, I haven't really thought about him in that way. I have a lot of stuff going on right now." "Yeah, but he is a good-looking man. He's fit, he's handsome, and he's the owner of the club." "Oh, he's the owner?" I asked, surprised. "Yeah, and he doesn't usually give trainees their training, so I was very surprised to find out that he was the one who trained you. We're usually given an older, maybe assistant manager to help us with the training, but he gave you the training himself," she said curiously. "So, what else did you talk about?" "Oh, Sarah, you're barking up the wrong tree. We didn't talk about anything except work. When I got there, I gave him my identification. He made me sign papers, and then we got into training around the building. Nothing else. We didn't talk about anything personal. My mind is just not clear right now." "Okay," she said, still smiling. "What's up with you?" I asked her. "I don't know. It's just that Tom has never taken an interest in an employee or a female before, she remarked, her curiosity piqued. I frowned but didn't want to get into it. Oh, I'm too tired to go into that, Sarah. Okay, maybe we'll gossip tomorrow then, she said with a laugh. I looked forward and saw that we had reached my place. Thanks for the ride, Sarah, I said as I got out of the car. No problem, Maggie. Get some rest, she replied with a warm smile. I waved goodbye and headed inside, my mind buzzing with thoughts about the night's events. As I settled into my bed, I reminded myself that I needed to talk to Mrs. Smith about adjusting my work schedule at the diner. With so much to think about, I eventually drifted off to sleep. The next day I felt like a zombie at work. It was a great thing that it was a slow day, so I couldn't say I slacked off, but I felt so drained and tired. During my break, Mrs. Smith asked me into her office. Hey Maggie, how's everything going? How are you? Liking the environment at work? It's okay, everything is fine. I was actually hoping to talk to you, I replied. Oh, what is this about? Because I asked you into the office and you seemed out of it. I thought you might be coming down with something and might need to go home or go to the hospital. No, it's just that I got a second job. Oh, really? Where at? She asked, curious. At a nightclub, I admitted. I needed to make some extra money because my current pay isn't enough to cover my expenses. Mrs. Smith nodded thoughtfully. I see. Well, I understand that everyone has their own financial needs. How is this affecting your work here, though? I was hoping I could adjust my schedule a bit, I said, a bit nervously. The nightclub is really busy on weekends, and they don't open on Mondays and Tuesdays. I was wondering if I could have weekends off here and work more during the weekdays. Mrs. Smith considered this for a moment. Well, the diner isn't very busy on weekends anyway. I think we can work something out. How about you work a few more hours during Mondays and Tuesdays to make up for it? That sounds perfect. Thank you so much, Mrs. Smith, I said, relief washing over me. No problem, Maggie. Just make sure you take care of yourself and don't overdo it. I don't want you burning out, she advised. I will. Thank you again, I said, feeling grateful as I left her office. I went to work the next day at 9, and Sarah came to pick me up. We went together, and I wanted to be a bit early since I was the newbie. When we got there, I was told that Tom had asked for me, and I should go see him in his office. I wondered what that was about as I walked towards his office. When I got there, he greeted me with a warm smile and invited me inside. Come on. Why are you so nervous? Get in, he said. I went in and sat in the chair opposite him as he looked at the papers in front of him. Okay, so I think I have everything in order, and I think you did well, but I still wanted to talk to you so you could tell me what you thought about your work yesterday. Was everything okay? Did you encounter any challenges? Is there anything you would like to talk about? I smiled back at him. No, everything was okay. It was my first time, so I was a bit nervous, but so far it was great. Everything was fine. Great, I'm happy to hear that, he said, giving me a warm smile. And I don't know why, but I suddenly remembered what Sarah told me yesterday about his looks. I had to agree, he was good-looking. In his late 30s, he seemed like a great guy. He must be married, but I pushed that thought aside and focused back on our discussion, finding him looking at me with a look I couldn't decipher. What? I asked him. Nothing, it's okay, I guess we're done here. You should go get ready, he said, dismissing me. I stood up, gave him a small nod, and left his office, feeling a mix of emotions. As I walked out, I couldn't help but feel that there was something more behind his look, but I decided to focus on getting ready for my shift. Sunday went okay. I was still a newbie, learning the ropes. I made a few mistakes, broke a glass, and mixed up 2 orders, but overall, the clients were cool about it and the bus was cold, so it wasn't too bad. As we were finishing up and closing the club, Tom came out from the back office and clapped his hands to gain everyone's attention. So guys, tomorrow is Marcus's birthday, Tom announced, prompting everyone to start clapping and cheering. How much are we counting? Tom asked him. Who's turning 24, baby? You know it, Marcus, the young male bartender, replied with a grin. Tom smiled and said, We're going to throw a party for you. We don't open tomorrow, so we're going to do a little thing for you here at the club. So guys, it's going to be from 8 to 10. We won't be open to the public, so it's just for us. Don't invite everybody, just come by yourselves and don't drink all of my liquor and run me out of business," he joked, making everyone laugh. "Okay, folks, I'll let you go home now," Tom finished and headed back to his office. Sarah came over to me. "So you'll be coming, right?" she asked. "I don't know. I was really hoping I could get some sleep tomorrow," I replied hesitantly. "It's only 8 to 10. Come on. It's going to be fun, and it'll be good to connect with your coworkers and everything," she insisted. "Okay, fine," I agreed, giving in. "Great, I'll pick you up." "Come on, let's go," she said, taking my hand as we headed back towards the staff room. That Monday, I was really spent and had planned to go to work at the diner and then head straight to bed since those were the only 2 days I could really sleep. But I had already agreed to go to the party, and Sarah was already in my apartment. She had gone through my clothes and concluded that nothing I had was fitting for the occasion. "Come on, it's not like there's going to be anybody important there. Why can't I just wear a t-shirt and jeans?" I protested. "It's a party, Maggie. You need to dress up a little," Sarah insisted. "Okay, fine. You know what? Let's just go to my apartment and get you a dress, something black and cute. Let's go, we're running late," she said. "Maybe I shouldn't go. Just go without me." I tried, attempting to plop back on the bed, but before I could, Sarah grabbed hold of me and helped me stand. "No way are you getting out of this. Did you hide your clothes so you wouldn't have to go?" she teased. "Of course not," I replied half-heartedly. "I don't know," she said, pulling me out of my apartment. We went back to her place, where she handed me a short black dress that reached just above my knees. We then headed to the party. Although Tom had said not to invite everybody, the place was already packed. It wasn't a working day, but you wouldn't tell from the people here. Everyone was having fun, and it was a great turnout. We were a bit late, but early enough for cake and gifts. We danced a little, talked a little, and Sarah introduced me to more people. It turned out to be a great night. Even though I was hoping to catch up on sleep, it was nice to let go and enjoy myself for a few hours. It was already midnight. The club staff were helping to escort out the remaining drunk patrons who didn't want to leave. The music had been shut down, drink orders stopped, and they were even taking drinks from those still lazing around. I was helping out until the room cleared and then started waiting for Sarah. Some of the staff began leaving one after another, saying goodbye. I found myself sitting at the counter with Tom. "So, Maggie," he said, attempting small talk, "you're not from around here, huh?" "Yeah, not far from here. From a bit far away," I replied, trying to keep my tone casual. Okay. You know, I like to know a lot about my employees. We're like a family here. You don't mind me prying into your story, do you?" he asked, pouring a drink for both of us. I didn't know Tom was the kind of person to want to dig into my past. The last thing I wanted was for someone to uncover my real story, but I had already prepared an airtight narrative just in case. "No, I don't mind," I said, taking a sip of my drink. "I moved here for a fresh start. Things weren't working out back home, and I needed a change. I've been doing odd jobs to make ends meet, and now I'm just trying to get on my feet." He nodded, seeming genuinely interested. "I get that. Sometimes you need a new environment to really find yourself. What kind of work did you do before?" "Mostly retail and some office work. Nothing too exciting," I said, sticking to my story. "Well, I'm glad you ended up here. You seem like a hard worker, and we need more people like you," he said with a warm smile. "Thanks, Tom. That means a lot," I replied, feeling a bit more at ease. "So tell me about you," I asked Tom, trying to change the subject and stop him from prying into my past. "Nothing to tell. I came here in my teen years with my parents, who are both deceased right now." "Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Anyway, I came here and I stayed back here because my parents are here. We decided to buy them here, so I've been here. And then I decided to open this business. Well, it wasn't my first one. I tried a few businesses. Some died, some are still alive, but this is my greatest accomplishment," he says, looking around the nightclub. "That's very inspiring." "Well, not really. I had a lot of money from my trust fund and the inheritance, so yeah, they helped. It took me a while, though, trying to find my footing and my place in the world because I was a wild child. So yeah, it took me time and a lot of failed businesses. It took me a long time. I feel like it was right for me to actually get to do something I liked and something that was for people. So I don't know if it's inspiring, he says. And yeah, it's inspiring. I wish I could open a few failed businesses with the money I'm getting. I mean, I'm not judging right now. I think I'm a bit drunk too, I say, finishing my glass as Tom pours us another. As we keep talking, Tom tells me about his childhood. It's really funny and engaging, and I'm having a lot of fun as we continue to drink. Before I knew it, the bottle we were sharing is gone. As Tom goes behind the bar to get another bottle, I suddenly ask, now tipsy and moving towards drunk, "Where's Sarah? She should have been back by now." "You were waiting on Sarah?" Tom asks. "Yes, she's my ride." "Well, I saw her leave with her boyfriend a couple of hours ago." "She has a boyfriend?" I was surprised and confused that I didn't know this type of information about her. Tom looks at me with a weirdly surprised expression on his face. "And the two of you are friends?" "Yeah, she has a boyfriend. Don't you know him? His name's Mike?" "You don't know this? You don't know him?" "No, I don't." "And you two are friends?" he asks with a raised eyebrow. "I mean, we are, but it's kind of new. It probably just never came up. We're not that close." "How long have you been here? How long have you known Sarah?" He asks me as he pours me another drink and gets closer. "I guess I've known her ever since I got here. We met at work." "At work?" "Yeah, at the diner." "Oh, you work with her at the diner?" "Yeah, and that's how she told me about here. If she's not here, I should probably go." "No, it's okay. It's fine." He looks at his watch. "It's past midnight. I'll take you home. Just let me make sure everything is in order, and then I'll give you a ride home if that's okay." I ponder this for a few minutes, but he looks so innocent. He's never given me creepy vibes, and so I agree. "Okay, fine. Okay. Just continue having a drink there, and I'll be back in a jiffy," he says as he starts looking at everything, making sure things are closed, and then he goes back into his office. By the time he gets back, I think I have finished the glass I was drinking, and I don't think I feel so good. I am, to put it lightly, drunk. I see visions of Tom coming next to me. "Hey, are you good?" "Yeah, I'm fine, I think." I laugh, then say again, "Oh, there I go. The drink has got into my head." "Okay, did you come with a coat or anything?" Tom asks, looking over me. "Yeah, I have my jacket. I don't know where Sarah put it," I say, trying to look around. "It must be in the staff closet," Tom says. "Let me go and get it." He heads to the back and then comes back with my jacket and helps me put it on. "Are you sure you're okay?" "I am fine, Tom," I tell him, slurring and elongating the words. "Okay, if you say so." And then I hear myself chuckling. I can't seem to control myself. "What is it?" Tom asks, laughing along with me. "Are you okay?" "Yeah. I mean, I'm just so happy," I find myself saying. Why am I saying this? I want to stop, but I can't help it. I'm just so happy right now. Tom laughs. "Okay, it's good if you're happy. So, should we go?" "Let's have one more drink," I find myself saying, and then I stop myself. "No, we should probably go." "Yeah, we probably should. If you have another drink, you're going to black out." And just like that, I don't know what happened next. I wake up the next morning in an unfamiliar bed. It's too soft and too inviting to be the bed I've been using for the last week. I have spent nearly 3 weeks away from Edward, and I don't know why, but every time I still wake up, the first thing I think about is him. At first it's fear, but then I kind of miss him. It's crazy to want something that nearly killed me, but then my mind goes back to the present. Why is this bed so soft? I open my eyes and find myself in an unfamiliar room. It's too grand. The room is spacious with high ceilings and elegant decor. The bed I'm lying in has a plush duvet and numerous pillows. I sit up slowly, feeling the lingering effects of last night's drinking. My head throbs slightly, and my mouth is dry. I look around, trying to make sense of my surroundings. There's a large window on one side of the room, with heavy curtains partially drawn, letting in a soft, diffused light. The furniture is polished wood, and there's a large mirror on one wall. A dressing table with an ornate chair sits against another wall, and a door stands ajar, leading to what I assume is an ensuite bathroom. I take a deep breath and swing my legs over the side of the bed, my feet sinking into the thick carpet. As I stand up, I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. My hair is tousled, and I look slightly disheveled. I look next to me, towards the bed, and release the breath I didn't know I was holding to find that there is nobody sleeping next to me. I immediately start relaxing as I release my breath like, oh, thank God. But before I finish the words from my mouth, suddenly a man walks from the slightly ajar door that leads to the bathroom. He is still wet, only in a towel to show that he was taking a bath. When the man looks up and our eyes meet, I see that it's Tom, my boss at nightclub Z. As we keep staring at each other in silence, the pieces start falling into place and I realize what happened yesterday night. Before I know it, I find myself saying, no, 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 no. Hey, come down, relax, relax. I hear Tom saying as he rushes to on the bed and puts his arms around me. His touch only makes me panic even more. I push him away forcefully, stumbling off the bed in a frenzy. Tears blur my vision as I scramble to pick up my scattered clothes, my mind swirling with confusion and panic. I don't know what I'm doing, but I have to get out of here. Hey, Maggie, Maggie, Tom keeps calling after me, now sitting on the bed. Can we talk for a minute? I can't bring myself to respond. I shake my head vigorously, my chest heaving with sobs. Grabbing whatever clothes I can find, I snatch my bag from the nearby chair along with one of my shoes and bolt out of the room. In the hallway, the enormity of the house hits me. It's a maze, and I feel disoriented as I rush in the opposite direction. I get turned around a few times, but eventually I spot a staircase leading downstairs and a door that must lead outside. Tears still streaming down my face, I hurry to the top of the stairs and hastily pull on my clothes over what I'm already wearing. I run down the stairs, my heart pounding, and burst through the door into the cool night air. As I walked along the unfamiliar road, surrounded by towering houses and imposing fences of a gated community, I felt utterly lost. This wasn't just any neighborhood. It exuded wealth and seclusion, leaving me disoriented and unsure of where to go. The enormity of the houses and the intimidating gates only added to my confusion. I rifled through my bag in a panic, searching desperately for my phone, but it was nowhere to be found. Tears stung my eyes as I tried to piece together the events of last night. Did Tom take advantage of me? The thought sent shivers down my spine. Mingling with regret and self-reproach, my thoughts drifted to Edward, capturing my anguish. How could I have let this happen? This wasn't who I was. I had never been in such a situation before, and the shame weighed heavily on me. Suddenly, a car slowed beside me, and my heart sank as I recognized Tom behind the wheel. I clenched my jaw, refusing to meet his eyes. I don't want to talk to you, I said firmly, my voice trembling with emotion as I quickened my pace. Hey, Maggie, can we talk for a few minutes like adults, please? I can't let you leave like this. It's not right. We should talk, Tom pleaded from the car. What's not right is what you did to me, I shot back, my accusation laced with anger and hurt. I didn't do anything, Maggie. Stop, he called desperately, but I ignored him, increasing my speed to put more distance between us. Tom parked the car abruptly and began running towards me, but I was determined to get away from him. When I saw him getting closer, panic surged through me, and I bolted. He chased after me and swiftly caught up, turning me around gently as tears continued to fall, my body trembling with fear and adrenaline from the recent events. I really need you to listen to me, Tom implored, gripping my arms firmly and shaking me lightly. Can you hear me, Maggie? I need you to listen to me. What do you want, Tom? What do you want? I screamed at him, my voice cracking with emotion. Just leave me alone, okay? I pleaded, trying to pull away from his grasp. You said what I did wasn't right. What did you mean by that? Tom asked urgently. What do you think I meant? What happened last night? I shouted back, my mind racing with confusion and hurt. He released his hold on me and ran his hands through his hair in frustration. Listen, Maggie, we were both drunk last night. I was drunk. We were both drinking, okay? And then you came on to me. You're a beautiful girl. We can't deny that, Tom explained earnestly. And then, what happened, but I did not force myself on you. I need you to understand, he pleaded, his voice wavering with emotion. I stood there, breathing heavily, trying to process Tom's words amidst the chaos in my mind. His explanation felt like a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Confusion, anger, and a lingering sense of vulnerability. The night flashed before my eyes in fragmented memories, blurred by alcohol and regret. But I didn't want this, I finally managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. I didn't want any of this to happen. Tom's expression softened, his eyes searching mine with genuine concern. I know, Maggie. I know, he replied softly, his hands dropping to his sides. And I'm sorry if it seemed like I took advantage of you. That was never my intention. I struggled to hold back tears, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of the situation. I trusted you, I murmured, more to myself than to him. I trusted you as my boss, as someone I thought I knew. Tom reached out tentatively, as if unsure if I would accept the gesture. Maggie, please, he pleaded gently. Let's talk about this. Let me explain everything. Part of me wanted to run, to escape the uncomfortable reality that now hung between us. But another part, a small voice of reason, urged me to listen, to understand his perspective. With a deep breath, I nodded slowly, signaling that I was willing to hear him out. Tom exhaled audibly, relief evident in his eyes. Thank you, he said softly. Let's find a quieter place to talk. There's a community cafe a short distance from here. We can just walk there if you're not comfortable in the car, Tom suggested quietly. I nodded in agreement, and we walked with a noticeable distance between us, each lost in our own thoughts, avoiding eye contact. Upon arriving at the cafe, we chose a table outside, away from the bustling activity of other patrons. Tom ordered coffee for both of us, and as we settled down, he asked with genuine concern, "How's the headache? I had some pills and water for you, but with your sudden departure, I couldn't give them to you. Would you like me to go get something for you?" "No, it's fine," I replied softly, though internally I hesitated at the thought of accepting anything from him right now. We sat in silence, sipping our coffee, until Tom broached the subject again. "Do you really not remember anything that happened last night? The way you flirted? How we danced and you convinced me to turn on the music at the nightclub? The kiss? Everything? Nothing at all?" His voice was filled with a mix of concern and uncertainty. I stared down at my coffee cup, struggling to piece together the fragmented memories from the previous night. I don't know, I admitted quietly, feeling a knot of confusion tightening in my chest. It's all a blur. Tom sighed heavily, his expression troubled. "Maggie, I didn't want things to be like this," he said earnestly. "I care about you, and I would never want you to feel like I took advantage of you." I nodded slowly, tears welling up again despite my efforts to stay composed. I don't know what to think," I confessed, my voice barely audible. "I understand," Tom replied gently, reaching out hesitantly to touch my hand before pulling back. "Let's take this one step at a time. I want to explain everything if you'll let me." I nodded again, uncertain of where this conversation would lead, but knowing that understanding the truth was crucial to moving forward. The cafe offered a quiet refuge for us to unravel the events of the night before, and I owed myself to find out what happened. "First of all, I want you to know that I am terribly sorry about all of this," Tom began, his voice filled with genuine remorse. "I really didn't expect this to turn out this way. I genuinely thought you were into it, and if there was any doubt in my mind that you weren't, I never would have let things progress to where they did today." He paused, looking at me earnestly, hoping for some understanding. I could only manage a tight-lipped smile in response, unsure of how to process everything that had transpired. The memories of yesterday floated hazily in my mind, fragmented and unclear. "Yesterday, I remember telling you to take it easy on the drinks," Tom continued, his tone softening as he recounted the events. "And later, as we were leaving, you passed by the dance floor and suddenly started dancing. You were so happy, insisting we turn on the music. You said you hadn't felt that happy in a long time, and I couldn't resist indulging you. I played the music, and you danced while I sat and watched." He paused, searching my face for any sign of recollection. "Are you sure you don't remember any of this?" he asked again gently, his eyes reflecting a mix of hope and uncertainty. As he spoke, a fleeting memory flickered through my mind, a glimpse of myself dancing and laughing. It was there, yet distant, buried beneath the haze of the night. But I shook my head slowly, unable to grasp onto the memory fully. "I don't," I murmured softly, feeling a pang of frustration at my own blurred recollection. Tom sighed heavily, his shoulders slumping slightly with disappointment. "I understand," he said quietly, his voice tinged with regret. "I wish you did." Silence settled between us, thick with unspoken words and unanswered questions. "And then what happened?" I asked, breaking the heavy silence that hung between us. "And then, as we were dancing, you came next to me, started dancing around me, and we were having a good time," Tom began hesitantly. "Then you told me to dance with you. I refused at first, but then you pulled me up and we started dancing together, and—" He paused, his voice trailing off slightly. "Then the kiss happened," he admitted sheepishly, his gaze shifting away from mine. I swallowed hard, trying to process his words and the flood of emotions they stirred within me. Memories flickered faintly in my mind, fragments of a night blurred by alcohol and confusion. I don't remember," I finally managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. The weight of uncertainty settled heavily upon me, mingling with a growing sense of unease. Tom nodded slowly, his expression a mix of regret and understanding. "I understand," he murmured softly. "I shouldn't have assumed. I should have been more careful." "It's okay, Tom." I guess I shouldn't also be blamed for what's happened," I said, trying to find some common ground. No, he interrupted me, but I stopped him. "And then what happened? I need to know everything." Tom took a deep breath. "Well, I can tell you everything, detail by detail, but I'll give you the gist. After the kiss, things got heated, hence why we're here. I think I should just be honest." When he finished, I looked up and straightened in my seat. "Be honest about what?" I asked, unsure. "I'm attracted to you," he admitted. I widened my eyes as I remembered what Sarah had said to me the other day, but I shook my head. "Ooh, Kay," I finally answered. "And so, when things got where they were, I really thought you were into it. I'm feeling like such a jerk because after I asked you if you wanted to go to my place, you said, 'Yes, of course I want to.' And then we went to my car and then to my house. When we got there, something told me this wasn't right, so I asked you, 'Are you sure about this?' And you said, 'Yeah, I'm sure. I want to forget about Eric, Enric, Ed, something. I'm sorry, I forgot the name. I was a bit out of it too. So to put it in a nutshell, that's what happened until this morning when you bolted." I take a deep breath, trying to remember what happened. I only have fragments of pieces of me dancing, smiling in the car with him, but I don't know. It's all a blur. I really don't know what happened, and I don't want to blame him for something when I'm not sure that he actually did do so. I'm not going to throw any accusations right now, but I really need some breath and to piece my mind together, so I tell him, "Okay, I understand. Thank you for talking to me through it." "No, you don't have to thank me for anything. I mean, wait, I remembered there are security cameras at the nightclub. We can go there right now and you can look at the video. I really don't want you to think I would do such a thing, what you just accused me of. I can't even say it. That's how scared of it I am. There are security cameras at the nightclub. Please, let's just go there right now and just look at them to make sure what I'm telling you is true, because I would hate for you to leave here with that mindset," Tom says to me. And he looks so innocent and honest, and I kind of feel bad about the accusations I threw at him, and I don't know what to answer to this. "It's fine, Tom. It's okay," I said, trying to soothe the tension. "No, please, I insist. And if you don't want to get in the car with me, I can call you a taxi. You can call a friend, Sarah, to come pick you up. We can go to the club and look at the video." "It's okay. I believe you," I responded, though my voice betrayed my uncertainty. "But you don't remember, and I can see it in your face. You don't believe me. I can't. I respect women. I respect you. I can't. I can't," he said, shaking his head as he took his phone out of his pocket. "It's really fine," I insisted, trying to keep my composure. "No, you need a friend right now," Tom countered, dialing a number on his phone. "Hey, Sarah. Yeah, I'm here with Maggie. Can you come to the Temple Cave? Yes, she kind of needs a ride and a friend right now. I will owe you if you can do this. Okay, fine. Please make it quick." He ended the call and put the phone back in his pocket. It's a good thing she was close. She was in town, so 5-7 minutes she'll be here. You need a friend right now, and I need you to believe me. So please, just humor me. You are really upset, and I just want to clear your mind. And mine too, because I feel so bad. "No, I really don't want you to feel that way," I interrupted, but he cut me off. "Let's just clear this," he announced, not leaving room for negotiation. We sat there in silence, the minutes stretching on as we waited for Sarah to arrive. The weight of the situation hung heavily between us, but for now, there was nothing more to say. A few minutes later, Sarah pulled up in her car. Stepping out, confusion was evident on her face. I knew she had questions about why Tom and I had called her, why he had mentioned I needed a friend, and why we were suddenly heading to the nightclub. "Hey, guys!" Sarah greeted us, her curiosity piqued as she approached. She glanced between Tom and me, clearly seeking an explanation. "Tom, Maggie, everything okay?" she asked, her concern growing. "Yeah, everything's fine," Tom replied calmly. "Maggie just needs a ride to the club. We need to go there right now." Sarah raised an eyebrow. "To the club? Right now? Don't you have your shift at the diner? What's going on?" "It'll only take 5 minutes," Tom assured her, standing up abruptly. He didn't look at me as he headed straight towards the parking lot. "Just give me a quick call to say you'll be late. Let's get this done." Realizing he'd parked his car awkwardly, Tom corrected himself. "I'll grab my car. Meet us there, okay?" With that, he turned and left. Sarah watched him leave, visibly perturbed. She turned back to me, her expression questioning. "Maggie, what's happening? Why are you with Tom, and what's with the nightclub? What are we going to do there? Did you forget something?" "It's a long story," I sighed, motioning for her to join me in the car. "Let's talk on the way. I'll explain everything." We climbed into Sarah's car, the air thick with unanswered questions and tension. As she started the engine, I struggled to find the right words to explain to her about what had happened. But as we headed towards the club, I couldn't shake the anxiety building inside me. If we were going there, we would likely see the video. Tom would probably explain what I had accused him of. The situation was spiraling out of control, and with Tom involving more people, it felt like it was getting worse by the minute. I needed to stop dwelling on my own actions and focus on this new mess with Tom. It was exhausting and overwhelming. "So what happened? What's going on?" Sarah asked, her voice filled with concern as she glanced at me while driving. "I don't know how to tell you this, Sarah. Please," I pleaded, feeling the weight of the confusion and guilt pressing down on me. "What's happening? You seem so serious. You're scaring me. Is this about last night? Is it because I left you?" Sarah asked tentatively. "I'm sorry if I upset you. You're my friend." "No, it's not that," I interrupted, unsure myself. "Or maybe it is. I don't even know anymore. I'm so mixed up right now, I don't know what's real and what's not." "Okay, take a deep breath," Sarah said gently, her voice soothing. "Just take your time. Find the right words to tell me slowly. Relax. I'm here for you. Whatever it is, we can work through it together." As Sarah's words sank in, I closed my eyes briefly, gathering my thoughts. I knew I had to explain everything to her, starting from the beginning, to make sense of the tangled mess that had become my life. As Sarah drove towards the club, I struggled to gather my thoughts, mustering the strength to begin telling her what had happened. "I stayed behind with Tom last night after the party," I began, my voice wavering. "I didn't realize you had left, and he was finishing up closing the club. When I found out, he offered to give me a ride home, so I stayed to let him finish closing up. We started talking, drinking, and then things just got confusing from there." "Confusing how?" Sarah asked softly, her concern palpable. I can't remember what happened last night," I admitted, feeling a mix of embarrassment and unease. "I don't think I blacked out because I remember being there, but I just can't recall the details." "You don't remember anything at all?" Sarah asked, her voice tinged with worry. "What did Tom say happened?" "Well, Tom said that we drank, danced, had fun, and then we kissed," I murmured, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. Sarah frowned, absorbing my words. "Okay, and then?" "And then he said things escalated," I confessed, feeling the weight of the truth settling between us. We slept together." Sarah's eyes widened in surprise and concern, her grip tightening on the steering wheel. She took a deep breath, processing the revelation. The silence in the car was heavy with the weight of what I had just confessed. Sarah looked at me with a mixture of concern and curiosity, then shifted her gaze back towards the road. "So how are you feeling right now?" she asked gently. "To tell you the truth, I don't know," I admitted, feeling a swirl of conflicting emotions. "Tom insists it was consensual, and he looks so sure, so innocent. But after what I've just accused him of and the fact that he's my boss, I'm just so confused right now." "Yeah, Forget about that, Sarah replied, her concern deepening. But how do you really feel? Are you okay? I'll tell you the same thing, Sarah. I don't know, I confessed, feeling lost in a maze of uncertainties. I don't think if I was in my right mind I would have done that. But then I don't think I have anybody else to blame but myself, I said, nearly tearing up. No, don't blame yourself, Sarah insisted, her voice firm yet gentle. You're in a tough spot, Maggie. It's okay not to have all the answers right now. You know what? Let's just relax for a minute, Sarah suggested after a pause. Why are we even going to the club anyway? I took a deep breath and began telling Sarah about what Tom told me, recounting the events as best as I could remember. She listened attentively, nodding her head as she processed the information. Okay, so we're going to the club to watch the video, Sarah summarized, her brow furrowed in concern. Are you sure you're ready to watch it, though? It might help clarify things, but it could also make things more confusing. Are you prepared for that? I hesitated, uncertainty gnawing at me. Watching the video meant confronting the truth, whatever that might be. Yet part of me feared what I might see and what it could mean for my understanding of that night. I don't know if I'm ready, I admitted quietly, my voice betraying my inner turmoil. But I need to know. I need to understand what really happened. Sarah nodded understandingly, her support a comforting presence. We'll take it one step at a time, Maggie. Whatever happens, I'm here for you. As we approached the club, I braced myself for the revelations that awaited, uncertain of what the video might reveal and how it would impact my already complicated life. When we reached the club, we found Tom waiting for us near the entrance of the parking lot. When he saw us, he got out of his car, and the three of us walked quietly, with tension in the air, towards the nightclub using the back door. Tom led the way straight to the CCTV room, where he went directly to the keyboards and started typing. Sarah and I stood together, watching him click through the videos, fast-forwarding until he got what he wanted. Okay, I've started it from when the two of us drinking by the bar, Tom said. Do you want Sarah here? I looked at Sarah, hesitated, and then nodded. Yes, if you don't mind. Well, it's not a problem for me. Come on, come and watch it. If you want me to let you watch it on your own, you can just watch it, and I'll be in my office, he said as he started to stand up. Tom, I tried to stop him, but he didn't listen and continued on his way out of the room. As the door closed behind him, Sarah and I turned our attention to the screen. The video had no sound. It was just the images playing out. The video showed us at the bar, talking and laughing. I saw Tom going to the back of the bar, pouring us drinks just as I remembered from the previous night. He came back, stopped me from taking another drink, put the bottles away, and asked for my hand. This was the part I didn't remember clearly. He offered his hand, I took it, got down from the bar stool, and we started towards the exit. The camera caught us on the dance floor. I stopped, tugged him back, and started talking to him. He looked reluctant, but eventually went up to the DJ booth. There were lights, and I assumed music because I saw myself dancing on the dance floor. Can you fast forward that? It's really weird seeing myself dance like that, I said to Sarah. She agreed and fast-forwarded the video until I saw myself heading towards Tom. Stop, I told her. She stopped and played the video. I saw myself tugging Tom, who looked reluctant but eventually agreed. We danced and later kissed just as Tom had said. I couldn't watch it anymore. I closed my eyes and told Sarah, okay, stop it. Just stop it. I had seen enough. The reality of the situation hit me hard, and I couldn't bear to watch any longer. I bolted out of the CCTV room and ran outside, needing to escape the overwhelming emotions and the truth revealed by the video. All that Tom said was true. Everything. And the things I accused him of, and what I let happen last night, all came crashing down on me. I don't know why, but among all of these things I was regretting, I could still see Edward's face in front of me. And I can see how disappointed he would be that just a few weeks after I had left him, I had already been with another man. I just felt like I had betrayed him, like I had cheated on him somehow. Although I knew that I was single and I could be with anybody else, tears started streaming from my eyes and I couldn't help crying. Sarah came towards me and put me in her arms. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Let it all out. Let it all out, she said as she comforted me. When I had calmed down a bit, she looked at me and said, well, At least Tom's good-looking, and he's tall, and he's rich, so at least he's a catch. Are you crying because he was a bad lay? She said jokingly, trying to cheer me up. I started laughing along with her as I told her, I don't know, I wouldn't know, I don't remember. Then we both were silent as we just stood there. I think Sarah realized that I needed this because she just took my hand and we stayed there silent for a few more minutes. After a while, I finally told her, Come on, let's go. I still have a shift at the diner. But she cut me off. I already called Mrs. Smith. I told her we'd be a few minutes late. She's fine. Yes, but it's already been so long. Let's just go. I need something to occupy myself. I'm going to keep thinking about this the whole day. I said, already made up my mind. Oh. Okay, if you're ready. Yes, I'm ready. It will help me. Let's just go. Okay, fine, Sarah said as she took my hand, and the two of us started heading to the park again. But then Tom came behind us, opening the club's door and calling after us. Sarah, Maggie, hey, do you have a second? I looked toward Sarah. I don't know if I can face him right now. Can you deal with him? I told Sarah as I continued walking along. Sarah then turned toward Tom, who called after me. Hey, Maggie? Maggie? But Sarah went toward him as I got into Sarah's car. I could see them through the window. Sarah said something, and they seemed to be in disagreement, and then later, Tom walked away, and Sarah came toward me. She got in the car and said, Sorry about that. But what did he say? What did he want? Did he fire me? Was he firing me? Sarah chuckled a bit. I couldn't tell what kind of laugh it was from her expression. No, silly. Why would he want to fire you? He just wanted to talk to you and make sure you were all right and that it helped you remember some things. But I told him you needed space, and he agreed to give you space. I understand not wanting to see him right now. Thank you, Sarah, for everything. No, don't thank me. I haven't done anything. Come on, she said as she started the car. When we got to the diner, I made a beeline for Mrs. Smith's office to apologize for being late. No, it's okay, she assured me, her voice warm and understanding. Despite her kindness, I felt compelled to explain myself. I was still new, only a week into the job, and already worried about making a bad impression. Surprisingly, Mrs. Smith seemed to understand my anxiety and brushed off my concerns with a smile. I spent the rest of the shift doing everything I could to forget the tumultuous night I'd had. As I wiped down tables and took orders, I tried to focus solely on my tasks, pushing away the memories that threatened to overwhelm me. When my shift finally ended, I was startled to see Sarah waiting for me outside the diner. Hey, I thought you had already left, I said, my voice tinged with surprise. No, I thought you could use some company. But if you want to be alone, that's okay too, Sarah replied, her tone gentle and considerate. It's okay. No, it's fine. Maybe we could get some ice cream, I suggested, though my exhaustion was evident. But after that, I'm so tired. I just want to get some rest. Okay, come on. I know a great ice cream place, somewhere you'll love, and let me buy you dinner, Sarah offered, her eyes bright with determination. Sarah, you've done enough. Please let me pay for my own dinner. You've been so kind to me, said. You even helped me get this second job, I protested, feeling a wave of gratitude mixed with guilt. She looked down at her feet, her voice dropping to a near whisper. I can't forget getting you that job. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have met Tom. And if I hadn't left you yesterday, I would have taken you home. If I hadn't left with Mike, then none of what happened last night would have happened. I really feel. I stepped closer to her and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. It wasn't your fault. I'm an adult. Those were my decisions. I don't want you to feel bad about it, okay? I'm really glad you're my friend and that you're here for me right now. Sarah looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Let's get ice cream, hot drops, and dinner. Then you can drop me off and let me sleep, okay? It's fine. You don't mind if we walk? She asked hesitantly. No, I don't mind. I would actually like that. It would really help me after being cooped up all day, I replied, feeling a small sense of relief. Okay, let's go, Sarah said, and we started heading down the street together, the weight of the day's troubles slowly lifting as we walked side by side. As we walked, the cool evening air helped clear my mind. The rhythmic sound of our footsteps on the pavement was soothing, a steady background to our conversation. How have you been holding up? Sarah asked gently, breaking the silence. I sighed, the weight of the past few days pressing on me. It's been crazy. I just feel so overwhelmed, but having you here helps. I really appreciate it. Sarah nodded, her expression understanding. I'm glad I can be here for you. And remember, it's okay to feel overwhelmed. You're dealing with a lot. We continued walking, the neon lights of the city casting colorful reflections on the wet pavement. The ice cream shop Sarah had mentioned came into view, a quaint little place with a retro vibe. We stepped inside, the bell above the door chiming softly. What flavor do you want? Sarah asked, glancing at the menu. I scanned the options, feeling a hint of excitement. I'll go with cookies and cream. Sarah smiled and placed our order. We sat down at a small table by the window, the comforting ambience of the shop wrapping around us. As we enjoyed our ice cream, I found myself relaxing more. The familiar taste and the company of a good friend made me feel a little more grounded. Sarah kept the conversation light, talking about funny moments from work. When we finished, Sarah insisted on paying despite my protests. Consider it my treat, she said with a wink. We left the shop and continued our walk, heading toward a cozy diner that Sarah promised had the best hot drops and comfort food in town. The streets were quieter now, the bustle of the day giving way to the calm of the evening. At the diner, we settled into a booth and ordered dinner. The food was delicious, and the simple act of sharing a meal with a friend felt incredibly comforting. We talked about everything and nothing, our conversation flowing easily. As we finished eating, I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. I'm really tired, Sarah. I think I need to get some rest. Sarah nodded. Of course, let's get you home. We walked back to my place, the streets now almost empty. When we reached my door, I turned to Sarah and hugged her tightly. Thank you, Sarah, for everything. She hugged me back. Anytime. Get some rest, okay? I nodded and watched her walk away, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. Inside, I collapsed onto my bed, my body heavy with fatigue. But for some reason, I couldn't fall asleep. My mind was racing, unable to calm down despite the comfort of my bed. The day had been exhausting, but sleep wouldn't come. It felt stupid, really. Here I was in my own quiet space, and yet my thoughts kept drifting back to Edward. It was as if his memory was pulling me in, making it hard to focus on the present. No matter how hard I tried to push him out of my mind, he kept coming back. I kept replaying old conversations and wondering if things could have been different. Even with everything that had happened lately, his absence still felt very real. I tossed and turned, trying to find a comfortable position, but nothing worked. The quiet of the night and the soft sounds outside only made me more aware of how much I missed him. I hoped with time I could one day forget about him and he would become a distant memory. Tuesday was uneventful. I was still wrestling with my actions and what had happened. I was exhausted, without a stable job and unsure of what to do next. I spent hours searching for jobs online and in magazines, but nothing turned up. It was driving me crazy. On Wednesday, as we were about to check out, Sarah approached me. So hey, how are you feeling about work tonight? Tonight? I asked, confused. Yeah, at the nightclub. I thought you might still have some feelings about it. Oh, I'm not going back there. Sarah nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, I kind of figured you wouldn't want to go back right now. Yeah, I mean, after what happened with Tom and the accusations, he's my boss. I just don't think I can go back. I wouldn't know how to face him or how to act. It's not a good environment for me right now. Sarah looked concerned. Tom seemed more worried about you than anything else. I don't think he's expecting you to come back, though. I don't think he's expecting me either. I mean, maybe he's worried about what happened between us, but after everything I've accused him of, it feels weird to go back. I don't think he'd be expecting me. All right, so what's your plan for finding a second job? Sarah asked. I don't know. If you hear about anything, just let me know, okay? Of course, you'll be the first person I call. I'll ask around and maybe the girls at the club know something. I am really sorry about everything. It's not your fault, Sarah. Really. I would feel worse if you blame yourself for what happened. Cool. See you tomorrow? See you tomorrow? I said. We shared a cheek kiss and she walked towards her car. I walked a few minutes toward my apartment, the place I thought I'd be moving out of in 2 weeks, but now everything had changed. I woke up at midnight, unsure of what had disturbed my sleep. Groggy, I stumbled to the kitchen for a glass of water. As I reached for the glass, my phone began ringing. It was an unknown number. I hesitated. Nobody had my number, but Sarah. Mrs. Smith? Tom, because of work. Could it be Tom? If it's him, I really don't want to pick up, so I don't pick up the phone, so I let it go to voicemail. Early the next morning, my phone rang again. It was Sarah. "Hey girl, you're alive," she said, her voice cheerful. "I'm alive. What's up?" "I tried calling you yesterday. Didn't you see my call?" "Oh, I didn't. There was just this unknown number calling me. I thought it might be Tom, so I didn't pick up." "That must have been him. He was so disappointed when I told him you weren't coming back to work. He actually expected you to return." "Really?" I asked, surprised. "Yeah, Tom's a really cool guy. I knew he wouldn't hold what happened against you. You were drunk and had forgotten everything? You acted normally? I knew he'd be cool about it." "Maybe he's cool about it, but I'm not sure he'd be comfortable with me returning after everything that happened. He was probably just trying to ease his guilt." "Maybe. But he really wanted you to call him back. When I left, he kept telling me to tell you that your position is still available and he wants you back. He said he'd feel even worse if you lost the job because of him and what happened between you two." "I don't know, Sarah. I think it's best for both of us to just move on and leave this in the past." "Okay, I just wanted to let you know. He called me to check on you and see if you were okay." She chuckled a bit. "What's so funny?" "I know you don't want to hear this, Maggie, but I really think Tom likes you." "Not this again. See you later." "Okay, see you later," Sarah said before hanging up. I sat there for a few minutes, mulling over the conversation. Eventually, I decided to make some breakfast and get myself ready for work. In the morning, I went through my usual routine. Arriving at work, heading to the stockroom, putting my things in the locker, donning my apron, and finally walking to the dining room. To my surprise, I found Tom sitting at a table near the front, a coffee cup in front of him. A girl from the diner, Mary, approached me. "Hey, Maggie, Tom's here. He wanted to see you and asked if you could come over when you arrived. He didn't order anything, so I just brought him coffee. Do you think you could check in with him?" I bit my lip, unsure. I hadn't expected to see Tom here, or anywhere else for that matter. I wasn't ready to face him. I took a deep breath and walked over to his table, forcing a smile. "Welcome to Smith's Diner. What can I help you with today? Would you like to see the menu?" Tom looked at me with a hesitant smile. "Maggie, I'm sorry for coming to work like this. I didn't know where you lived, and I really wanted to see you. I figured if I came here, you'd feel safer in a public space." I took a deep breath, struggling to keep my composure. "I'm sorry, Tom. I don't know what to say right now." "I understand," he said. "You've been avoiding me. I've called you and you haven't been answering. You didn't come to work, so I thought we needed to clear the air between us." "Do you think you can spare a few minutes and sit down to talk with me?" Tom asked, his voice gentle. "It's still a quiet time, but if you're not ready to talk, that's fine. I'll leave." He covered his face with his hands, as if realizing he might have made a mistake. This was a wrong move. I shouldn't have come here. I probably look like a stalker and have alarmed you. As he began to stand up, I found myself reaching out and grabbing his hand. "Tom, it's okay. Let me talk to my coworker. You're already here, so let's just talk and clear the air." "Are you sure? I feel like I'm forcing things. I'm just used to things going my way," he said, his voice filled with uncertainty. I cut him off gently. "It's okay. Just give me a few minutes because I just got to work." "Okay, I'll just continue drinking my coffee. Could you also bring me some pancakes and sausages?" "Sure, I'll bring them over." "No problem," I replied, giving him a reassuring smile. I went back to the kitchen, placed his order, and spoke to Mary about taking a few minutes to talk with Tom. I let Tom have his breakfast first before I went to sit next to him. We avoided each other's eyes, sitting in silence for a few minutes until Tom finally spoke. "So, thank you for breakfast." "You don't have to thank me. It's not free," I replied, trying to lighten the mood. "Yeah, but the service was nice," he said, attempting to ease the tension. I gave him a kind smile. He looked like he wanted to apologize again, but I cut him off before he could start. "You don't have to apologize." He raised his hand to stop me. "I already feel guilty enough about what happened. It makes me question myself, thinking I might have taken advantage of you, given your condition. I'll probably always feel this way." "Tom, I'm sorry," I said, feeling a pang of guilt. "No, please don't feel sorry. When you feel sorry, I feel even worse. But I came here because you quit." "Tom, I can't come back to work, I don't feel comfortable after everything that happened between us. I just can't." "When Sarah told me you quit, knowing how much you needed that job," Tom begins. "It's okay, Tom." "No, it's not. I talked to Sarah and she told me how much you needed that second job. To know that I'm the cause of you losing your job makes me feel even worse. Please come back to work." "No, Tom, I can't. I promise you just have to pretend I don't exist. I won't bother you. You won't even see me in your peripheral vision. I'll stay 20 feet away from you. Please, just come back to work," he pleaded. Tom's plea hung in the air between us. I could see the sincerity and desperation in his eyes, and it made my resolve waver. "Tom," I began slowly, "it's not just about avoiding you. It's about how I feel right now. Everything has changed for me. I don't know if I can just go back and act like nothing happened." "I understand," he said, his voice softening. "But please, just think about it. You don't have to decide right now. Just don't let this be the end of your job there because of me." I sighed, feeling torn. "I'll think about it, Tom, but I can't make any promises." "That's all I'm asking," he said, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "And if you decide to come back, I'll make sure things are as comfortable for you as possible. You have my word." "Okay," I nodded, standing up to leave. "I need to get back to work now." "Of course," he said, standing up as well. "Thank you for listening." For the rest of the day, I couldn't shake off the conversation with Tom. His words echoed in my mind, and I found myself questioning my decision to quit. Maybe he was right. That evening, as I lay in bed, I realized that avoiding Tom and the job wasn't going to make things better. Facing the situation head-on might be the only way to truly move forward. I can't afford to lose this place that I just started making a home, especially since I had no money to create a new life now. The next morning I called Sarah. "Hey, can we talk?" "Of course. What's up?" "I've been thinking about what you and Tom said. Maybe I should go back to work, just to see how it feels." "I think that's a great idea," Sarah said, sounding relieved. "I'll be there with you every step of the way." "Thanks, Sarah. I'll see you tomorrow then." As I hung up the phone, I felt a mixture of anxiety and determination. Returning to the job wouldn't be easy, but it might be the first step toward finding some semblance of normalcy again. As I went to work at the nightclub that evening, I parked in the lot and stared at the building. I stayed in my car for 2 hours, summoning the courage to go inside. It was surreal to think that I had been here just the previous morning with Sarah, but now every step felt like a struggle. When I finally managed to get out of the car, I walked to the back entrance. I couldn't bring myself to go into the staff room, so I went straight inside. Seeing the bar and the dance floor brought back vivid memories of drinking and dancing. I just couldn't do it. I turned around and headed toward Tom's office instead. I knocked on his door and he let me in. As I walked inside, he was busy on his computer, but as soon as he saw me, he closed it and gave me his full attention, a bright, satisfied look on his face. "I'm so glad you decided to come back to work," he told me, smiling warmly. I smiled back, but it felt tense. "I don't know if I'm ready," I admitted, my voice wavering. Tom's expression softened. "I understand. It's a big step, and I appreciate you being here. Just take it one step at a time. If you need anything, I'm here to help." "Thanks, Tom. I wanted to let you know that But then I stopped. To his credit, Tom didn't say anything and let me continue. "Thank you, Tom. You have been really wonderful about everything that has happened, but I can't come back to work." He looked at me, surprised. But I thought, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure, Tom. I just came to see you because I wanted to tell you that I don't think anything bad of you. You are a great guy and you have been a great boss to me. Although it's been a short time that I worked here, I wanted you to know that I appreciate all the help and how you've handled everything. But I can't work here anymore." Tom looked disappointed by my answer. "I understand," he said slowly, trying to mask his disappointment. "I respect your decision. It's important that you feel comfortable and safe. I'm just sorry to see you go." "I really appreciate that, Tom," I said, my voice softening. "It's not an easy decision, but I think it's the right one for me right now. If you ever change your mind, the door is always open for you, he said, managing a small smile. And if you need any references or help finding another job, don't hesitate to reach out. I'm here for you. Thank you, Tom. That means a lot, I replied, feeling a mix of relief and sadness. I hope everything goes well for you and the nightclub. And for you too, Maggie. Take care of yourself. With that, I left his office, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. It was a difficult decision, but I knew it was the right one. As I walked out of the nightclub for the last time, I felt as unsure as I was when I walked in a few minutes ago. Looking for a second job was harder than I had bargained for. 2 weeks had passed, and still nothing. The job at the diner wasn't enough, and even with a few shifts at the bakery, I had to start at 3 or 4 in the morning to prepare goodies so they would be fresh and ready by 7. By the time I got to the diner at 8 or 9, I was a wreck. I was exhausted and starting to feel like I was coming down with something. On the 3rd week, during a break, I went to the staff room and found a bench. I lay down and soon fell asleep. Sarah walked in and found me. "Hey, Maggie, I was hoping to catch you. You're always running off." "No, it's nothing. I'm just really tired. This gig that Mrs. Smith got me at the bakery is kicking my butt. But I really hope after a month I will be able to take that room. I hope it's still available." "Maggie," she said, taking a seat next to me, "the room is there for you. I want you to move in now and then pay me at the end of the month. Don't worry about anything, really. We're friends. That's what friends are for. When you keep refusing me, it really breaks my heart," she said, giving me puppy dog eyes. I watched her and contemplated how to answer. "I don't know," I finally said, still unsure. "Listen, this weekend I don't work, so I'll help you move. I just have the nightclub where I get in at 9 or 10. So when you get off work, I'll have slept and I'll help you move. Plus, I'm sure you don't have a lot of things, so please move in, roommate. Okay, so Saturday will be roomies?" "Yes, okay." "Yeah," she squealed, hugging me. Then she let me go. "You look kind of hot and not in a sexy way. Are you sure you're okay?" "I don't know. I really feel like I'm coming down with something, but I'll take something to help me feel better." "You shouldn't take pills if you haven't been to the hospital. Maybe you should see a doctor." "Yeah, maybe I'll go," I said noncommittally. I didn't go to the hospital that day or the next. On Saturday, Sarah helped me move into her apartment. It wasn't fancy, but it was cute and livable with all the amenities. I had my own room and we'd be sharing rent. The place was big, and it seemed like a great arrangement, so I was super excited. After we finished moving in, Sarah served us some sandwiches on the kitchen island with fresh juice she had just squeezed. "I prepared this to welcome you to your new home," she said. "Don't worry, when I get off work, I'll get some wine or champagne and we'll celebrate," she added with a jiggle. "Yeah, that sounds great," I replied, feeling grateful. As we were done eating, she suddenly said, "Tom has been asking about you." "Oh, really?" I asked, not particularly interested in hearing about Tom at the moment. "Yeah, every time I get into work, he comes and finds me, asking about you, if you're okay, how you're doing, if you got a second job yet, that sort of thing." "Oh, that's really nice of him." Yeah, right," she snorts. "What? You're really giving the guy a hard time. I've never seen him this interested in someone who has absolutely no interest in him. I mean, do you have absolutely no interest in him?" Sarah asked me. I shook my head, though I wasn't sure if it was to say I wasn't interested or because I didn't know what to say. "Ah, poor Tom," she said, laughing, and headed into her room. She suddenly came back. "That reminds me, he told me that you should call him. He heard about a job, and when he asked if you had gotten a second job, I told him you hadn't. He said there was a job he could connect you with if you're interested. Maybe you should call him." "Yeah, maybe," I answered noncommittally. Sarah looked at me awkwardly and then sat down again. "You do know that he's just trying to help, right?" "I know, Sarah. I've never said anything bad about him. I really feel, I don't know if it's, I just feel uncomfortable getting help from him after everything that's happened." "Yes, and when you feel that way, he feels a lot worse," Sarah said. "I can't help how he feels, Sarah. I'm just concerned about myself right now." "So am I," she answered, and I frowned. "What do you mean?" You look really bad. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror lately? I'm just tired from the bakery and the diner. It's kicking my butt. Okay, if you say so. Did you go to see the doctor? I'll go next week. I'll get an appointment. I don't know if you will actually do it if I let you do it. I'm getting worried. I wish you would just let me help you, Sarah said. Listen, everything's going to be fine. I'm going to be fine. I'll go to the hospital next week. Everything is fine. I'm really tired. I should go to sleep, I told her as I got up from my stool and went to my new bedroom. Sarah came to say goodbye when she left for her shift, kissing me multiple times on the cheeks and the head. She acted super happy to have me here, and I knew she was just trying to make me feel comfortable. I was grateful for that. After she left, I started thinking about Tom's offer. Should I call him so he can connect me with this job? The job at the bakery was kicking my butt for very little money. I scrolled to his number, but I never managed to make the call. Sarah came back late, nearly morning, and burst into my bedroom. Hey, she said as soon as she got in. I told Tom that we are roommates and we never got a chance to celebrate, and guess what? He gave me champagne, she showed me her left hand, and some wine, she showed me her right hand. Come on, let's go celebrate. You just came off work, you must be exhausted. Yes, and also very alert. Let's sit down, let's celebrate, and then I can go to sleep, she said with a big smile. I laughed with her as I grudgingly got out of bed. I have to be at the bakery, I have to get ready. This will help you work the whole day, she said as she took my hand and led me into the kitchen, taking glasses from the cupboard and opening the wine. My new roommate was a handful. I don't know what I just signed myself to with this one. Sarah made me take a glass of champagne while she drank nearly 3 glasses. Later, when she suggested we drink the wine too, I refused, reminding her I had to be at work. Hey, did you call Tom about the job he mentioned? She asked as I was about to leave. I turned back toward her and shook my head. No. Why not? She asked, coming closer. This job at the bakery isn't doing much for you, is it? And you look like hell. Come on, we just celebrated. It's early in the morning. Yes, and look at me. I look fabulous. You look fabulous because you're back from work. Come on, just go to sleep so you're up and ready to be at the diner later. I gotta go. Yeah, but you really should call Tom about that other job. No, I don't think it's a good idea. Something's gonna come up. I just have to be patient, I told her as I touched her shoulder and left to get ready for the bakery. At the bakery, the early hours were always the hardest. The fatigue from the previous night's celebration clung to me as I struggled to focus on the tasks at hand. The smell of fresh bread and pastries filled the air, but even that comforting scent couldn't lift my spirits. My body ached, and my mind was foggy from lack of sleep. By the time my shift ended, I felt like I was running on fumes. I headed back to the apartment, hoping to catch a quick nap before my shift at the diner. When I walked in, Sarah was still asleep, sprawled out on the couch with an empty wine glass next to her. I quietly made my way to my room and collapsed onto the bed. As I lay there, my thoughts drifted back to Tom and the job offer. Sarah was right. The bakery job wasn't sustainable, and I needed to find something better. But the idea of calling Tom made me uneasy. I didn't want to rely on him, especially after everything that had happened between us. I closed my eyes, trying to push the thoughts away and get some rest. But sleep wouldn't come. Instead, I found myself reaching for my phone and scrolling to Tom's number again. My thumb hovered over the call button, but I couldn't bring myself to press it. Eventually, I gave up and got ready for my shift at the diner. As I walked in, Mrs. Smith greeted me with a warm smile. "How are you holding up, Maggie?" "I'm managing," I replied, forcing a smile. "You look tired, dear. Make sure you're taking care of yourself." "I will," I promised, even though I wasn't sure how. The day passed in a blur of orders and customers, and by the end of my shift, I was utterly exhausted. As I was about to leave, Mrs. Smith called me over. "Maggie, can I talk to you for a moment?" "Of course," I said, following her to the office. She closed the door behind us and gestured for me to sit. "I've noticed you've been struggling lately. I know you have a lot on your plate, and I just wanted to let you know that if you need anything, we're here for you." "Thank you, Mrs. Smith. That means a lot. I understand, but sometimes accepting help isn't a sign of weakness. It can be a step towards something better." I nodded, knowing she was right, but still feeling conflicted. After our conversation, I headed back home, where Sarah was waiting for me. Moving in with Sarah was supposed to be a fresh start, but exhaustion clung to me like a shadow. After we finished unpacking, Sarah poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to me. "Aren't you going to work?" I asked, accepting the glass. "I am, but I need this to help me sleep," she replied. "Can you wake me at 9 to get ready? My shift starts at 10. "Okay," I agreed, taking a sip of the wine. The taste was sharp and unpleasant, but I forced it down. Sarah eyed me with concern. "You deserve this, you know. It'll help you relax." "Maybe," I murmured, taking another sip. As we settled into the kitchen, Sarah broached the subject I had been avoiding. "Did you call Tom about the job he mentioned?" I shook my head. "No, why not?" she pressed. "The bakery job isn't doing much for you, and you look like hell." I don't think it's a good idea," I said, trying to mask my uncertainty. "Something will come up. I just have to be patient." Sarah sighed, clearly frustrated. "You should at least consider it. It's a good opportunity." I didn't have an answer, so I just nodded and focused on finishing my drink. But as soon as I took another sip, my stomach turned. I barely made it to the bathroom before I started vomiting. "Are you okay?" Sarah asked, rushing in to tie my hair back. "It must be the wine," I said weakly. She placed a hand on my forehead. "You feel like you have a fever. Why don't you take a bath and see how you feel afterwards?" "Okay," I agreed, too tired to argue. The hot shower helped a little, but the fatigue still clung to me. When I emerged, Sarah was waiting with a bowl of soup. "Eat this. It's light and should be easier on your stomach." "Thanks, Sarah," I said, feeling a rush of gratitude. We ate in silence, Sarah watching me closely. Afterwards, she insisted I go straight to bed. I didn't have the energy to protest. The next morning, I felt slightly better, but still drained. I knew I had to take Sarah's advice and call the hospital. After securing an appointment for the next day, I felt a small sense of relief. When Sarah woke up, I told her about the appointment. "Good, I'm glad you're finally going to see a doctor," she said with a reassuring smile. The rest of the day was a blur of work and exhaustion. I struggled through my shift at the diner, barely managing to keep up. When I got home, I collapsed on the couch. Sarah sat next to me, her expression serious. "You really need to take care of yourself, Maggie. Promise me you'll go to the doctor tomorrow." "I promise," I said, closing my eyes and leaning back. The next day, I made my way to the hospital. After a long wait, I finally saw the doctor, who ran some tests and asked a lot of questions. By the end of the appointment, the doctor called me into his office and smiled warmly as I took a seat. "Well, Maggie, we have the results from your tests," he began. "You're pregnant." The words hung in the air, and I felt the room start to spin. Pregnant. My mind raced, trying to process the information. The exhaustion, the nausea, the fatigue. It all made sense now. "Pregnant?" I echoed, my voice barely a whisper. "Yes," the doctor confirmed gently. "About 6 weeks along. How do you feel about this?" I was overwhelmed, emotions crashing over me like waves. I thought of the night with Tom, the confusion and the aftermath, and now this. I didn't know how to feel. I don't know," I admitted. "It's a lot to take in." "Take your time to process this," the doctor advised. "We'll be here to support you every step of the way." I nodded numbly, my mind still reeling. Walking out of the hospital, the reality of my situation began to settle in. I was pregnant. The word echoed in my mind, bringing a mix of emotions I couldn't comprehend. I felt overwhelmed, scared, and uncertain. I couldn't go home. I was still in a daze. I sat outside the hospital as I contemplated my situation. Sitting on a bench, I watched people pass by, each with their own lives and problems. I felt like I was in a bubble, disconnected from everything around me. My mind raced with questions. How would I manage this? What would I do next? But I knew what the biggest question of all was. Whose child was this? My mind immediately went to Edward. With what the doctor said, that I was nearly 5 to 6 weeks pregnant, this had to have been Edward's child. I must have run away while I was pregnant and didn't even know it. What am I going to do now? This is all crazy. This is so hard to comprehend. What will become of this child? This child will never know its father. My little girl, or boy, won't have his father in the world. I was going to have to do this on my own. I thought about Edward and what he would have thought if he knew I was pregnant right now. He would probably be happy. and he would probably want to be in this child's life, but not in this situation. Then again, I remembered why I ran away from Edward. What if this child was like his or her father? I didn't know how werewolves worked. What if this child was also a werewolf? How do I take care of it? What should I be expecting? But then I shouldn't be thinking so far ahead. I couldn't help it, though. I was going out of my mind with all these questions and no answers. I had no idea how to react, and I didn't exactly know how I felt about it yet. Was I happy? Was I sad? Was this good news? Was this bad news? But one thing I was sure about was that this was a surprise. After standing there for I don't even know how long, I decided to go back to the apartment. It was getting dark, and I needed to process the reality of my situation before facing anyone. I walked slowly, letting the fresh air calm my racing thoughts. When I got in, Sarah emerged from her bedroom. She was getting ready for work. "Hey," she said, coming toward me. "So how did it go? What did the doctor say? Why do you look like that? Is it bad news?" She hugged me without waiting for a response, then led me to the living room and helped me sit down. "You're scaring me. What's going on?" I looked at her as a tear ran down my cheek, and I hurriedly wiped it off. "Is it bad? Is it cancer? What is it?" she asked, her voice tinged with fear. No, it's not that," I reassured her. "I don't even know why I'm crying. I don't know if I'm crying because I'm happy or sad. I'm so confused." "Okay, so what's going on? What did the doctors say?" I took a deep breath. "I'm pregnant, Sarah," I announced. Her eyes widened as she blinked a few times. "What? Sorry, you said you're pregnant?" "Yes, I'm pregnant. It's still crazy. I don't know how to feel about it." "Oh my God, you're pregnant. Okay, I don't know. Should I be celebrating? Should I be scared? I don't know. I can't tell. Is this good news or bad news?" Sarah asked, looking as bewildered as I felt. "I don't know. I just found out, so I'm still trying to process it." Okay, so we are still processing it. Okay, but I'm sure Tom will be so happy about this. When are you going to tell him?" I shook my head, feeling a lump in my throat. "It's not Tom, Sarah." She looked confused. "What do you mean? Whose is it then?" Sarah looked at me, her face a mask of shock and confusion. "Whose is it then?" she asked. "I thought you only slept with Tom. I didn't know you were seeing anyone." I swallowed hard, trying to steady my voice. "The baby is. It can't be Tom's, okay? It's a guy I used to date before I came here. That's who the child belongs to." Sarah's expression remained puzzled. "But how sure are you that it's not Tom's? Just because you slept with this guy before you came here, it could still be Tom's child." "No, Sarah. It's about nearly 5-6 weeks," I explained, feeling the weight of the truth settling on my shoulders. "It can't be Tom's." She looked at me intently. "Are you sure?" "Yes, it's not Tom's. Believe me, okay?" Sarah nodded, though her eyes were still filled with questions. "So, are you going to call this guy? Are you still seeing him? Is he an ex? What's the story there?" I shook my head. "Well, we didn't leave on good terms, so no, I don't think I'm going to tell him." Sarah's brows furrowed. "Was it a bad breakup? What happened? Just because you guys broke up, do you think it's fair that he shouldn't find out about his child?" "He did something," I began, struggling to find the right words. "I mean, he didn't do something terrible. It's just that he is a bad person, and it's not good for a family or a child. For his life, it's better if he doesn't find out." Sarah's concern deepened. "Did he lay his hands on you? Did he hurt you?" "He did hurt me, but not in the way you're thinking," I said, feeling tears prick at my eyes. "He didn't physically hurt me. He just broke my heart and lied to me about who he was. But it doesn't change who he is, and it's not a surrounding I want my child to grow up in. So I don't think I'm going to tell him." Sarah's eyes softened with sympathy, and she leaned closer. "So, are you going to be raising this child by yourself?" I nodded slowly, feeling the weight of her pity. "It looks like it." Sarah reached out and took my hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "You don't have to go through this alone, Maggie. We'll figure it out together. But it's important to consider every possibility." I appreciated her support, but the reality of the situation was overwhelming. As the evening drew on, I felt a sense of resignation mixed with determination. I had made my decision, but it didn't make the path ahead any clearer. The next morning, I awoke feeling more drained than I had anticipated. The exhaustion weighed heavily on me, and I could barely muster the energy to get up. I had missed my shift at the bakery and was already running late for the diner. Deciding to forgo the bakery shift entirely, I dragged myself out of bed later in the day, forcing myself to prepare for work at the diner. I tried to have a simple breakfast, grabbing a banana as I headed out. The familiar routine of walking to the diner now seemed foreign. The once comforting smells of food now felt overwhelming and nauseating. Each scent, each noise seemed to amplify the new reality I was facing. Work at the diner was a blur of moving through the motions while my mind was preoccupied with the torrent of questions and concerns about my future. The physical discomfort of pregnancy, combined with the mental strain, made it challenging to focus. I did my best to push through, but the weight of my new responsibilities loomed large in my thoughts. When my shift ended, I returned to the apartment and collapsed into bed, hoping for a restful sleep. But sleep eluded me. As I lay in the darkness, the enormity of my situation settled over me like a heavy fog. How would I manage to take care of a baby with the meager earnings from the diner? The thought of my shrinking income and the mounting costs of raising a child filled me with dread. The financial reality was harsh. The money I was earning barely covered my own expenses, let alone those of a new life. I could already foresee the physical changes that pregnancy would bring, changes that would likely make it even harder to juggle two jobs. The future seemed bleak, and the fear of financial instability was overwhelming. I knew I needed to come up with a plan, and fast. Before my pregnancy became too noticeable, I needed to find a way to secure additional funds for delivery and to support myself and the baby. But as the hours ticked by and sleep remained out of reach, I found myself paralyzed by uncertainty. In the quiet of the night, with only the sound of my own anxious breathing to keep me company, I realized that I had to face this challenge head-on. I needed to explore every possible option to ensure a stable future for my child. I couldn't afford to remain passive, waiting for circumstances to change. The room was dimly lit as I lay in bed, my mind swirling with the weight of my worries. Sleep seemed like a distant dream, elusive and out of reach. The burden of the day's challenges had settled heavily upon me, making rest difficult. The gentle knock on my door was a welcome interruption. Sarah entered with her usual cheerfulness, a bright spot on my gloomy day. "Hey, roommate," she greeted as she took a seat beside me on the bed. Her presence was a small comfort, and I managed a weak smile. "Hey," I replied, trying to muster some energy. "I didn't see you today." Sarah's eyes were filled with concern. "Yeah, I wasn't expecting you at the diner. I knew you came in late last night, and you usually don't work on weekends. I was hoping to catch you before you went to work." She held up a small shopping bag with a grin. "I was out shopping and bought you a little something. Come on, sit up and look." With trembling hands, I took the bag from her and peered inside. The sight of the tiny onesie, along with a matching sweater, pants, and little boots, brought tears to my eyes. The fabric was soft, and the colors were gentle and neutral, a thoughtful choice given my uncertainty about the baby's gender. Sarah noticed my reaction and quickly moved to comfort me. "Come on, don't cry. I just saw it and couldn't resist. The girl at the store asked if I wanted blue or pink, but I thought white would be best." I hugged her tightly, overwhelmed by a rush of gratitude and emotion. "Thank you, Sarah. This is the best present. I'll tell the baby that Auntie Sarah bought them their first ever clothes and made everything so real." Sarah's embrace was warm and reassuring. "Yes, we're going to have this baby together. I'll be here with you every step of the way." Her kindness and support felt like a beacon of light in my otherwise uncertain world. Despite having known each other for less than a month, Sarah had become an incredible friend, one who had stood by me during this tumultuous time. Her genuine care and generosity were something I hadn't expected but deeply appreciated. Later that evening, as I prepared dinner, the scent of the cooking filled the kitchen, mingling with my own growing discomfort. Sarah was getting ready for her shift, and I wanted to make sure everything was set before she left. I knocked softly on her bedroom door and stepped inside. "Hey, dinner's ready," I said, trying to sound casual. "I'm sorry if I made something that's not to your taste. I get nauseated very easily these days, so you might need to adjust. And you could tone down the spice when you prepare food, but you know what? You don't have to. I'll just prepare my own food from now on." Sarah's face softened with concern. Oh, no, no, no. It's fine. Come on, let me take care of you. I managed a small smile. Okay, fine. But I've already prepared dinner, though, so maybe you should take something before you go to work. We moved to the kitchen, and Sarah took a seat on the kitchen island. I served us both, and we began to eat in comfortable silence. But soon the weight of my thoughts made me speak up again. So, Sarah, are you sure there's no possibility of me getting another job? I mean, I'm not choosing. I'll do just about anything. You just tell me and I'll decide for myself. The baby is due in 8 months, and I have to be ready for it. I don't know how long I have until I start waddling around with thick feet and won't be able to function as a human again. So I really need something that will help me get some money to support this baby. I'll do anything right now while I still have the strength. Sarah looked at me with sympathy as she took my hand in hers. She seemed to be weighing her words carefully. Maggie, I don't think this is the time for you to start worrying about work or stressing yourself out. You should be relaxing and taking time off to put your feet up and enjoy your pregnancy. You shouldn't be overworking yourself. I know, Sarah. You think I don't know that, I said, frustration tinging my voice. But who's going to take care of me and this baby? I can't depend on you. You're a single young woman. You didn't sign up for this. You can't. I have to figure my way on my own. Sarah's expression was filled with concern. She squeezed my hand gently. Look, I get it. You're right, but maybe there are other ways to handle this without adding more stress to yourself. We'll figure something out together. For now, focus on taking care of yourself and the baby. Sarah's words were kind, but they didn't entirely soothe the anxiety gnawing at me. The reality of my situation was becoming clearer with each passing day. I needed to secure my future, not just for myself, but for the child who would soon depend on me. As Sarah prepared to leave for work, I was left alone with my thoughts. The dinner we had shared was a small comfort, but the larger questions loomed over me, unanswered. I knew I needed to find a solution, and soon. I finally decided to bite the bullet and call Tom about that job offer that Sarah had told me about. I was expecting this baby. I was going to have to take care of it. So what did it hurt if I called Tom and got that job? I really didn't care. I was out of options right now. I had been putting off this call for days, struggling with my own pride and uncertainty. But as I sat alone in the apartment, the weight of impending responsibilities bore down on me. I needed to take control of my situation for the sake of the baby. So, with a deep breath, I picked up my phone and dialed Tom's number. The phone rang a few times before Tom's voice came through, sounding both familiar and comforting. Hello? Hi, Tom. It's Maggie, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I was just thinking about that job you mentioned a while back. Is it still available? There was a brief pause on the other end. Hey, Maggie, I'm glad you called. Yes, I think so. I'm not sure. I would have to ask. It's been a few days, and maybe they already had someone. I would have to check. Okay. Do you mind checking for me? And when you have an answer, could you reach out and tell me? I really need that job right now. Okay, fine. I'll do that. I'm just really glad that you reached out. How are you doing? I'm fine. I'm okay. Everything's perfect. Okay, are you sure? Yes, I'm fine. You just sound different, but I don't know you that well. So please don't be a stranger. If you're looking for a friend or want to talk, I am here. Okay, thanks. I'll keep that in mind. I answer, trying to act cheerful. I'm sorry, do you mind if You know what? Forget it. What is it? No, it's fine. So I'll look over that job and I'll get back to you. Okay, thanks, Tom. That will be wonderful. It's not a problem. I watched some TV and must have fallen asleep on the couch because the next thing I knew, Sarah was waking me up. When I looked at the clock, it was already 5 a.m. Hey, did you sleep here? She asked, concerned. Yeah, I must have dozed off. I tried sleeping in the bedroom and I couldn't get to sleep, so I decided to watch some TV. She looked at me with pity. Come on, let's get you to bed. It's not good for your back. Hey, I'm not that big yet, I joked as I stood up. We both headed to the hallway, and she made sure I went to bed first before she went to hers. She was so sweet, and I thought that as I drifted off to sleep again. When I woke up and looked at the bedside table, I saw it was 11. I was way late for work. I scrambled to get dressed, brushing my teeth quickly and running out the door. When I arrived at the diner, I was surprised to find Sarah there. "Hey, you came to work? I thought you didn't work weekends," I said. "Yeah, but I came to cover for you. I talked to Mrs. Smith and told her you weren't doing well, so I came in to cover for you." "Hey, you should have just woke me." "I came in the morning to wake you, and you looked so exhausted. I felt bad and decided to just let you sleep in," she answers sweetly. "But you came back from work at 5. You must be so tired." "No biggie. In the beginning, I used to work 2 shifts, so it's okay." "All right, thanks, but I'm already here, so could you please go back home and sleep? And really, thanks for this. You're being so amazing that I'm starting to feel guilty. I've never done anything for you." She kept hold of my hand. "That's what friends are for. I'm not counting." "Please don't count," she said as she headed back toward the staff room. I couldn't help how I felt about her right then as I continued my shift at the diner. When I was about to leave, I checked my phone and saw 3 missed calls from Tom. I knew the call must be about work, so I went outside and called him. "Hello? Hey, Tom, I saw your calls. I was at the diner, so I'm just getting my phone now." "Oh, it's okay. After the 2 rings, I realized you must be at work, so I called about the job I was telling you about, but it was already filled." Disappointment filled me, and I sighed. "Oh, okay. Thanks for helping anyway. But," Tom continued, "I have this friend who owns a hotel in the city, and he told me there are 2 positions for waitresses. It's a great opportunity, and I put in a word for you, mentioning you worked at the nightclub. What do you think? You'll have to go for an interview, though." "Yes, thanks. I would like that." "Okay, so about the pay and everything, you'll have to go for an interview and then sign a contract. The work is legit, and you probably won't even have to work 2 jobs anymore. It's not as hectic as the diner or the nightclub," he said, laughing. "No, thanks. That's really good. I would love that." "All right, I'll send you the details. You should probably talk to Mrs. Smith because they're in the middle of hiring, so you should go there tomorrow at 8. That's why I called you at work, so you can tell her you won't be able to make it early tomorrow." "Okay, thank you, Tom. That's a really big help. I don't know how to thank you." "Please don't thank me yet until you get the position, although I'm sure you're going to ace it. You're going to ace the interview." "Okay, Tom, thank you." "All right, goodbye, Maggie. Take care of yourself." "Yes, Tom, thank you," I said, hanging up the call with a smile. When I went back to the apartment, I was super excited that Sarah came in surprised from her bedroom. "Hey, what happened? Why are you so happy?" she asked curiously. "So I took your advice. I called Tom about that job he mentioned, but the job was already filled." "Oh, then why are you so happy?" "But then, he told me he has this friend in the city who owns a hotel, and they are looking for waitresses. Plus, he told me that there are 2 positions and that they are looking for 2 waitresses. Why don't we just go together? You know, we could commute together to go to the city because it's in the city. What do you think?" Sarah's eyes widened with surprise. "Wow," she said and came closer. "So Tom has a friend in the city who owns a hotel?" "Yeah, what's the name of the hotel?" "I don't know. He told me he was going to send me the details. Let me look at my phone and see if he already sent them." I took out my phone and saw the details Tom had sent. "It's called the Zeal Hotel." Sarah frowned, and I wondered what that was about. "Why aren't you happy about this? I thought you would be excited." "No, I'm sorry. I'm happy. I'm happy for you. This is good news. You'll leave the job at the diner, you won't probably need to get a second job, and it will really help you relax." "Yes, but I told you they need 2 waitresses. We can go there together for an interview." "I don't think I'm going to get the job," Sarah said. I frowned. "Okay, you're acting weird. What's going on?" "The club belongs to Tom. It's his club. See, his nightclub is called the Z Nightclub, and the hotel is called the Zeal Hotel. It's his hotel." "Okay, I'm not catching up. So the hotel belongs to Tom?" "Yeah, it belongs to him. And I know the manager there. They're not hiring. He probably just really wants to give you the job. And I probably shouldn't have told you this. Why did I even tell you this?" she sighed, almost scolding herself. I sat down, trying to process what Sarah had just said. "So Tom owns the hotel and the nightclub?" "Yes, and he wants to help you. It seems like he really cares. Why didn't he just tell me this?" I guess he didn't want to make you feel obligated or uncomfortable. He's trying to help in his own way. I sighed, feeling a mix of gratitude and confusion. I guess I'll just go to the interview and see how it goes. That's the spirit. Just take it one step at a time, Sarah encouraged, squeezing my hand. I nodded, feeling a little more reassured. Thanks, Sarah, for everything. Anytime, Maggie. We're in this together. I woke up early because despite everything, I was still nervous. Even after what Sarah had revealed to me yesterday about the hotel belonging to Tom, I couldn't shake the jitters. I got ready and was about to catch a bus to the city when Sarah intercepted me. Hey, so you're going to the city, and I'm going to the diner. I can walk there, I can take a bus there, I can ride a bicycle there. Why don't you take the car? Your car? Yes. Oh, but then you're new, she said almost to herself. You don't even know how to get there. You know what? This is your first day at your new job. I'll just take you. No, Sarah. No, this way, you'll know the way and you won't have to catch a bus every day. You just drive the car. I can't take your car to work every day. While you take a bus, I'll get some money, then I'll buy my own car. Yes, until then, you deserve the car, so you take it. Sarah, you've done too much. Please, let's just drop by the diner for a few minutes so I can talk to Mrs. Smith, and then I'll take you to work. But then I'm already not going to work, and you're not going to work. What will happen to the diner? We can't. I already gave Mrs. Smith my 2-week notice. She knows I'm about to quit. I just gave her a 2-week notice so she starts looking for someone. Trust me, it's okay. You're leaving work at the diner? Why? Well, things are looking up at the nightclub, and I'm getting paid really well right now, and I don't need to work at the diner anymore. Okay, come on, let's go. Are you sure, though? I'm sure, Maggie. Come on. All right, fine. So as you're going, put the route in your phone and watch the road. I don't want you to get lost on your first day when you have to go to work by yourself. We laughed and got into the car. Sarah's support made me feel more confident, and I knew I wasn't alone in this journey. The drive to the city was smooth, and we chatted the entire way, making sure to follow the GPS directions carefully. When we arrived at the Zeal Hotel, I felt a mixture of excitement and nerves. Sarah hugged me tightly before I stepped out of the car. Good luck, Maggie. You're going to do great. Thanks, Sarah. Remember, I'm just a phone call away if you need anything. I'll just find somewhere to chill for a few minutes. I nodded, took a deep breath, and walked into the hotel. The manager greeted me and invited me into his office. He was really nice, a bit too nice, which only confirmed what Sarah had told me about Tom and this hotel. He asked normal questions about where I worked before, my resume, and my CV. Then, right on the spot, he told me that I was hired. Despite kind of expecting it, I was still surprised and really happy. Thank you so much, Maxwell, for this opportunity. I will not let you down. I know you won't. Welcome to the Zeal family. Thank you so much. I left the hotel with a smile, immediately calling Sarah, who had told me she would be nearby. So where are you? I asked her. We should celebrate. I'm at the Blue Moon Cafe just down the street. Come on over. I quickly made my way to the cafe, my heart still racing with excitement. When I walked in, I saw Sarah sitting at a corner table, waving at me with a big smile on her face. I hurried over and gave her a hug. I got the job, I exclaimed. I knew you would. Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks, Sarah. I couldn't have done it without you. Of course, you could have, but I'm glad I could help. Now, let's order something to celebrate. We spent the next couple of hours chatting and laughing over coffee and pastries. The weight of uncertainty that had been pressing on me for weeks seemed to lift, replaced by a sense of hope and possibility. As we talked about the future, I felt more optimistic than I had in a long time. The next morning, I was up bright and early for my first day at work. Despite everything I had already been through, I felt a mix of nerves and excitement. I had never worked at a hotel before, but this felt like the first step in the right direction. I took Ruby's car and used directions to help me get to work. My first day was amazing. The manager introduced me to my fellow workers, and I started my shift. Being a high-end establishment, there wasn't too much work, although my eyes nearly bugged out when I saw the prices of dining there. The first, second, and third days went by without a hitch. But then, on the fourth day, problems started. It was just a normal day like any other. Everything was great until I was ordered to get a seafood dish. I wasn't prepared for the mix of smells in the kitchen, and when I was handed the seafood dish to take to the client, the odor hit me hard. I gulped and tried to keep it in, but the sight and smell of the seafood were too much. Bile rose in my throat, and before I could put the food aside, I started vomiting right there in the kitchen. I ran towards the bathroom, desperately trying to keep myself together. I didn't know how long I spent kneeling over the toilet bowl until I heard the sound of footsteps coming into the bathroom. It was the lead female worker, and behind her was another waitress. "Are you okay?" she asked, standing by the door. "I'm fine, just—" I coughed, heaving into the bowl again. "Just give me a few minutes." "Okay," she said, and instructed the other waitress to go back to work. "I'll take care of her." I continued to heave into the bowl for a few more minutes until I was sure everything was finished. I took some toilet paper, dabbed my mouth, and then went to the sink to wash my hands and face. As I tried to rinse the vomit from my mouth, the female lead stood there patiently, waiting for me to finish. Her presence made me nervous, knowing someone was watching me at one of my worst moments. When I was done, I started apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. It will never happen again. I am so sorry." She cut me off, but the manager asked to see you, so we should go to his office. "Oh my God, am I going to get fired?" I asked, panic creeping into my voice. "Oh no, it's just the hotel's policy." I forced a smile as I followed her out of the bathroom. She glanced back at me again. "Are you sure you're okay?" "I'm fine," I said. "You seem to be sweating. Are you sure you're not coming down with something?" I gave her a tight smile. "I'm okay. If you say so," she replied. She then led the way to the manager's office, with me trailing behind. As we walked through the halls, my mind raced. I knew that I had to explain myself clearly to the manager, and I hoped that he would understand my situation. When we got to the manager's office, he looked up and said, Maggie, do you mind having Clara here? Because she is the head of the female workers, it's a policy to have her here." I glanced at Clara and nodded. "It's fine." The manager leaned forward, his expression serious. "Are you okay? Are there any diseases that we should know about you? Are you sick? Because in your form, you didn't mention anything." I had lied about being pregnant, afraid that if I told the truth, they wouldn't hire me. I forced a smile. "No, I must just be coming down with something." "You caused quite a scene there in the kitchen," he continued. "Food is getting prepared there, so we had to block that section off. I would like you to go back home and take the rest of the day off. You know what? Take 2 days until you're feeling better, and then you can come back to work." "Oh no, I can't. I really, really need the money," I protested. He cut me off. "Maggie, take the 2 days off. Why don't you go to the hospital and see what is wrong? We would hate for a repeat of that performance. If word got out, it could be really bad for the reputation of the hotel. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it to be anything." "It's okay, Maggie. You know what? Take the rest of the week off. Why don't we see you again next week?" "But I really need the money. Look, I promise that won't happen again." The manager looked at Clara and said, "Could you give us a few minutes, Clara, if you don't mind?" "No problem, sir." Clara left the room, and the manager turned back to me. "Maggie, I'm sure you're not feeling well. Do not worry about the money. You will get paid as you usually do, but I really need you to take the week to heal, so this does not happen again. I would hate to have someone here who was sick." I nodded, my mind spinning. It was his decision, and I couldn't force it. "Okay, thank you. You're welcome." "No worries." I stood up and left the hotel, feeling a mix of relief and frustration. As I walked back to the apartment, I wondered how I was going to make it through the next week without work, even with the pay. When I got into the apartment, I found Sarah and her boyfriend, Mike, there. They seemed startled to see me, as if I had interrupted something. I quickly closed my eyes and said, "I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I'm going into my room." I hurried straight into my room and flopped on the bed, feeling the exhaustion from the day's events. A few minutes later, Sarah came in. "Hey, hi, I'm sorry. I didn't know I would catch you in such a position." "No, it's okay. I'm not worried about you. Why are you at home now? Shouldn't you be at work?" I should be, but I kind of caused a small scene in the kitchen, so I was given the week off. The whole week? Are they firing you? She asked, her concern evident. I don't think so. He just told me that I needed to take a few days off to feel better. Oh, but the money, she said. Yes, but he promised me I would get paid even without finishing the rest of the week. Oh, okay, that's good then. I don't know. I just started working there and then caused this scene. I puked in the kitchen, I admitted, feeling embarrassed. Sarah laughed. You puked in the kitchen? Please don't laugh. It makes me feel even worse than I already do. Come on, she said, sitting down and trying to put her arms around me. Please don't touch me. I don't know what you and Mike have been up to, and I don't want it anywhere near me, I said, half jokingly. She laughed harder. Okay, so I'll see you later then. Do you want me to get you anything? No, seriously, I've just been serving people. I think I can serve myself too. Okay, I'll be in my room, she said, standing. Where you should be keeping all your activities, I told her as she was heading to the door. Who knows what you have been doing in the kitchen? She chuckled harder as she left, closing the door behind her. The day went on uneventfully. I spent the whole day sleeping until there was a sudden knock on the door. Maggie? Maggie? I rose from the bed and wondered why I was hearing a male voice or whether I was hearing things. I waited, and then I heard that knock again and someone calling behind the door. Maggie? Maggie? I stood up and went to open my bedroom door, and once I opened it, I was surprised to find Tom there, standing on my bedroom door. I was just in bed. I was tired, and I must have looked in a state. I wondered why he was there. Hey, Tom, I said in surprise. Hey, Maggie. I'm sorry to drop in like this, but I've been trying to call you, and you were not picking up my calls when Sarah came to work today. She told me you were not feeling well, and you were at home. Is everything all right? I rubbed my eyes and tried to shake off the grogginess. Yeah, I'm fine. I just had a rough day at work and ended up getting sent home. Tom looked concerned. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you need anything? I can help with anything you might need. Thanks, but I think I'm okay for now, I said, appreciating his offer but feeling a bit overwhelmed by the unexpected visit. All right. If you need anything or just want to talk, let me know, Tom said, giving me a reassuring smile. I'm fine, Tom, really. I appreciate you coming down to check on me, but everything's all right. All right. Have you had dinner yet? Because Sarah said you didn't have lunch, and she told me that you liked pizza, and I brought it for you. Oh, well, thank you. Why are you being so nice? And then I cut myself off. Do you want me to join you? Because she kind of mentioned that you're a lazy eater, and if I don't stay with you, you might not eat at all. Do you mind? You know what? Fine. Just give me a few minutes to get myself together. Although it may take a while, I need to get a shower first. Tom nodded. It's okay. I can wait. In the meantime, I'll just watch TV or something. Okay. And then he left towards the living room. I got back into my bedroom, took that shower, put on new clothes, and then went back to the living room where I found Tom scrolling on his phone, the TV off. When he saw me, he put his phone in his pocket and said, Hey, you look refreshing. Yes. From the last time, I must look amazing. Although you seem very tired. Do I look that bad? I asked self-consciously, No, you just look different. Is everything all right? Yeah, everything is okay. I'm sorry to bring this up, but I kind of got a call from the hotel about you. Oh, that's why you came here. No, that's not why I came here. I came here because I wanted to know if you were okay. Everything is fine, Tom, really. Okay, let's get this pizza. So we sat down and ate in silence. Afterwards, Tom tried to help me clean up, but I waved him off. He said goodbye and left. I was hoping to wake up the next day refreshed and better, so I could maybe go back to work and convince the manager to get me on the shift. But I woke up worse than yesterday. I was sweaty, I was tired, and I kept running to the bathroom to puke. Sarah had to come from her room to check on me. I tried taking a shower, but everything I tried to put inside me came back up. I spent the entire day in bed with nothing to eat or drink. On the second day, Sarah, who had the day off, was even more concerned. When she saw me in such a state, she started panicking. Maggie, you need to go to the hospital, she said urgently. You haven't eaten anything, and you're just vomiting and sweating. This isn't right. I'm just pregnant, I replied weakly. I don't need to go to the hospital for that. Have you seen yourself? You're not taking in anything, and you might die in here. I can't let this go on, Sarah insisted. Please, let's just go to the hospital. I can't afford a hospital right now, I protested. I'll be fine. Just let me sleep. No, Maggie, it's not just about you. It's about the baby, too. You need to get checked out, Sarah argued. Please, just let me sleep, and we'll go when I wake up, I pleaded. Fine, but you're going. I'm not taking any more chances, Sarah said as she reluctantly left the room. I drifted in and out of sleep, feeling weaker with each passing hour. The next thing I knew, I was in a bright white room with various machines around me. There were wee IV lines in my arms, and beeping sounds filled the space. A nurse entered, looking concerned but calm. Good, you're awake. You've been out for a while. How are you feeling? I tried to speak, but my throat was dry and my voice barely came out. What happened? You were brought in by a friend, the nurse explained gently. You were severely dehydrated and needed immediate medical attention. We've been giving you fluids and medication to help with the nausea. I looked around, confused, and then noticed Tom sitting in a chair near the bed, looking worn but relieved. Tom? I croaked. He stood up and came closer, his expression a mix of worry and relief. I'm so glad you're awake. Sarah called me when she couldn't respond. I came over and found you in bad shape. We had to get you to the hospital. I didn't realize I was so bad off, I said weakly. Tom nodded. You were really dehydrated. Sarah was beside herself, and I knew we had to get you here quickly. The nurse adjusted my IV and checked my vitals. You'll need to stay here for a couple of days until we're sure you're stable. It's good that you came in when you did. It would have been much worse if you had stayed at home. I glanced at Tom and Sarah, who was now sitting beside him, her eyes red from worry. Thank you, Tom. I don't know how to repay you. Tom gave a small smile. You don't have to repay me. I'm just glad you're getting the care you need. As the nurse continued her work and Tom and Sarah sat by my side, I felt a mix of relief and exhaustion. And when I looked at Tom, he was smiling encouragingly at me, and so was Sarah. But there was something different about their expressions. Tom's smile didn't reach his eyes, and Sarah avoided making eye contact with me. I stayed 2 days at the hospital, and despite my insistence on going home, the doctors were firm about keeping me under observation until they were sure I was okay. I was increasingly anxious about the bill. On the 3rd day, feeling much better and more determined than ever, I pushed for my release. The nurse, however, informed me that the bill had already been settled. The bill is taken care of, she said. A friend of yours, the one who brought you in, already paid. Please, if that's what's worrying you, just stay for the last day. Tomorrow, you'll be able to go home. Reluctantly, I agreed to stay. When Sarah came to visit me in the afternoon, I immediately confronted her. Who paid for my medical bills? I demanded. Please tell me it's not Tom. If it's you, I could at least pay you back. Sarah looked uncomfortable, avoiding my gaze as she rearranged the flowers beside my bed. Tom insisted on covering it, she admitted quietly. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. What's going on? I asked, sensing there was more she wasn't telling me. There's something you're hiding from me. What is it? Don't worry about it, Sarah said, trying to reassure me. The bill's paid, you're doing better, and the nurse said you'll be discharged tomorrow. Just focus on getting well and following the doctor's orders. I don't want anything to happen to the baby. I frowned, feeling conflicted. We're going to talk about this. I really feel bad taking money from Tom after everything he's already done for me. It feels like he's doing it out of guilt. Stop thinking about it, Sarah said firmly. I've known Tom all my life. He doesn't do things he doesn't want to do. It's not guilt, it's his choice. All right, fine, I said, conceding to her point, though my mind was still troubled. On the 4th day, as the doctor finally discharged me, I was surprised to see Tom waiting to take me home. Since the first day I'd woken up in the hospital, Tom hadn't visited, so I hadn't expected him to come and get me. Hey, Maggie, Tom greeted me as I was wheeled out. Feeling better? Yes, much better, I replied, surprised to see him. I didn't expect you to come get me. Tom smiled. I wouldn't miss it. Let's get you home. As we left the hospital and headed back to the apartment, I couldn't help but feel a mix of gratitude and curiosity. I still didn't fully understand why Tom had gone so far out of his way, but for now, I was just relieved to be heading home. When we arrived at the apartment, I noticed something unusual. The building was familiar, but the floor and the door we went to were different. If Sarah hadn't been ahead of us, unlocking it and inviting us inside, I might have thought Tom was kidnapping me. I slowed my pace, unsure of what to expect. As I stepped inside, I was taken aback. The apartment was much larger, more elegant, and better furnished than ours. The decor, the furniture, the windows, all were of a higher quality. I stood frozen just inside the door, marveling at the transformation. Tom followed me in, carrying the hospital bags, and gently guided me further into the apartment by my shoulders. He closed the door behind us, and I looked over to Sarah for an explanation. She gave me a quick, reassuring smile, but didn't offer any details. I moved towards the hallway, which seemed to lead to the bedrooms, still trying to process the change. Turning back to Tom, I gave him a questioning look, my confusion evident. But before I could ask anything, I remembered that Tom didn't live with me. How could he be involved in this? I was disoriented and overwhelmed. I couldn't grasp what was happening. "Sarah," I called after her, feeling utterly bewildered. "I'm really tired. Can we just go to the apartment so I can sit down and get a few minutes of sleep?" "Of course," Tom said from behind me, gently taking my hand and guiding me toward the end of the hallway. He led me to the last door, which appeared to be the master bedroom. He opened it and invited me inside. The room was spacious and elegant, featuring a large king-sized bed. As I stepped in, I was overwhelmed by confusion. "Come on, why don't you lie down?" Tom urged. "Wait, Tom, what's going on?" "We'll talk later," he said softly. "Just get a few hours of sleep. When you wake up, try to eat something, and then we'll talk." I looked at him, still confused. "I don't understand what's happening. Can you please tell me?" "You're tired," Tom said, his voice calm. "Just take care of yourself." Before I could protest further, Tom was already helping me onto the bed, tucking the blankets around me. He began unpacking my bags and arranging them as if he lived there. I noticed small items that were mine, which made me even more confused. This wasn't his house, and yet it seemed like he was settling me in as if it were. "Tom, I want to see Sarah," I said, my voice edged with frustration. "She's in her room next door," Tom said as he moved toward the door. "I'll get her." I muttered to myself, did I lose my mind at the hospital? Sarah entered the room moments later. "Hey Maggie, how are you feeling?" she asked. "I know you're tired, so I was giving you a few minutes to rest. Do you want to take a shower first?" "What's going on, Sarah?" I asked urgently. "Didn't Tom talk to you?" she asked with a frown. "Talk to me about what?" I replied, looking uneasy. "This is a conversation I don't want to be part of right now. Just relax for now and we can talk when you're more settled." "I don't like this, Sarah. Seriously," I said, my concern growing. "It's not something bad," she reassured me. "I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. Just use that trust to relax, okay?" "All right," I said reluctantly, "but you better not have done anything." "I wouldn't dare," she said with a small smile. She helped me settle into the bed and then left me to rest. As I lay there, the room's grandeur and my fatigue began to overwhelm me. I closed my eyes, trying to make sense of the situation. The bed was incredibly comfortable, and despite my anxiety, exhaustion quickly took over. When I woke up, I was disoriented. The sunlight filtering through the elegant curtains suggested it was afternoon. I lay still for a few moments, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. The soft rustling of footsteps outside my door signaled that someone was nearby. Tom entered the room, his expression a mix of concern and relief. "Hey Maggie, how are you feeling?" "Better, I guess," I replied. "But I need to understand what's going on. Why am I here?" Tom took a seat on the edge of the bed. "Sarah and I thought it would be best for you to stay here for a bit. It's more comfortable and secure. Plus, we wanted to make sure you had everything you need while you recover." "But this is so confusing," I said, sitting up and rubbing my eyes. "Why the sudden change? Why did Sarah and you do this?" Tom sighed. "Sarah was worried about you, and so was I. When we saw how weak you were, we decided to get you into a better environment where you could rest properly." "I feel bad about all this," I said, looking down. especially since it seems like Tom paid for everything. I don't want to be a burden. Tom shook his head. You're not a burden, Maggie. We just want to make sure you're okay, and for what it's worth, Sarah didn't want to worry you more by discussing the costs. I nodded, though I still felt uneasy. Where's Sarah now? In her room, Tom said. She's been busy sorting things out, but she'll come by soon. We thought it might be better if you rested first. All right, I said, feeling a bit more at ease. I appreciate everything. It's just a lot to take in. Tom smiled, though his eyes were still serious. Just focus on getting better. Everything else will work itself out. He stood up, smoothing the bed covers. If you need anything, just let me know. Sarah will be around to check on you, and I'll be here as well. After Tom left, I sat quietly, taking in the calm and quiet of the room. The opulence of the place was starkly different from my old apartment, and it made me feel both comforted and unsettled. A few minutes later, Sarah entered, looking much more relaxed than before. She brought a tray with some food and a glass of water. Hey, how's the rest treating you? Better, I replied, accepting the tray. Thank you for everything, Sarah. I still don't fully understand why this is happening, but I really do appreciate it. Sarah smiled. We just want what's best for you. Tom and I have been friends for a long time, and we look out for each other. It's nothing more than that. Well, it feels like a lot, I said, taking a bite of the food, and I feel guilty for all the trouble. Don't, Sarah said, shaking her head. You're going through a tough time. Just focus on getting better. We'll talk more when you're up for it. I knew that they were lying to me and that there was something more, something they were hiding from me that made them do all of this. But for now, I knew that I had to get my strength back before we got into whatever that was. And so I let them and let everything be until I was feeling better and up to find out the truth. I nodded, feeling a bit more reassured. The food was surprisingly good, and I ate slowly, savoring each bite. As I finished, I felt a bit more grounded, though the confusion lingered in the back of my mind. Being on bed rest was the worst, and I was relieved when the 2 weeks were over. I went back to the hospital for a checkup to see how I was doing. The doctor informed me that I could now walk around the house, but I was still restricted from heavy lifting, work, and anything that would increase stress due to my pregnancy complications. I understand the instructions, doctor, I said, but I need to go back to work. I called the Zeal Hotel to let them know I'd be back after 2 weeks. The doctor looked at me curiously. What is it that you do? I'm a waitress. I work at the Zeal Hotel. Oh, that's a very nice hotel. My wife and I usually go there to celebrate big moments in our lives. That's nice. Maybe one day when you come there, I'll be your waitress, I said with a smile. The doctor's expression became serious. I don't think that's a great working environment for you right now. What I need from you is to relax. You've just come off bed rest, and you still need to spend most of your time resting. You shouldn't be doing any exercises yet. You can walk around the house, prepare meals, take a bath, and watch TV. But avoid sitting for too long and try to spend most of your time lying down. I opened my mouth to protest, but since I came with Sarah and Tom, I told him to wait outside, so I just came inside the doctor's office with Sarah, who interrupted me. Maggie, seriously, just listen to the doctor's instructions. He's not giving you these guidelines for his own benefit. It's for your health and the baby's. Seeing their concern and realizing the seriousness of my situation, I reluctantly agreed. I was quiet on the ride home while Sarah filled Tom in on what the doctor said. Just Tom looked really interested, and it occurred to me that nobody was mentioning the fact that I was pregnant, except the doctor, of course, but I didn't want to dive into it. Sarah seemed to be at home a lot and not going to work, which made me wonder. Even though Tom was her boss, it was still a business, and she was just staying home. Did she take leave from work? I also realized that Tom was at the apartment a lot. Sarah and I needed to have that talk now. It was time. When we reached the apartment, I decided to stay in the living room for a while and get to enjoy the place. Sarah came towards me, acting like my new nurse. Don't you want to get some sleep? You've been sitting the whole time at the hospital. Maybe you should rest for a while. Where is Tom? I asked her. Well, he just dropped us off and had to leave. He's got work to do, busy. You don't just become a millionaire for nothing. Oh, So he is, I said, as Sarah chuckled. Come on, why don't we go to the bedroom? After being at the hospital, maybe you should take a bath first and then rest. How does that sound? It sounds like you and I really need to have that talk now. Really? Really? Now? Yes, now. You know what? We'll have that talk, but I think the person you need to have that talk with is Tom, not me. What do you mean? I frowned. Okay, I'll tell Tom you're ready, and he'll probably be here in the evening, and the two of you can talk. Why don't you just tell me? You and I are friends. You told me to trust you, and I'm trusting you. Just tell me. Believe me, Maggie, if you have that talk with me, you wouldn't understand anything. Come on, let's take that bath, and then I'll get something for you. It also amazes me that you're not going to work now. Yes, because I'm taking care of you. Or, don't you want that? I do, and I am very grateful, but you have work. I know, but you're not getting paid because you're staying here with me. It's not fair. I am getting paid. You're getting paid? I asked, shaking my head in confusion. Yes. I don't understand. Getting paid how and for what? I said. It's complicated, Sarah replied, avoiding my gaze. But for now, just focus on getting better. Everything else will make sense in time. When Tom came in the evening, I was still in bed, but when Sarah told me Tom was here, I woke up and went to the living room. I found him in the kitchen. Hi, Tom. Hi, Maggie. How are you feeling this evening? I'm okay. I was preparing you some snacks. Sarah told me that you really love eating. Apples. Yeah, you don't mind if I make you a fruit salad with apples, of course. Okay, fine, I smiled. I wanted to sit on the kitchen island. No. Why don't you just sit in the living room on the sofa? It's comfier, and you'll feel comfortable. You can put your legs up. I frowned, but didn't refuse him as I went to sit in the living room. Sarah then came next from her bedroom door. So, guys, I have a hair appointment, so I'll see you later, she said, smiling at me and waving at Tom before leaving. I don't know why, but I felt like she didn't want to be here for the talk she knew was ahead. I sat silently and waited for Tom, who brought me a salad and a glass of water. He poured himself a glass of juice and came to sit next to me, but not too close. I liked that he put some distance between us. I started munching on the salad when Tom asked, So, is there anything you would like to watch? No, I think you know why you're here. I told Sarah. I think Sarah already told you that I needed to talk to you. Tom took a deep breath, his face serious. Yes, she did. What do you want to talk about? Tom, what's going on? This new apartment, all the money for the medical bills, it doesn't add up, and Sarah being here all the time, not working. I need to know the truth. Why are you doing all of this? Tom looked down at his juice, then back at me. Maggie, there's a lot you don't know, and it's time you did. The truth is, I care about you, more than you realize, and I want to make sure you're taken care of, especially now with everything going on. I stared at him, trying to process his words. But why? Why go to all these lengths? We slept together one night. Tom looked at me and sighed. He took a deep breath, and it looked like he was preparing himself for a fight, which made me frown and wonder what was going on. Should I be getting prepared too? I thought to myself. Tom, I called him so that he could tell me what the hell was going on. He took another deep breath, took my hand tentatively, and announced, I know you're pregnant, Maggie. I blinked, my frown deepening. Of course you know. You know I have been sick, and we've been to the hospital. The doctor or the nurse must have mentioned it at some point in time. Yes, I know that you're pregnant, and I know that I'm the father. I was shocked as I blinked a few times. What? Yes, I know that it's my baby. I took my hand away from him. Tom, no, it's not yours. It is mine. I talked to Sarah, and she told me you haven't been with anybody unless you count me, the night we slept together and everything that happened after. So this child has to be mine. I don't know why you didn't tell me about it. I felt so bad to find out from Sarah that you were carrying my baby and you were struggling, that you never told me of the existence of my own child. I blinked again as I shook my head. No, Tom, listen to me. This baby is not yours. It is mine. He countered. No, it's not. How do you know that? How do you know it's not my baby that's in your womb? Because the timing is not right. The doctor told me when I first found out that it was 5 to 6 weeks along, and you and I had slept together like 4 weeks before, so it can't be yours. That's where you're wrong, Maggie. I know that child is mine, and you're not sure that it's not mine, and I'm not going to abandon my blood. Tom, you need to understand that this baby is not yours. We need to face reality. Maggie, I am facing reality. I love you, and I want to be here for both of you. If there's even a small chance that this baby is mine, I can't walk away. I looked at him, torn between anger and a strange sense of relief that he wanted to be involved, even though I knew he wasn't the father. This is complicated, Tom. Seriously. Listen to me. You are a good person. You have been very good to me. You have helped me, even though you didn't have to. And I would have been. I'm glad to call you a friend. He chuckled when he heard me calling him a friend, but I ignored him and continued, But I can't lie to you. I would have loved nothing but for this child to be yours, to have a father who cares about him, who wants nothing but the best, who found out about him and wanted to be in his life, who was going to take care of him. But I can't lie to you, and in the end, lie to this baby too, because I know that it's not yours. How do you know that, Maggie? How do you know? He pressed. I already told you, when I went to the hospital. Yes, and when you were admitted there, I went to talk to the doctor. I told him I was the father, and I asked him how far along you are, and that child is mine. I don't know what happened the first time, but the doctor assured me that the pregnancy was nearly 3 months, and that baby has to be mine. I tried to calculate everything in my head, getting confused by the whole thing, but he continued, It's mine. I wouldn't lie to you. That baby belongs to me. I was still shaking my head. It can't be right. The baby could still not be yours. And I am ready, he told me. I am ready to take that chance, that baby could be mine. Please, just let me be in his life. When Sarah told me what's going on, and I came there and found you in that condition, unconscious, in the situation you were in, my heart nearly leapt out. I was so hurt to see you in that condition, to see you that way while I was there and could have helped you. I can't risk losing my baby because I was scared that the child would not be mine. His words hung in the air between us. I could see the earnestness in his eyes, the genuine concern and determination. This man truly wanted to be a part of my child's life, no matter what. And while I was still reeling from the revelation, I couldn't deny the comfort and security that his presence provided. Tom, I began, my voice softer. Just let me be in my baby's life, Maggie, please. Don't do this to the 3 of us. The 3 of us should be together. The 3 of us should be a family. Tom, I think you're getting ahead of yourself, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I told you, and I'm going to tell you this again, Maggie. I love you, and I love the child inside you. He reached his hand toward my stomach but pulled back when he saw me tense. I love us together. Please, let me be in my child's life. Please, let me be in your life. Please, let this baby have a family. Let's give him something he will be proud of. Let's give him a good environment, good parents, a good life. I shook my head vehemently. Tom, this is too much. This is too much for me. I know that's why I wanted you to get better first before we talked about this. And it's okay if you want to think about it. But that baby, I can assure you, is my child. I can't do this right now. I need to think about everything. Just take your time. It's okay. But remember to put that child's life, his future, first. I sat back, feeling the weight of his words. The idea of a family, a stable environment for my baby was tempting, but it also felt like a lot to process. Tom's sincerity was evident and he was determined, yet I needed to be sure of my decisions for myself and my child. I will think about it, Tom, I finally said, my voice softer. But I need time. This is all happening so fast. He nodded, his expression filled with understanding and hope. Take all the time you need, Maggie. I'll be here, waiting. Just know that I'm ready to be there for both of you, no matter what. I gave him a small, tentative smile, feeling a mixture of gratitude and uncertainty. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. He stood up, giving me space. I'll let you rest now. If you need anything, just call me. I'm here for you. As he left the room, I sat there trying to process everything. The idea of a family, though overwhelming, also brought a sense of comfort. I knew I needed to think carefully at what was best for my baby and for myself. Everything Tom said was unexpected. I didn't expect any of this. I was ready to be a single mother, to raise this baby by myself. But now there was a willing father and the possibility of a family. That was something that looked too good for me in my circumstances right now. But then my mind always went back to Edward. I was sure this was his child. This was not Tom's child. I knew it in my mind, in my heart. But then why was Tom so determined that this baby was his? This was too confusing. Feeling exhausted by everything, I drank some water, finished the salad, and decided to go rest. When Sarah came back from her appointment, she came to see me in my room. "Hey, Maggie, how are you feeling? You're acting like a nurse now. Did Tom pay you to be my nurse?" "He didn't pay me to be your nurse. He paid me for the work I would be doing at the nightclub to take care of you. He knew that if he brought someone new, it would be more confusing and harder for you. So, he asked me, and I was more than happy to take care of you. You know how I feel about you. Plus," she said, laughing, "I don't get to actually do anything. I just ask how you're doing, get you what you need, and my life is still on schedule. I'm still doing my own thing, so I'm getting paid to do nothing," she said, laughing as she sat next to me and bumped me with her arm. "So tell me, how did your talk with Tom go?" she asks softly, gauging for my reaction. "Did you tell Tom that this pregnancy was his, that this was his child?" I asked her pointedly. She smiled sheepishly. "No, I did not tell him it was his child, but I also did not tell him it wasn't his either. I just told him you were pregnant. He asked how long and I said a few weeks. I wasn't sure, and he got it in his head that he was the father. Then he started taking charge of the hospital and where you lived and everything. He was just so great with it and great about it. And I saw how you were struggling, and I knew that you needed this." I sighed, suddenly feeling drained and sad. I appreciate everything he's done, and I know he means well, but I'm still not sure this is his child. I don't want to give him false hope or make decisions based on a misunderstanding. Sarah nodded, her expression serious. "I understand, Maggie, but maybe it's not just about whose child it is. Maybe it's about having someone who cares about you and wants to be there for you and the baby. You deserve that kind of support, especially now." "I don't know, Sarah, that just seems misleading, and Tom has been really nice to me. This seems like taking so much advantage of him, but he keeps insisting that it's his child. He talked to the doctors and insisted this was his child. I'm so confused right now. Like, should I let him be? Should I let him think it's his child? But then what happens when he finds out it's not his? What happens to us and me when he leaves me in that condition? I don't know. This is all too much." Sarah looked at me with sympathy and concern. "I don't think Tom will ever do that to you, Maggie. Seriously, he cares about you. He wouldn't just abandon you, even if it turned out the baby wasn't his." I sighed deeply, feeling the weight of the uncertainty. "But I can't shake the feeling that I'm deceiving him, Sarah. If this baby isn't his, he deserves to know the truth." "You're not deceiving him," Sarah insisted. "You're just not sure. And he knows that, too. He's made his decision to be there for you and the baby regardless. That's his choice." Tears welled up in my eyes as I felt overwhelmed. It's just so hard. I don't want to hurt anyone, and I don't want to be left alone if it turns out this baby isn't his. Sarah took my hand and squeezed it gently. "You're not alone, Maggie. You have me. Right now, focus on taking care of yourself and the baby. The rest will sort itself out." I nodded, trying to take comfort in her words. When Tom came to see me the following morning, we didn't say much beyond the usual pleasantries. He asked how I was feeling and if I had taken my medicine, doting on my every need. He brought groceries and made sure I had everything I needed, and then some. This routine continued for a few weeks. My baby bump was now visible, and Tom acted like the father, taking me to all my clinic appointments. He told everyone, the nurses, the doctors, that he was the father. Despite our initial conversation and the uncertainty surrounding the paternity, it seemed he had fully embraced the role. One morning, as he was putting away the groceries, I decided to try and broach the subject again. "Tom," I began hesitantly, "we need to talk about everything." He looked up from the fridge, concern in his eyes. "Is everything okay? Are you feeling all right?" "I'm fine, but we can't keep avoiding this. What if the baby isn't yours?" Tom walked over and took my hands in his. "Maggie, I'm here for you, no matter what. The baby is mine. I can feel it." "But what if he's not?" I insisted. "What happens then?" He sighed, squeezing my hands gently. Then we'll deal with it together. I'm not going anywhere. I watched him interact with the medical staff during our appointments. His confidence and pride were evident. It was both comforting and confusing. Part of me wanted to believe in this new reality he was creating, but another part of me remained skeptical, wary of the potential fallout if the truth came to light. One day, as we were leaving the clinic, I tried to bring it up again. Tom, this feels complicated. I don't want you to get hurt. He put a reassuring arm around me. Maggie, the only thing that matters is you and the baby. Let's just focus on that, okay? As the weeks went by, the lines between reality and pretense began to blur. I found myself relying more and more on Tom, his presence a constant source of support. And although I still had my doubts, I couldn't deny the comfort and stability he brought into my life. One evening, as we sat on the couch, I looked over at him. Tom, why are you doing all this? He smiled softly. Because I care about you, Maggie. I care about our baby, and I want to be here for both of you, no matter what. Hearing his words, I felt a mix of gratitude and confusion. I just hope we're doing the right thing. We are, he assured me, reaching out to place a gentle hand on my growing belly. We're going to be a family, Maggie, a real family. By the time I was 6.5 months pregnant, the lines between truth and reality had blurred. I found myself accepting the narrative Tom had created, that he was the father. He checked on me constantly, took care of me, and interacted with the baby in ways that melted my heart. Every time he touched my stomach, his face lit up as he talked to the baby, read books, and sang lullabies. It was overwhelming and surreal. When we went for our 7-month clinic appointment, the doctor asked if we wanted to know the baby's gender. I was hesitant, but Tom's excitement was palpable. Please, Maggie, Tom pleaded. This is my first child. I really want to know if we're having a girl or a boy. I want to paint the room, buy toys. I just want to know. I don't know, I started, unsure. You can have a gender reveal party, the doctor suggested with a smile. It's a fun way to find out, but of course, it's up to you. Come on, please, Tom insisted, his eyes pleading. Let's do a gender reveal party. Seeing his enthusiasm, I finally relented. All right, fine. Yes, we'd like to know, but don't tell us now. We don't want to ruin the party. The doctor laughed, handing us an envelope with the results. Here you go. Enjoy your party. When we got home, Tom was already on the phone, arranging venues and details. His excitement was contagious, even though I felt a knot of uncertainty in my stomach. He told Sarah about the gender reveal party, and she immediately got on board, her excitement matching his. But Sarah noticed my hesitation. You don't look happy. What's wrong? Did you not want the party? I sighed, trying to put my feelings into words. It's not that. It's just, all of this feels like too much. I didn't expect any of this. Sarah sat beside me, her expression softening. Maggie, this is a big deal. Tom is so excited, and he genuinely cares about you and the baby. But if you're not comfortable with it, we don't have to do it. No, I replied, shaking my head. Tom is so happy. I don't want to take that away from him. It's just, you and Tom are like my only family here. I started, my voice wavering. You're the ones throwing the party, and I have nobody to invite. This is just insane. I just wish my parents could be here, my cousins. Before I knew it, tears were streaming down my face. Sarah quickly came over and hugged me tightly. It's okay, Maggie, it's okay, but I'm sure you can invite them. I shook my head vehemently. No, I can't. Why? She asked softly, her concern evident. Just trust me, I can't invite them. This is all so surreal, I said, the weight of everything crashing down on me. I'm sorry, I need to go lie down for a few minutes. I left Sarah and Tom exchanging a look I couldn't quite understand and was not in the mood to anyway, as I made my way to the bedroom. Once there, I closed the door behind me and let myself break down, crying into my pillow. The loneliness, the confusion, and the overwhelming nature of my situation all came pouring out. I let Tom and Sarah have their party. They were already doing so much for me, so I figured I could suck it up and let them have the celebration they wanted. I plastered on a smile and tried to get into party mode. As they included me in everything, shopping for flowers, cakes, dresses, and all the party details, I found myself getting a bit excited too. This was my first baby and might be the only one I ever have, so I was curious to know whether it was a girl or a boy, even though I could have waited until 9 months. Tom had gone all out, booking a venue for 100 people, claiming he had a lot of friends and close family. Despite my suggestion to keep it small, they were determined to make it grand, and I let them. The day of the party was amazing. Everything was elegant, classic, and beautiful. When I saw everything set up, I felt tears of joy. I was just so grateful for all they had done and for the celebration. Before we cut the cake to reveal the baby's gender, Tom approached me with an elderly man, an elderly woman, and 2 younger men. "Hey, Maggie, how are you enjoying the party?" Tom asked with a bright smile. "It's okay," I replied, returning his smile. "I'd like you to meet my family," Tom said, introducing the group. "This is my Uncle Martin and his wife, Rose," he gestured to the older couple. "And these are my cousins, Michael and Simon." "Hello, Maggie. It's a pleasure to meet you," Martin said warmly. When we heard Alex was throwing a party for his pregnant girlfriend, we were surprised to learn about the baby. "We dropped everything to come as soon as we could," Simon said with a teasing grin. "Alex?" I asked, confused. "Oh, she knows me as Tom," Tom explained. "Tom is a nickname my mom gave me, Tommy. My real legal name is Alexander. We'll talk more about that later." Michael interjected, "So you're together and having a baby, but you haven't told her your real name? What will you call your baby then, Samantha Tom?" he asked with a teasing tone. Tom's Uncle Martin quickly stepped in. "We're just excited to finally meet you, Maggie. Alex has told us so much about you." I shook hands with Martin, Rose, Michael, and Simon, trying to process everything. "Nice to meet you all," I said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "We're glad to be here," Rose said, giving me a warm hug. "We've been looking forward to this for a long time. Yeah, Alex has told Michael and me nothing, but it's wonderful to see everything in person," Simon added, still smiling. Tom smacked him playfully, took my hand and led me to the center of the room, where the party was in full swing. "All right, Maggie, it's time for the big reveal," he announced, his excitement palpable. We gathered around the beautifully decorated cake. Tom had already explained the process to everyone, and as we prepared to cut the cake, I couldn't help but feel a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Tom turned to me and said softly, "Thank you for letting us do this. I know it's been a lot, but I hope you're enjoying it." "I am," I replied, my smile genuine. "It's just been a lot, but I appreciate everything you've done." He squeezed my hand, and together we cut the cake. As we lifted the top layer, the blue frosting was revealed, signaling that we were expecting a boy. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Tom looked at me with tears in his eyes. "We're having a son," he said, his voice full of emotion. I glanced at the people gathered around us, feeling warmth. Despite everything that led me here, this moment felt special. Tom's family seemed genuinely happy, and I could see how much this meant to him. Martin raised his glass and toasted, "To Alex and Maggie and the newest member of the family." "Cheers," the room echoed. I found myself becoming more comfortable with the idea of Tom being my son's father. His support and the joy of the party helped ease my worries for the first time in a while. As everyone cheered and clapped, celebrating the news that I was going to have a son, I stood there in shock. It was so overwhelming to hear that I was having a baby boy. Suddenly, the room went silent, with a surprise hush over the celebration. I turned around and saw Tom on one knee, holding out a huge ring. He looked at me with hopeful eyes. I felt a wave of panic. "Tom, no," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Why are you doing this? We're not even sure about the baby. We're not together." Tom interrupted gently. "Maggie, I know this is sudden, but I love you. I love this baby. I want to be part of your lives. Will you marry me?" The room waited in silence as I tried to understand what was happening. The proposal felt like too much, and I was unsure how to respond. As I looked towards the crowd with all those unfamiliar faces, my eyes went towards Sarah, who was standing there at the forefront corner, looking at me excitedly as she kept cheering and mouthing, "Say yes, say yes, say yes." But I couldn't. I don't know. I guess I wasn't expecting this, and my mind immediately went towards Edward. Before everything went down the drain, we were engaged, and we never technically broke up. But then maybe we did, like, how can I get engaged to Tom? He and I weren't even together. He keeps insisting this child is his, and I have let him, but it's really not. But then when my eyes go back towards Tom and I see him pleading with his eyes and his whole face, I know that I cannot say no in front of all these people here. But after this party, he and I are going to have to talk. The party ended well, all things considered. Tom had dropped a bombshell on me, and I had to say yes. There were hugs, congratulations, and people asking about the wedding. It was all a huge commotion, but everyone except me seemed thrilled. Tom insisted on taking me home, even though I told him to stay with his family. He said he needed to make sure the mother of his child was safely tucked at home before anything else. When we got to the apartment, I was exhausted. Tom picked me up and carried me to the bedroom, something he had been doing a lot lately. I didn't protest, though I was fuming inside. He set me down on the bed, removed my shoes, and began massaging my feet. Just as I was about to speak, he cut me off. I know you don't want to marry me, and I know it was a shock. I should have talked to you first, but if I had told you before, you wouldn't have agreed. And if I hadn't done it in front of everyone, you would have said no. For if the answer is still no, I started to say, but he brushed it off. I also want you to know I was ambushed, Tom said. Ambushed by who? I asked. By my family. As I told you before my parents died, Martin and Rose have always taken care of me. They're the only family I have. Simone and Michael are like siblings to me. When they found out we were having a baby, they brought my mother's ring, he said, looking at the ring on my finger. I glanced at the ring on my hand, realizing its significance. Tom continued. When they found out about the baby, they were thrilled and insisted on coming to the party. They brought my mother's ring because they thought it was the perfect time for us to get engaged. They don't want us to have a child out of wedlock. I didn't expect them to push so hard, but they did. They think we are together. They're the only family I have left, and I didn't want to disappoint them. I looked down at the ring, its beauty now seeming to hold more weight than before. Tom's family had been so involved, and their gesture was genuine, even if the timing was too much. I didn't know they'd react like that, I said quietly, but I still need to figure things out. This is all moving too fast for me. Tom nodded, his eyes full of understanding. I know, Maggie. We can take it slow. I just wanted to show you that I'm committed to this, to us and our baby. I hope you can see that even if everything else is uncertain. He squeezed my hand gently, and I plastered a smile on my face before he left. Sarah came straight to my room when she got home. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Maggie. Are you asleep? Not really, just trying to process everything, I replied. Sarah's eyes fell on my hand. Oh my God, the ring. Where is it? Can I see it? Please? I sighed and reached into the bedside table drawer, pulling out the engagement ring and giving it to her. She hesitated. You took it off? What happened? Why did you remove it? You wanted to see the ring. Here it is, I snapped. Sarah grumbled. Someone is in a mood, as she took the ring, examining it closely. Oh, this ring is so beautiful. Yes, I said. I don't know why he decided to give it to me. He said his uncle and his wife came with his mother's ring and told him it was time to make a commitment. Sarah quickly took the ring off. Oh my God, it belongs to his mother? Yes, Tom said he was ambushed by his family, and now I don't know why he's doing this. We're not even together, and I'm not sure this is even his baby. Sarah sat down next to me, frustration in her voice. But he's been there for you through everything, Maggie. He's shown he wants this baby, he wants it to have a family, and he loves you. What's so hard to understand, Maggie? Sometimes I just don't get you. I wish I were in your position with a man who would do anything for me, even if he wasn't sure it was his child. You keep creating obstacles over nothing. What's really wrong? You're just saying that because you don't have the whole picture. You wouldn't wish you were me if you actually were in my place. Really, Maggie? Really? Sarah's voice was sharp. Okay, let me give you some perspective. I grew up in a foster home. I've had to fight for myself since I was young. I don't have anyone who truly cares for me. Just acquaintances. And here you are, with a family on the way, a man who loves you, who's wealthy and willing to give you everything you want. And you're still not satisfied. You have all this, and you still complain? You better check yourself, Maggie. Count your blessings. She took a deep breath before continuing. You should apologize to Tom and put that ring back on before he finds out you took it off. I'm going back to bed. You've ruined my mood for tonight. She said as she headed towards the door. Honestly, I've never seen Sarah mad at me before. The whole time we have been living together, I've never seen her this mad. So maybe she's right. When Tom came to see me in the morning with breakfast in bed, I decided that Sarah must still be holding a grudge. "Tom, can we talk?" I asked. "If this has anything to do with the engagement and you don't want it, that's fine," he said. "But you're going to need to help me by pretending to be my fiancé for today. My family wants to meet you properly at lunch, and they've been looking forward to it. Could you please just help me out and pretend to be my fiancé for a few hours? After they leave, if you still don't want to continue with this, it's okay. You can back out, but please just help me with this right now." Tom seemed to be waiting for my response. I nodded. "Okay, fine." I had already made and memorized my own speech for this conversation, but I guess it was going to have to wait. "Great, I'll pick you up later for lunch with my family at the house. I know you don't remember it well since you left abruptly last time," he said, and I flushed with embarrassment as I remembered how I had left Tom's house that morning. "But I'll come by and get you later, okay?" he continued. "Okay," I agreed. Tom approached me and, after a moment of hesitation, gave me a gentle kiss on the forehead before leaving. I didn't know what to wear and wanted to talk to Sarah, so I went to her room and knocked. She let me in, and as I entered, I was surprised by how cozy her room was. This was the first time I had been inside, and I took it all in. "Sarah, hey." "Hi, Maggie. I haven't seen you since morning. How are you? Are you okay? Feeling better?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I just needed a few minutes to myself. Are you still mad about yesterday?" I asked, watching her face for a reaction. "No, that's all water under the bridge. Plus, it's your decision. I have no place to tell you what to do with your life or your decisions because the consequences will be on you. I guess I just started thinking of my situation and compared it with yours. I'm sorry," she said. "No need to be sorry. I'm just glad that you're okay, and that we're okay." "All right, where are you off to?" "Tom is picking me up to go and meet his family. I met them yesterday, but we didn't really get to know each other, so he's going to reintroduce me to them today for lunch at his house." "So, introducing you as what?" "As his fiancée. So you put the ring back on?" "Yes, but it's complicated." "Complicated?" "I don't know how to make you understand, Sarah, but no, you don't need to explain anything. I just want to know, is the engagement real or not?" I sighed, feeling the weight of the question. "Honestly, Sarah, I don't know. I agreed to pretend for now, for the sake of his family. They haven't met me properly, and Tom thinks this will make things smoother." Sarah looked at me, her expression softening. "I get it, Maggie. It's a lot to handle. Just make sure you're doing what feels right for you." "I will. Thanks." Sarah nodded and then smiled. "Well, let's find you something to wear. You need to look amazing." We spent the next hour picking out an outfit. Sarah helped me choose a simple yet elegant dress that would make a good impression. I appreciated her support and honesty, even though our situations were so different. Later, when Tom arrived, he looked relieved to see me ready. "You look beautiful, Maggie." "Thanks, Tom," I replied, trying to muster a smile. "Ready?" he asked, holding out his hand. "Ready," I said, taking his hand. We drove to his house in the fancy part of town, the silence in the car heavy with unspoken words. I was nervous, but I knew I had to get through this lunch. Tom parked the car and turned to me. "Just be yourself," he said softly. "They're going to love you." I nodded, trying to believe him. We walked up to the door, and as soon as we entered, his family greeted us warmly. Martin, Rose, Michael, and Simon were all smiles, clearly excited to see us. "Welcome, Maggie," Rose said, hugging me. "We're so glad you're here." "Thank you," I replied, returning the hug. We sat down for lunch, and I tried to relax. The conversation flowed easily, with Tom's family asking me questions, and I did my best to keep my story straight. I found myself enjoying their company despite my nervousness. Towards the end of the meal, Martin raised his glass. "To Maggie and Tom, may your future be filled with happiness and love." I glanced at Tom, who smiled at me. I raised my glass, feeling a mix of emotions. Deep inside, I knew I was lying to every single person in this room. After lunch, we went to sit in the garden where the whole family had wine, except for me. I had a glass of water, and we continued talking. Martin, Alex's uncle, brought up the subject of the wedding. "So when is the wedding?" he asked, drawing everyone's attention towards Tom and me. I looked at Tom, expecting him to lead this conversation. "Soon," Tom said, but Martin pressed for specifics. "Yes, but we need an exact date. You're 7 months pregnant now, right?" Rose said, directing her question at me. I nodded numbly. "So it's only 2 months before the baby comes, and we don't want to have the wedding when you're too tired. I say 1 month tops. Let me take care of everything, and let's do the wedding quickly," Rose exclaimed, her excitement evident. My eyes widened in shock as I glanced at Tom, silently asking, "What the hell is going on?" This was supposed to be a charade. Tom took my hand, patting it as if to signal me to stay calm and not blow our cover. "We were thinking of getting married after the baby comes. We don't want to jinx anything, and we don't want her to be too tired," Tom explained. Michael interjected, "No, that's against the family's rules, and you know it. That's why we brought the ring. This baby cannot be born out of wedlock and outside of the family." "Why are you both dragging your feet about this wedding?" "Tom, you know the baby has to be born after the wedding," his uncle said sternly, as if this was a law written somewhere. This was all news to me. I kept staring at Tom, waiting for his answer as his hands fidgeted, clearly weighing his words. "Maggie and I haven't really talked about the wedding," he began. "In fact, the proposal yesterday was a surprise, so I think we first need to talk before we decide this." But Rose interjected, "But you two knew that you were going to get married, right? I mean, after you found out that she was going to have a baby, you knew you were going to have to get married. So I'm sure you might have talked about this at some point," she said, looking at both of us like she couldn't understand why we hadn't discussed tying the knot. Tom skillfully continued, "We didn't talk specifics, and I can't speak for Maggie." He turned to me. "Maggie, what do you think?" he asked, putting me on the spot. I took a deep breath, feeling the pressure of everyone's eyes on me. "Well, like Tom said, we haven't really talked about it. Everything has been happening so fast, and I think we need some time to sort out our thoughts and feelings. The baby is our priority right now, and we just want to make sure everything is right for them." I glanced at Tom, hoping I was saying the right thing. "But we appreciate your enthusiasm and support. It means a lot to us." Rose looked too disappointed with my answer, and Martin looked a bit mad as he stared at Tom. "So let me get this straight," Martin asked. "You two are not getting married?" He glanced at me briefly before focusing back on Tom. Tom shifted uncomfortably but kept his composure. "It's not that we're not getting married," he said, choosing his words carefully. "It's just that we need to discuss the timing and make sure it's the right decision for both of us and the baby." Martin's expression remained stern. "This isn't just about you two. This is about the family and the child. The baby should be born into a stable and committed family." I felt the weight of Martin's words and the pressure from everyone around us. Tom squeezed my hand again, trying to reassure me. "Martin, we understand the importance of family and commitment," Tom said. "We just need a little more time to make sure everything is right. We appreciate your support and understanding." Martin didn't look entirely convinced, but he nodded slowly. "All right, but don't take too long." Rose sighed, still looking a bit disappointed, but she managed a small smile. "We'll support whatever decision you make," she said, though her tone suggested she hoped we'd make the decision soon. Tom then takes me home, but before he takes me home, he takes an unfamiliar road. I ask him, "Where are you taking me?" "I thought we were going home." "Yeah, but you're stuck in that house nearly every day. I thought I could take you to the aquarium. I hope you don't mind." "It's fine, thank you. I think I'm really going to enjoy that." "Well, let's hold on to thanks until we get there." We get to the aquarium and we look at the different wonders, which I greatly enjoy. We have ice cream and sit outside later and just talk. I realize Tom could actually be the man for me. He's already going to be a great father with everything that he has already done. He uses his time, his money, and everything to be with me, to please me. I don't think I could ever ask for a better partner. As we sit outside, I say, "Tom, if you're really serious about this, and you don't care about the paternity of this child, I am sure in time I may learn to love you. So if you're really serious about being with me, maybe we should give it a try. But I want you to know that I'm getting over someone else who hurt me deeply. I hope you can give me a chance to forget about him and let you into my heart. But from all the time we have been spending together, I have learned that you're a very good man. You're going to be an exceptional father to this child. And after all the words about family, I know that refusing you would mean refusing a family for this baby, and I want to give it a chance. Tom looks at me with bewilderment and surprise, and then something like a smile and relief. Are you sure? I take a breath, and then say, yes, I'm sure. Are you really sure? Because you have been against this from the very first moment. So forgive me if I'm having a hard time adjusting to this sudden change. Are you seriously ready to give our family us a try? Yes, Tom, I'm ready. He then enveloped me in a hug, kissing my face and repeating, thank you, thank you, thank you. Letting me go, he took my hands and looked at me. You will never regret this. I will spend the rest of my life making sure you know you have made the best decision of your life. At that moment, as a tear fell from my eye, one I did not fully understand, I truly hoped I had made the best decision. We later went home, and as soon as we got inside, he started calling out, Sarah, Sarah, we have good news. Come on, Sarah. Sarah came out of her bedroom looking tired. What happened? Sarah, Maggie and I are together, Tom said, taking my hand and kissing it. Sarah was unmoved. I know. What's new? No, we are really engaged. She agreed to get married to me. We got engaged. Sarah looked at Tom, then at me. Seriously? Yes, Sarah, I thought about what you said and realized I want this baby to have a family. She squeaked, hugging me carefully to not squash my baby bump, then hugged Tom, her hand over her mouth. Oh my God, I'm so happy for you guys. Oh, we should celebrate. Tom said, I think we've had enough celebrations. Maggie can't even celebrate other than drinking water. I think we should let her rest because she's been on her feet all day. Okay. Yes, let's get her to rest, but this is the best news. Really, Maggie, I'm so happy you came to this decision before it was too late. Sarah took my hand and led me to the bedroom. I removed my shoes and got on the bed. Once Sarah and Tom had left, their happiness evident, I gave them a convincing smile to let them leave. As I lay there, my mind went to Edward. I finally said goodbye to the man I had loved, because now I had to learn to love somebody else. Being in a relationship with Tom was kind of crazy and fun. He started coming to the apartment with roses, kissing me on the cheek, holding my hand, and trying to get me comfortable before he did something. Sarah watched us with amazement as she laughed at us, making jokes by telling us we looked like an old married couple who was headed into a divorce instead of a new couple who was just heading to the peak of their love. But it was all okay, and I loved that Tom was taking it in stride and he wasn't pushing it yet. My baby bump was so huge I needed help to stand, to sit. It was crazy. I felt like an old grandma, and Tom was there to help me and make me feel good about my situation. I doubted I was ever going to regret this. When we went to the 8-month clinic visit, Tom took us to have lunch before we went back to the apartment and said, I was hoping to talk to you about the apartment. Okay, what's up with the apartment? I asked. We are going to have to move, Tom said, hesitating. I was hoping because you will need a lot of care and a lot of help with the baby and giving birth that you should move into the house. The house? What house? What are you talking about? I asked, confused. I mean my house, Tom continued, stammering and blushing a little. It's big. There are many rooms. We should have already started decorating the baby's room. The apartment you live in has 2 rooms, and Sarah already has the other. We can't kick her out. One of the agreements I had with Sarah was that she was going to stay in your apartment for 2 years. So I thought the house, my house, that's going to be our house after... Yes, it's going to be our house after all. I think it's time you moved in. I didn't know what to say. I stammered. Oh, that's new. I never thought about it. I know, Maggie, but we have to be realistic. You and I are engaged now. We are going to get married. That is my house. It's going to be ours too. It's where we're going to have and raise our children. Unless you don't think the house is suitable, we can look for another house. No. I think the house is beautiful. It has space. It's amazing, I said. Yes, that's why I am saying that it is time. We're already in a relationship. We're getting married. It's where we're going to raise the children. We should have already started decorating the baby's room, but we haven't. We have prepared nothing for the baby, which we should have started already, but we can't do it at your apartment, so we should move in. What do you think?" I thought about this for a few minutes. Although it was a surprise, I guess it was logical, and I had nothing to disagree with him. "Yes, you're right," I finally told him. "Thank you. I'm so glad you understood where I'm coming from. I actually expected you to put up a fight." "Yes, you're right. We just bought a few clothes for the child, and we are already engaged anyway. Yes, we should. Yes, let's move in." "Great. Okay, so we're going to go and tell Sarah, and then I'm going to go home and make preparations for you. When do you think you can move in? Maybe later today?" "Tomorrow," I suggested. "Let's do it tomorrow, maybe. I need to say goodbye to Sarah. I can't just leave her on a whim." Returning home after lunch with Tom, my mind was filled with thoughts of the upcoming move. I knew I had to tell Sarah, and I hoped she would understand. Sarah was sitting on the couch, busy on her phone. She looked up and smiled as I entered. "Hey, Maggie, how did the appointment go?" she asked, setting her phone aside. "It was good. The baby is doing perfect," I replied, trying to gather my thoughts. "Sarah, can we talk for a minute?" "Sure. What's up?" she asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. I took a deep breath and sat down next to her. "Tom and I talked about something important today, and I wanted to discuss it with you." Sarah's expression grew serious. "What's going on?" "Tom thinks it's time for me to move into his house," I said, watching her face closely for her reaction. "He's right. The apartment is small, and with the baby coming, we need more space. Plus, he wants to start setting up the nursery." Sarah's eyes widened slightly, but she remained calm. "Oh, wow, that's a big step." "I know," I said, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. "But it makes sense. We're getting married, and we need to prepare for the baby. It's just, I'm going to miss living here with you." Sarah smiled softly and took my hand. "Maggie, I'm going to miss you too, but I get it. You need to do what's best for you and the baby, and it's not like we won't see each other. I'll visit all the time. I promise to help with the baby." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. "Thank you, Sarah. I was worried you'd be upset." "Of course not," she said, giving my hand a gentle squeeze. "I'm happy for you. You're starting a new chapter in your life, and it's exciting. Plus, Tom is a great guy. He's going to take good care of you." "He really is," I agreed. "He's been amazing through all of this." "So when are you moving?" Sarah asked. "Tomorrow," I said, a bit sheepishly. "Tom is going to help with the move. I wanted to give you a heads up so it's not a shock." Sarah laughed. "Tomorrow? Wow, that's fast. But it's okay. I'll help you pack." "Thank you, Sarah," I said, feeling grateful for her support. I couldn't ask for a better friend. We spent the rest of the afternoon packing up my things. Sarah kept the mood light with jokes and funny stories. We reminisced about our time living together, sharing laughs and a few tears. The next morning, Tom arrived early to help me with the move. Sarah was up and about, trying to hide her sadness behind a smile. "Maggie, are you sure about this?" Sarah asked as she handed me a cup of milk. "Yes, Sarah, it's the right thing to do," I replied, squeezing her hand. "We'll still see each other all the time. You can visit whenever you want, Auntie Sarah." "I know, it's going to be different without you here," she said, yet her voice tinged with emotion. We finished packing by mid-morning. Tom loads the boxes into a truck because I don't have a lot of things anyway, while I take care of the last-minute details. Sarah hovered nearby, helping where she could and occasionally wiping away a tear. Finally, everything was packed and ready to go. Tom hugged Sarah and reassured her that she was always welcome at our new place. Then he turned to me. "Ready to go?" he asked. I nodded, glancing around the apartment one last time. We arrived at Tom's house, which would now be our home. It was a beautiful, spacious place with plenty of room for us and the baby. Tom had already started preparing the nursery, and I could see the effort he'd put into making it perfect. "This is it," Tom said as we walked through the front door. "Welcome home." I smiled, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. "Thank you, Tom, for everything." Over the next few weeks, we settled into a routine. Tom continued to be attentive and caring, bringing me roses, kissing me on the cheek, and holding my hand. Sarah visited often, and we spent time together, making the transition easier. One evening, as Tom and I were sitting on the couch, he turned to me with a serious expression. "Maggie, I know this hasn't been easy for you, and I want you to know how much I appreciate you giving us a chance. I promise I will do everything in my power to make you and our baby happy." "I believe you, Tom," I said, squeezing his hand. "I'm starting to feel like this is where I belong, and I know you'll be an amazing father." Tom smiled, his eyes shining with emotion. "You have no idea how much that means to me. You are the best thing to ever happen to me in a very long time." The transition to Tom's house was surprisingly smooth. It had been a month now, and everything was going better than I had imagined. Tom had gone all out preparing for the baby. The nursery was complete, the crib assembled, and the room filled with baby essentials. He had even bought toys and clothes that the baby wouldn't need for years. Every time he saw something cute, he bought it, regardless of its immediate usefulness. I often joked that he was overdoing it, but he didn't care. He wanted to provide everything for his son. His son! As we sat down for dinner, we talked about my upcoming doctor's appointment, likely the last one before the baby arrived. We were in the middle of our conversation when there was a knock on the door. Tom went to answer it, and I heard some muffled voices and laughter. Moments later, Martin and Rose, Tom's uncle and his wife, walked into the dining room. Rose came straight to me, her eyes lighting up as she saw my baby bump. "Oh my God, you look so beautiful," she exclaimed, hugging me from afar. "I can't believe how much you've grown since we last saw you. When Alex told us you were now living together, we were so happy. We thought we'd come and check on you." "Thank you. That's really nice of you," I replied warmly. "Have you had dinner? You should join us." "Oh, we already had dinner and we're quite tired," Martin said. "We drove the whole way here. We should probably just take a shower and sleep. We can talk tomorrow." "That's all right," Tom insisted. "I was going to work later today anyway, and my lovely fiancé here was also going to rest so our baby in the oven can grow up strong and healthy. A real alpha." I found the term strange. It was the first time I heard him referring to my baby as an alpha. But people use the term alpha male all the time, and I didn't want to make a big deal of it. I smiled tightly to hide my feelings, and Martin and Rose smiled back at us. "Of course, that baby is going to be the strongest little boy ever," Rose said, and I could see butterflies in her eyes. She seemed to be really, really in love with this baby, and that just filled me with joy. "All right then," Martin said. "We'll head up and rest, and I'm sure we'll see each other tomorrow." "Of course, Uncle. You know where your room is, or would you like me to show you?" "No, it's okay. You finish your dinner," Martin said as he took Rose's hand and went up the stairs. The next morning, during breakfast, where everybody was in attendance, Tom had already come from work, and Martin and Rose had already slept off and woken up. I was also filled with a lot of energy today. As we were having breakfast, suddenly Martin began. "So, Alex, what's up with the wedding? We have been waiting for word on the wedding, but you seem to be evading us every time we ask about when the wedding is going to be. You evaded us so much that we had to take a trip and come down here so we could confront you," Rose continued. "Plus, she's nearly about to have the baby, and we wanted to be done quickly and fast before the baby comes." Tom chuckled nervously as he finished chewing a piece of toast. "Well, Uncle Martin, Aunt Rose," he began, glancing at me for support. "We've been really busy getting everything ready for the baby. But you're right, we need to finalize the wedding plans." I smiled at Tom, then turned to Martin and Rose. "We've talked about it, and we think it would be best to have the wedding a few weeks after the baby is born," I said. "That way I can recover from the birth and we can enjoy the day without too much stress." Martin raised an eyebrow. "That makes no sense. You know our family tradition, Alex. We prefer things to be settled before the baby arrives." "I know, Uncle, and I'm sorry." Tom stammered as he looked at me and then avoided making eye contact. "Maggie is not, she doesn't feel ready for the wedding yet." "What do you mean she doesn't feel ready for the wedding yet?" Martin asked, looking at us in confusion. It's complicated." Tom started biting his words and putting me on the spot. Martin and Rose looked at me and Martin asked, "What's going on, Maggie? Is there a problem?" I shook my head. "No, there's no problem, Martin." Rose intervened. If there's anything wrong, or Alex has done something, or there's a problem with your relationship, tell us. We know Alex's parents are no longer here, but we are his parents now. If there's any problem, we will take care of it. Please see us as your parents too and tell us what seems to be the problem." "No, there's no problem," I said, my cheeks heating. "It's nothing. So there's no problem. Everybody's saying there's no problem. Alex, you're ready?" Martin asked. When Tom nodded, Martin turned to me. "And Maggie, you're ready?" I was put on the spot. I didn't know what to do, so I just nodded. "Okay, then everybody is ready and into this marriage, into the wedding, so I guess it's just time to set the date early before she pops," Martin said. Rose clapped excitedly. "I knew us coming here was the right choice. I can prepare something fast. In 2 or 3 weeks," she said. But Tom intervened. "No, I don't think she will be able to really enjoy a wedding in 3 weeks. You can see how tired she already is." That did not deter Rose. "Okay, fine, let's do it in 2 weeks." I shook my head. "I really don't think it's the right time to have the wedding. I won't even be able to enjoy it anyway." "Nonsense," Martin said as he kept thinking. "You know what? It's okay. You don't want a big wedding anyway. Let's just do something small, a little traditional wedding, something small. Your family, Maggie, our family. Let's do something traditional. Let's get you guys married. And then when the baby comes, and you're able to have the big wedding that you want, then you can do it on your own time." I glanced at Tom, feeling the weight of the decision. He squeezed my hand reassuringly, and I nodded slowly, hoping this was the right choice. When we got to our bedroom, Tom looked nervous as he took my hand and guided me to take a seat. "Are you okay with this? Are you sure you're on board with this? I don't want you to do anything you don't want to do. And if you're not ready for this, just tell me. I'm going to talk to my uncle and everything will be sorted out." But I just shook my head. "I don't know. I mean, we already agreed to it, and Rose was already into it. She was already calling people and choosing. I mean, I honestly don't think there's anything we can do now. But we can still stop it. It's our wedding, our marriage. They don't have a say in it. If we're not ready, we can just stop the whole thing." I looked at Tom and thought about everything. So I asked him, "Do you want this wedding? Do you want this marriage?" He took a deep breath as he took my hand and looked me in the eye. "You know that I love you. You know that I want this family, and you know I would have married you a very long time ago if you hadn't been putting up a fight all the way. So yes, I'm on board, but I know you still have some things to figure out, and I don't want to force you into this. I guess there's no time like the present, P. I'm ready. Let's get married." "Are you sure, Maggie?" "Yes, I'm sure. Let's just get it over with. We were going to get married anyway, weren't we? So let's just do it so they stop bothering us with it, so that we have time for the baby and we can enjoy him when he comes here instead of us thinking about the wedding too." "Are you sure?" Tom still asked me. "Yes, I'm sure, Tom, I'm sure. We're going to get married." "I'm so happy," he said as he started touching my stomach and said towards my bump, "Hey, little guy, so Mom agreed to marry me. We're going to be a family." And I don't know why, but tears started falling, and I hoped they were happy tears. Later, Sarah came over because apparently Tom had called her and told her about the wedding. She arrived in full swing, happy with champagne in hand. I immediately told her I couldn't drink. "It's non-alcoholic," Sarah protested. "I still don't think it's good for pregnant mothers," Rose intervened as she came into the room and found me and Sarah sitting there with Sarah pouring 2 glasses of champagne. "But I can have one in her stead," Rose said as she took the glass from Sarah's hand and then looked at her skeptically. "Who are you?" she asked. "I'm Sarah, Maggie's friend, and the only family she has here. Also, the best friend she has. I'm going to be her maid of honor." Rose answered, her eyes narrowing as she assessed Sarah. "Well, I wasn't expecting this. Who did you say you were again?" she asked her. The tension in the room rose, but Sarah held her ground. "My name is Sarah. I'm Maggie's best friend. I'm sure you have heard of me. And who are you?" she shot back at Rose. I had to intervene to calm things. "This is Tom's uncle's wife, Rose. I'm sure you must have met her at the engagement party." "Oh," Sarah said, like she had just remembered. "And I'm sure she remembers me too. I heard you were in charge of the wedding," Sarah continued, speaking to Rose. "Yes, I am. I was just expecting to have Maggie's family there. I didn't know she had a friend, Rose replied distractedly. Nobody said anything. Sarah shot me a look. Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. We've just been talking about the wedding the whole time, and you just never came up. But we haven't covered much about the wedding, and it's good that you're here so we can plan together. You know I'm not good at these sorts of things. Maybe there are things you might be able to contribute. Nonsense, Rose intervened. I have the wedding under control. I don't need anything from you. It's just going to be a family thing. Yes, and Sarah, I said. Sarah is the only family I have here. I don't think my parents will be able to make it in such a short time. So the only person I'll have there is Sarah. I saw Sarah beaming with a smile, but Rose's face changed. Oh, darling, your parents won't be there? Why? What's wrong? Why can't they come? Is there a problem? I'm sure Alex can do something to make sure they're here with you on your big day. It's not that simple, I replied, trying to explain. They live far away, and they have commitments that can't be easily rearranged. Plus, it's very short notice. Rose looked concerned, her brow furrowing. Well, we'll just have to see what we can do. It wouldn't be right for your parents to miss their daughter's wedding. I'll talk to Alex and we'll find a way to get them here. Sarah jumped in. While that's very thoughtful, Rose, Maggie's comfort and wishes are paramount. If her parents can't make it, we'll ensure she still has a memorable day. Rose looked at Sarah, then back at me, her expression softening. Of course, dear. We'll make sure it's perfect for you, no matter what. I smiled, grateful for Sarah's unwavering support and Rose's sudden willingness to accommodate. The conversation had been tense, but it seemed like we were finding common ground. Thank you, Rose, and thank you, Sarah. I'm really lucky to have both of you helping with this, I said, trying to ease the lingering tension. Rose nodded, but Sarah answered, I'm so happy to be a part of your big day. Of course I'm there for you. I was thinking, for the wedding, we could get this. But before she finished, Rose had cut her off. Thank you, Sarah. But as I said, this is a traditional Zill wedding. It's a Zill family wedding. I'm sure you don't know what kind of flowers are needed, or what kind of food is even served. Why don't you leave this to me and just come as a guest? Sarah swallowed, but still answered, As the maid of honor, I would love to go over that traditional wedding ceremony with you, Rose, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, I do mind. This is a Zill thing. The only person I'm going to talk to about the wedding is the future Mrs. Zill. So why don't you just sit, relax, do whatever it is you do, and leave the wedding to me? She looked back at me. I was surprised. Ever since I met Rose, she has been sweet, humble, and accommodating. A very easy person. This was a new side to her I had never seen before. Rose, then she looked up at me. Her face softened. I'll see you later, Maggie. Let me continue with the wedding preparations. Oh, this is such a short time, she said, and then she strutted out the door. Sarah looked at me with a look that said, What was that? I shrugged, feeling a mix of confusion and frustration. I don't know, I whispered, still processing the sudden change in Rose's demeanor. Well, Sarah said, her voice determined, we're not going to let her bulldoze over everything. It's your wedding too, Maggie. We should have a say in it.